winter storm that we're having. I'm sure we're going to check back in with you later.
Thank you all. Thanks for what you're doing.
Okay, so at this hour, it is 9:21. We are offering continued coverage, folks, this morning. If you're waking up with us, good morning. We have been tracking a winter storm. We warned you about it all week. We are seeing the effects of the ice and snow and sleet and rain and all of that this morning. And we have crews on the ground out in the field for you to bring us pictures of what things look like right now.
Yeah, WSMV4's Joylyn Bukovac is in the passenger seat this morning in Belmead. Joylyn, what are you seeing? You've seen it all out there this morning as you've been driving around since 6 a.m.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And if we can go ahead and show you our perspective from the driving shot, you can see this is what you're up against if you go out and drive. Try not to go anywhere today. Try to just plan to hunker down for today because the roads are an absolute mess because look at these trees in the middle of the roadways. And we have crews out here that are working to treat and clear the roads from the snow that happened yesterday overnight. And then it has been raining and it has been sleeting and we've had some freezing rain as well. And that's what's wreaking so much havoc. It's just, if you just look closely at all the ice, I've never seen such thick glazes of ice wrapped around trees, really weighing them down. And these are massive trees that are being weighed down and then they just snap. And when they happen, we were right by a tree and it just snapped and it happened so fast just without warning. And so that's why this is so hazardous. You really can't predict when a tree is going to fall. There's really no wobbling. It just comes down and it can crush a car. These are really heavy. It could really injure you, destroy a car even. And so this is extremely serious and something that you need to be aware of if you do have to get out and about today. And also we are seeing even more trees fall down and power lines down as well here. This is Highway 70 in Belmead. We just left Bellevue, as you saw, Highway 100. We passed about 20 trees that were down over there, and that's a similar story over here in Belmead. That's a huge tree branch that just snapped and fell off of that tree there, and it's really tough to weave in and out of different lanes. And also there was a tree that completely blocked the road earlier in Bellevue. It's still there, but we actually had to weave back and forth, taking some back roads, just trying to get to where we need to go. So yes, if you don't have to be anywhere, that's good. Stay home, stay safe. And if you do have to drive, take it slow. The roads are a little bit slushy, but not too hazardous as far as the pavement goes. But the biggest hazard right now are the falling debris that you're up against, the falling tree limbs, the down power lines, and of course the transformers that have been blowing. So, oh, can you guys hear me? I think I just cut out, but I think we're back. That's another thing. Cell phone service has been really tough out here as well. Hopefully you guys can still hear us, just because of all the power outages and just how vast this event has been. I'm no stranger to snow. I was raised in New Jersey as a child. I worked in Indiana before this, so I've seen a ton of snow, but I've never seen anything like this. And just now, seeing what havoc can be wreaked by just freezing rain and ice. I honestly had no idea. Snow is one thing, but this ice is something completely different that's causing a whole new set of challenges and safety hazards for everyone. So yeah, I'll toss it back to you all in the studio.
Yes, Joylyn, we can hear you loud and clear. We appreciate you being on the roads for us. I do have a question for you, Joylyn, because you've been on the road for us since 6 this morning, even earlier than that. Can you paint for us a picture of what the road conditions are like now versus then? Because I did hear that you said it looks almost slushier now, and it was pretty frozen and treacherous. So kind of give us a better idea of what you're seeing on, it looks like maybe Highway 100 there in Bellevue, if we're right.
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm so glad you brought that up, Lydia, because this morning I got up. I was supposed to be at work at 4, but I gave myself an hour, more than like 4 times the amount of what it usually takes me to get to work. And it took me more like 2 hours, because the roads were very icy. It just turned into a skating rink almost. And just getting up, there was this slight hill. It wasn't even a steep hill, and my car was not about to make it up there. I was losing traction, so I did have to pull over, and I did have to, this whole street light's down. Wow. And yeah, sorry, traffic lights are down right now. This whole street light is down. This is a mess.
Joylyn,
people
can
have
you
to
tell
go
us where you
around,
are right now?
Yes, let me pull up my maps. Sorry, I wasn't paying.
That's not.
Oh, Harding Pike and Linwood is the intersection. Yeah, right by the Belmead Police Department. We're at Harding Pike, and what's this other road?
So what you're looking at there, is that literally the traffic light in the road?
Linwood, yeah. Yes, that's the traffic light in the road. Some people went down around that line. I would probably turn around if you're not here to fix that. You know, I would not do what those cars are doing and driving under that line, because you don't know what lines are live and active, and that can cause a lot of issues. I've even heard of vehicles catching on fire because of that. So try to stay away from any down lines. There's a down line right next to me, and we're going to turn around and not chance getting close to one in just a minute here. But
that's great, Joylyn.
Yes, and if you do,
sorry to interrupt you here. I wanted to mention that our first alert meteorologist, Stefano DiPietro, is listening in the background here. He says, again, just like with the trees and the power lines, the weight of the ice is what likely brought down a traffic light. And that's, again, what you're seeing on the screen if you're just joining us here at 927. This is a live picture from near Highway 100 Bellevue. Is Harding Pike area is our
Harding
Joylyn.
Pike.
Yes. Okay. Our Joylyn Bukovac is reporting for us right now. The bottom right of the screen through the windshield wipers here, that is a whole traffic light system, cameras, lights rather, just on the ground in the snow because it broke and fell off. It apparently crumbled under the weight of that ice.
Yeah, and keep in mind here, we're talking about this ice is on these lines, it's on these trees. As you can see, the windshield wipers are going. It is still raining out there. This is going to freeze, so this is going to get worse. As the more rain falls, it's going to freeze, it's going to get heavier. Stefano, how many pounds of weight is on those icicles?
A quarter of an inch of ice is about 300 pounds.
So a quarter of an inch of ice is about 300 pounds. So
half an inch is 500.
So having those icicles pull that that stoplight down, that doesn't surprise you at all.
Not even in the slightest. And you know, we're getting reports of trees that are literally splitting in half because you have weight of the branches on either side that are pulling down. And remember, you know, just because you may have switched over to rain like we talked about, the weight is still there. So it's still constantly pulling on these trees. They can't handle all of this weight. That's what happened right there. You can actually, and Joylyn said it earlier, look at all the people that are driving near the down power line. You should never do that. That line is probably still active. You need to be you need to act like it's still active.
Yeah, and this is a situation where a video of what not to do if you come up against a down power line.
So I want to mention, Joylyn, we still have your shot up right here. You were just about to tell us that Joylyn was saying they're going to stop right there, to both of your points here, Stefano Marius. They're going to stop right there. They're going to turn around because it is not safe for our crew to go any farther with the down power line. These lights down in this intersection as people kind of are just maneuvering around. That is exactly what not to do. What to do is what our crew is doing now, stopping, turning around, and finding a different direction to go. Joylyn, we appreciate you for this look. Please, please stay safe out there. We will check back in with you. Keep us posted if anything changes. And again, thank you for being our eyes and ears on the road. We go now to First Alert Meteorologist, back to Stefano DiPietro, who is our eyes on the radar for us and exactly what's falling out there, Stefano.
Now, Stefano, you and I have been talking for all week about this, and you told us this was going to happen. You told us about the icicles. You told us about the weight that it brings, and it's actually happening right now.
And it's happening across just a wide variety of areas right now. Look at what I'm showing you. I'm going to step off for just a second. This is in Lenox Village in Brentwood. I have a friend that lives in this area. Look at every single tree here, the weight pulling them down. And Darius, just drag it over a little bit more. I want to stop it right here. Marius, I want you to take a look at this too. And Lydia, look what happened to this tree right here. I mean, it looks like it ruptured. But like I talked about earlier, Darius, if you drag the picture over just a little bit more, you can see the ice, the weight on one side, the weight on the other side. And then look at this next tree. The same exact thing is about to happen to this one. You look farther back, the road actually disappears because all of those trees off in the distance here are either being pulled down or already completely ripped down by the weight of that ice. And even if you're plain rain right now, it doesn't make a difference because the ice is still there. The ice is still on all of these trees, and it's going to continue to be a problem. Darius, we're good. If you want to take it over to First Alert Live radar so we can get an idea, pull it to link so we can talk about what's happening. So we still have warmer air down to the south and east. Those are areas that are mixing in with plain rain. Now, the farther north and west you go and the farther to the south and west as well, we continue to see some of that freezing rain. You know, Stacy was talking earlier about Franklin. You could hear the little pitter patter of some sleet pellets and freezing rain starting to reform again in some areas. And temperatures are very, very close to freezing across much of the area. What you'll see happen here are those temperatures that are back in Clarksville, Camden, Parsons, Paris, and Hopkinsville. That cold air is going to start to funnel back down into areas like Nashville, Franklin. We're at 32. That's why you're back over to freezing rain. Areas to the south and east like McMinnville, Tullahoma, even Lebanon up to Lafayette. Crossville especially well above freezing, so we're rain. But everything that comes in behind all of this is going to cause a flash freeze everywhere. Look at all of the moisture, though, we still have to get through. You know, a lot of times in the summer, we talk about training thunderstorms, downpours that can cause flooding. This is almost the same exact thing, but it's cold enough now that this is training rounds of freezing rain. Even if it's plain rain, flooding is starting to occur in areas of poor drainage. The snow, the ice blocking all of the drains right now, so rain is just pooling in the middle of all of that. So you're going to run into ponding, you're going to run into flooding in some areas, and if we cannot get that clear, guys, I've seen this so much. I grew up in the Northeast my entire life. If you cannot get that cleared out, what will happen is that temperature drops to the single digit overnight tonight, that everything will flash freeze. You will have inches of ice if you can't get the slush, the ponding cleared out of the way in time. You're not talking problems through Monday and Tuesday. You may see some areas that cannot leave their homes until the end of next week, because we're going to talk about those temperatures coming up later on. They are barely getting above freezing.
We're talking a multi-day event here. Stefano, thank you so much. We're also tracking road conditions across Middle Tennessee at 9:33 this morning.
Yeah, welcome and thank you for joining us. If you are just turning on the television here to WSMV, Lydia Fielder, Marius Payton, we are staying in wall-to-wall coverage. We are not stepping away from this story this morning because our goal is to keep you informed, keep you safe. We've been on air since early this morning, and we're going to stay with you with our team of, you just saw, from our First Alert meteorologists to our reporters in the field, boots on the ground, not stepping away as long as it takes to keep you and your family informed and safe.
Yeah, we want to get you out to WSMV for reporter Dryden Quigley riding in the passenger seat this morning. Dryden, where are you and what are things looking like out there?
The roads are looking, you can see the lanes at least on these highways, but some of those smaller roads are going to be bad. And the biggest concern, I would say, are these trees. We have seen in our newsroom, we are on top of a hill, multiple trees have fallen already. If you're somewhere with a lot of trees and you're quiet for a few minutes, at least overnight, I could hear them snapping, which was just terrifying. I feel like yesterday was the day where it was like fun, we got some snow, and today's the day where it's really dangerous and you're going to want to stay home. But we'll come back with you more soon.
All right, Dryden Quigley, thank you so much. We want to show you pictures. We've been asking everyone to send us pictures when it's safe out there. This is new video out of Columbia that we want to show you. This is going to be of a tree
So we're
that is falling on a car right here. And we've been talking about this all day long. Our Stacy Cameron has shown you. We've also shown you. Stefano DiPietro's talked about it. We've had our Joylyn Bukovac show you what the rain and the frozen sleet can do to tree limbs. That limb fell right on a car. This is in Columbia. You got to be careful. Please don't walk under trees or by trees. We've seen trees split. We've seen tree branches fall. We've seen roads get completely covered. Traffic is stopped in both directions, all because of this.
That's right. We've also seen with those trees down power lines, right? Ice accumulated along those as well. We have a picture along Long Hollow Pike we'll show you in just a moment of down power lines, but this would just be one picture of so many instances that we're seeing in our area. Here it is. Look at that. That is a mature tree, folks. It is so heavy with the weight of that ice, hundreds of pounds added on top. So when it splits, it can take down power lines with it. It can, as we just saw, crushed cars. I do want to mention there is a post from the Spring Hill Police Department to this point. So if you're going around and you're seeing down trees and power lines, Spring Hill is really having a rough go at it this morning. Their police department has been keeping us informed online. They say, the police department there says, they sincerely appreciate people offering to help during the ice storm. But right now they say they do not need help with chainsaws or other equipment. So people are calling and saying, hey, I've got something to haul out. I've got a trailer, I've got a tow, I've got a chainsaw to help remove trees from the power lines. They say, the Spring Hill Police Department says, they've got it handled right now. In other words, we just need you to stay safe and in your homes. They said, should conditions change and they actually need more help, they say they will issue an official all call. So rest assured, those of you at home who we know you're eager to help, in good spirit right now, you're able-bodied and you have equipment, they say, hang tight. If we need you, we'll call you in to help with situations like this one. We are tracking power outages all morning long. That is really the biggest developing situation here with the ice just weighing down everything, right? Approaching almost 200,000 people now just in Davidson County waking up without power.
Danielle Ledbetter joins us on the alert desk. And Danielle, it's almost like a telethon and a tote board that the number keeps going up.
That's right, Marius. It just keeps going up. Right now, like you just said, over 198,000 customers without power in Nashville right now. Now, we just got an update within the last hour from NES, and they said that they are assessing the damage. They're starting repairs, but they did say this will be a longer outage, which could span over days or longer. They also said they have additional resources through mutual aid and supplemental crews. Right now, they have 120 NES line workers and 40 contracted line workers. Now, I want to give you some more perspective on this. According to TVA's website, NES has over 380,000 customers. So right now, we are just over half of customers that are without power. This is again from NES, but we are tracking power outages across the entire mid-state. So Cumberland Electric, they cover Cheatham, Montgomery, Robertson, Stewart, and Sumner counties, and their map is actually down right now, and it's been down all for about 2 hours or so, but they reported 15,000 people without power earlier this morning. Now, MTE, they cover Wilson, Rutherford, and Williamson counties, and right now they're reporting over 16,000 customers without power. NES told us earlier this week that they will prioritize restoring power to the areas that bring the most customers back online quickly. But again, like I just mentioned, they said it's probably going to get worse before it gets better. They say this is going to be a days-long event, guys.
All right, Danielle, we also spoke to them. They say the two words that you should know: patience and safety.
That's right. Danielle Ledbetter, we'll check back in with you in just a few minutes. Cumberland Electric has some tips this morning for those power outages as they grow. If you lose power, we want to reiterate, do not call 911, okay? Call your electric service unless it is an emergency like a downed power line that's live. We don't want to clog up the 911 lines. That applies to everywhere in the mid-state, not just with Cumberland Electric here, but the tips they continue, they say don't approach a down line. Don't go out. We've said that over and over. And then if you are using any other source to heat your home because your power went out, don't leave it unattended. And if you have any elderly neighbors, anyone with medical needs near you, when it is safe, if you can, try to go check on them. Neighbors helping neighbors. It's an all hands on deck situation here in Middle Tennessee as we progress through this storm. Macon deputies echoing the same thing. They're asking folks to stay inside. They've gotten multiple complaints about power lines down and then people calling 911 to report it. They say that there are trees down in or near the roads in some areas. So again, the 911 operators are pretty swamped with calls right now. Leave those for emergencies. Instead, try to report to, in this case, Macon, in Murray County and Tri-County, report the outages. If you can, stay where you are. Deputies say the roads are, as we've echoed, deteriorating. We have our entire team in working on this. You can rest assured you're in good hands right now. We want to go to First Alert Meteorologist Darius Mack right now.
And we are continuing to follow the conditions out there. Here's a live look. You're looking at Franklin this hour. There you see the road crews there working on the roadways, but notice you're still noticing the ice that is out there, kind of a slippery, almost slushy appearance there on those roadways. Looking at Nashville this hour, still snow covered, and we are getting in with that freezing rain at this time. I want to point out the power outages that are out across, look at this, Tennessee. So this is in red, and just the amount of customers that are out of power right now is just quite a tremendous amount when you factor in. We've been checking since this morning, tracking those power outages, and specifically the majority of that coming out of Davidson County. You're looking at Williamson County, just a little over 16,000 without power customers there, and then 170,000 is what this map is estimating customers without power right now. So you got the weight of the ice that is weighing down those trees, the power lines. You've been watching, we've been following that all morning long. And so this is a result of a lot of that freezing rain that has pretty much brought a lot of that ice sticking on those surfaces. Here's your temperature forecast. Temperature is going to continue to drop as we go throughout your Sunday.
All right, Darius, thanks so much. We want to go back out live, check in with our Stacy Cameron in the Franklin area this morning.
Stacy, what are you seeing out there? We know you had a lot of trees, and we know that the Waffle House is closed. You got more trees down, my man.
He's found props.
Yeah, we did. So we left the Waffle House there on Murfreesboro and went to go up Matt Catcher and go a little bit north of downtown Franklin. We took a right turn into the Amber Glen subdivision that's just off Liberty Pike. Right as soon as we got in, tree down, you can see right here a big evergreen. I'm going to let that go. You can see what happened to the top of this tree right up here, and it doesn't look so bad, right, as far as everything goes, but you see his buddy over in this yard here, the first house in the subdivision, bam. 2 limbs down on that power line. It's sagged, it's down. We just heard talk of 17,000 homes without power in Williamson County. We found a bunch of them right here in the Amber Glen subdivision. We dipped into this, and lights are out on at least this side of the street on this part. But if I look down the block, those folks have lights on. This guy just turned his outside light on, so that's the good news. But even while we were sitting here, we heard another tree snap and go down in the backyard just down this road. So this is what folks don't want to see, right? Trees like this, big ones being weighed down and snapping, folks losing power. We're going to swing around this subdivision, see if we can find any of these folks here. Hopefully they can get a crew out here to get power up on this side of the road. Like I said, it looks like it's dark down here. If there's any luck, maybe it's still on the power, but it doesn't look good. So we're going to stay out here and around the Franklin area, Williamson County, and see if we can find any more damage. But as we just started to go north of the city, like I said on Matt Catcher, we started to see more trees down. We're starting to get a mix that feels like it's more freezing than it was earlier. It's not just that cold rain anymore. It's definitely gotten colder over the past hour, hour and a half. So you can see my breath going on out here. It's obviously getting colder. Maybe time for me to put on that 4th layer. I already got 3 layers going on now. 3 socks, 3 sets of pants, gloves, hat. If you got to get out in this, dress up. But if you don't have to, I'm telling you, stay home, stay inside.
Hey everyone, Dryden Quigley here with Channel 4. If you haven't already, now is a good time to think about where your car is. Because if it's under any trees like this, you're going to want to move it. Wow. If it's under a large tree, that can cause some serious damage, but right now I think it's even difficult to get in these cars. Look at this one over here too. I mean, just falling on the sidewalks also. I've heard them snapping all throughout the night. If you do have to go outside for any reason and have to take your car, make sure to avoid any back roads to avoid those falling trees. And if you can, drive in the middle lane on the highway.
That's a good point there, Dryden. We just saw the trees on the cars, and we're like,
Yikes.
oh, we didn't think about that.
Yikes.
Hey, this is what Craig Mead Drive looked like this morning. We know we'll see a lot more videos and pictures like this as the sun continues to rise. If you're out in your neighborhood, we ask, if you want to shoot pictures, don't put your safety at risk. Just shoot some pictures and show us what's going on in your neighborhood. We'll put them right here on the air. And snow on the roads means come tomorrow, many buses are not going to roll. As you heard, most of the major school systems already calling out. Metro Nashville Public Schools will be out tomorrow, along with Cheatham, Clarksville, Montgomery County Schools, Rutherford County Schools, Sumner County Schools also called out as well. but there are a lot more school districts that have canceled classes. You can find the complete list. We're talking universities, we're going to get churches, we're going to get companies calling in saying, hey, we're closed. You can find that list on our website, WSMV4.com or our WSMV4 News app.
Okay, so we've been saying it all morning. We are in this together here in the mid-state. In fact, this is a video of Nob Hill. This is the driveway that leads up to our station here at the top of the hill is where we are. And this is a big old tree that fell right across it, maybe in just a few minutes after Marius and I got in this morning after the 4 o'clock hour. So you see our engineers here working to remove it. It prevented some of us from even making it up to our station this morning. So we just said, all right, everyone just go from there. So that's where we've seen some of our reporters out and about. They didn't even get to come and check in this morning before they literally hit the ground running. We are also operating, I believe, still on generator power to keep you safe and informed. If anything breaks, you're going to see it right here first on WSMV as we stick with you through this winter storm. We are here. We also would love to see your pictures and videos. If you can do that safely, take them. You can send it in through our WSMV4 News app, as hopefully by now that tree is cleared off the driveway, Marius.
Yeah, we are in the grind with you. Hey, right now, the power is out across Bellevue, and this is likely why. You know, we've seen downed trees across the area because hundreds of pounds of ice are connected to those trees. That's snapping the power lines. This is is from one of our co-workers. He says a tree branch snapped right outside of his window, woke him up this morning. Then he saw a flash of a transformer blow about an hour ago. Our photojournalist Thomas Davis drove through this area and we saw downed trees near Edwin Warner. Some rows he had to turn around because he just couldn't get through because all of the downed power lines. And we want to get you some new photos this morning showing off Duck River electric crews hard at work trying to get the power back online. So
many folks are working in conjunction to get your power back on. This specifically is east of Deckard and Franklin County. This is near the junction of I-24 and Highway 64. What you're looking at is a large tree that fell on the line. That's what crews say caused the outage, right? And it impacted here in this community over 300 people. It's a big, maybe evergreen looking tree, possibly a pine tree. I can't see it too close, but again, this is the Duck River electric crews from NES all the way down to Duck River crews. Folks are out working hard on your behalf. So give them space, give them patience, give them time and breathing room to do that. And hopefully it'll come back online sooner rather than later. Okay, now we have another pine tree down. Unfortunately, this one got a car, maybe, hopefully just the tip of it there. This is from a viewer sent to us. We've been asking you to send in your photos and videos. Look at that sheet of ice almost. It looks like maybe a dusting of snow on top of it. We don't have a location right now. We're working on that is possibly a branch from a big tree. Either way, it is not little small twigs and branches snapping off. Those are massive branches that are way down, falling off of this tree onto that car. So wishing that viewer, whosever car that is, good luck getting that fixed if there are any repairs to be made. Hopefully there are none, and hopefully everyone is safe in this situation. We'll work to find out exactly where this was. So we want to go now to our Danielle Ledbetter checking in on outages.
Yeah, Middle Tennessee Electric, they are warning of a scam message that's circulating around right now. The company says phishing scams are going around imitating MTE or TVA, asking you to click on links. The TVA says they do not send out texts or emails about outage schedules or grid conditions. So to get accurate information, you need to go to the TVA's website and their verified social media pages. Now, if MTE is your service provider, they say you need to go to their website as well to check on power outages. Right now, taking a look at that, there are over 14,000 power outages or customers without power in MTVE. So if you want to stay on top of that, again, you need to go to their website, mte.com. Alexandria?
All right, First Alert traffic right now. We got to keep those roadways clear for those emergency crews to get to situations. Right now, we do have a disabled vehicle here along I-24 westbound at Church Street. I'll show you what it's looking like here. This is heading towards the Nashville area. Cameras froze on us, much like our roadways, but you can see it is pushed over to that far right shoulder. I take you back here to the Nashville area where this situation, if you've been following us now for the last few hours, has been with us for about 2 hours. Some sort of trailer here, getting some help and assistance from TDOT. Plus, it looks like I believe we have a tow truck on the scene there right along the east bank here near the Silman Evans Bridge. Road conditions, they are not good to drive in, you guys. Please stay indoors. We are starting to get more images in of a lot of split trees and down power lines. I want you to keep that in mind before you step out the door.
All right, Alexandria, thank you. We have our Lauren Lowry on the phone right now. She's giving us an update on what conditions are like in Green Hills.
Yeah, our entire newsroom, folks, is focused on this, even from their homes. Lauren Lowry was on air with us all day yesterday, now joining us live. Lauren, good morning. So you're in Green Hills. We know there are a lot of trees, a lot of neighborhoods, a lot of homes and cars. Paint us a picture of what you're seeing.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. I'm actually in a hotel room right now, guys, looking out the window at all the ice. I am not at my home, and that's by design. I want to give you just like specifically a look behind the curtain for a moment, because you know that we have been forecasting this event for over a week. We knew it was going to happen. And so anytime a newsroom is in preparation mode for a weather event, that's when our managers say, you know, let's prepare in a smart way for this. So they gave us the option early on, hey, if you feel unsafe, uncomfortable, and you want to stay in a hotel, do it. So I got a hotel room last night, and I'm so glad I did, because at 6 o'clock this morning, everything around me had lost power, and the hotel I'm in still has it.
Amen.
But I went downstairs, and this is the crux of this story right here, because when I went downstairs a little bit ago to start talking with people to understand what's really going on in Green Hills, because once a reporter, always a reporter, I started speaking with people in the hotel lobby. You guys, every single person in the lobby staying at the hotel lives in Green Hills and Oak Hill. No one is from out of town. Everyone had the same story. And I don't know if we're able to put up the picture for you, but I hope we can. I was able to meet a man named Martin Hennigan who lives in Green Hills, Oak Hill area on Brattlesboro Road. And he told me, he said, Lauren, I woke up at 6 a.m. because a tree came down, and I watched all the power lines come down. And he said, I've been through this before. Unfortunately, it's not the first time. He said, I knew exactly what to do. He said, I got out of the house. I immediately came to the hotel and said, like, do you have any space for me? And so I think that's just part of the story that we never get to tell, which is when people are in this situation where they're losing power, which, again, like all of Green Hills and Belmead, we all lost power at about 6 o'clock this morning. And so what do you do with those couple 100,000 people? Most people are still in their homes. The quick thinking people called hotels and are already in hotels this morning, you guys.
Well, Lauren, we know that the Green Hills area, typically on a Sunday morning, you got families going out to get coffee and having breakfast. What does it look like out there right now? Are people braving the elements to get out, or are people just heeding our advice and staying off the roads?
No, it's a ghost town. It's an absolute ghost town. I think everybody is afraid of the roads. I'm afraid of the roads. I'm even going to come in, you guys, and I'm going to be a part of the coverage here in a little bit. And I have some reticence around that, some fear around that. Like, okay, how do I do this? And I will tell you, you know, in television, a lot of us work in a lot of different cities. And so starting in 2008, for me, I started working in northern cities. And I'm so glad I had that experience, because one of the things I was taught, and so for you guys, if you're a Southerner like me, but never ended up getting out into the northern reaches of this country, the way you do it is you dress as if you're going to get stranded. That was the best advice I ever got. So if for some reason you have to get out, it's an emergency, you have no other opportunity, what you need to do is dress.
We might have lost Lauren.
I don't anticipate being stranded, but if it happens, I'll be prepared.
That's right. We know you will. And Lauren, we appreciate you chiming in. Before you even get in this afternoon, to help us stay prepared, to help people at home be prepared. And we will check back in with you as the morning progresses, and hopefully see you here in person soon. Get here safe, lady.
Yeah.
Now, she also brought up...
See you soon, guys.
Yeah, see you soon. She also brought up an important point. You know, we have prepared as a station for this. So we have crews staying at hotels. We have crews staying at hotels in Rutherford County in certain areas that are seeing this weather come through. So we're telling them, hey, don't try to make it back down to Nashville. Stay in those counties so you can be safe and you don't have to drive back. We have crews in hotels. We also have crews sleeping here.
We have crews at Hotel Day
24/7.
WSMV.
Yes, and they've been here overnight. We have food here. We have heeded our own advice in some cases. And that's what we're doing, and we're hoping you're doing the same as well.
Helping us stay on top of things. First floor meteorologists Darius Mack and Stefano DiPietro. We've got the radar still very colorful right there.
Yeah, very colorful radar out there, Lydia. And notice a lot of pink out there, but still areas in East Middle Tennessee still seeing some of that rain. But that transition line moving ever so slowly further towards the east, Stefano.
It certainly is, and you know, as we go through the next couple of hours, you'll see the temperatures begin to drop pretty rapidly. So even if you're at that plain rain right now, you're going to quickly go back to freezing rain, and of course, Darius, anything that's on the ground will flash freeze tonight.
Yeah, and that's what we'll have to be mindful of. So even though on radar it may just show rain at the moment in Manchester, just keep in mind that with that tumble in temperatures throughout the day, that will likely freeze over. So here's the latest with the temperature spread. You got numbers generally almost everywhere. 40 degrees there in Crossville. Back towards the north and west, temperatures in the teens, 17 degrees in Paris, Tennessee this hour. That's that reinforced shot of cold air that's going to dive in and really give us the freeze that's on the way. Latest with regional radar, a lot of pink as we've noticed pretty much for the majority of the morning. Back towards the west, you're looking towards Missouri, Arkansas. They're getting in with snow. Now, I think before the system is said and done, we could end with a few snow showers later into this afternoon and evening. Check out the road temperatures. Notice a lot of the road temperatures below freezing. Right now, Tullahoma 33, so just 1 degree shy there. We'll have to keep in mind as temperatures again continue to drop, Stefano.
They are going to quickly drop this evening and overnight tonight. So take a look at the temperature forecast. And this, by the way, is just for the afternoon and this evening. This doesn't really get into the heart of the overnight tonight. But you can see how quickly temperatures are going to drop below freezing once again. It's happening right now in some areas. It will happen just much more so going through the night tonight and into tomorrow morning. Here's your forecast low temperatures for tomorrow morning. And this may even be a little generous in some spots, but it will feel like we are near, if not into the single digits. So all of that ponding, all of those wet roads, which yes, a lot of roads are clear right now because the air temperature did get above freezing. If they don't get treated overnight tonight, and I'm not talking interstates, I'm not talking main roadways, 24, 40, Briley Parkway, you know, those areas are going to be much more taken care of overnight tonight. I'm talking about you not being able to get out of your driveway or get out of your neighborhood. That's going to be the problem. Road crews are going to put so much attention onto those main roads, those interstates, the overpasses and bridges that, one, when we drop the temperature, we'll change over to this icy mix. But two, after all of this clears out, it's not over by any means because the temperature drops so much this evening and overnight tonight that it becomes a significant problem with what the roadways are going to look like. I mean, the flash freezing will cause just tons of issues. And of course, the weight of the ice on the trees and the power lines, even though there may not be any more ice buildup, we're still pulling down the weight on that. You're talking hundreds upon hundreds of pounds, quarter of an inch of ice. About 250, 300 pounds. Half an inch of ice is about 500 pounds. So if it's yanking down on those power lines like that, you know, you could still see problems. And then, of course, you're dangerous with those temperatures. They're staying in the 20s. So if you're without power, you know, the cold can really be an issue for us. We're not even going to get that much better going into next week. 35 is our highest temperature. Then we'll cool things down again going into the upcoming weekend. Guys, this is what the wind chill will be getting out the door Monday morning. It's either at 0 or below 0. It's even worse Tuesday morning, 10, 15, may even feel like 20 degrees below 0 in some areas.
All right. Some people might not even have ever experienced that cold of temperatures. Stefano, we are in the south, so we appreciate the heads up. Also, heads up, 911 officials are asking you not to call them if your power goes out. Workers say they're getting an influx of calls about people being without power and that it is important to report it, but not to 911. They say call the electrical company itself. Only call 911 if it is an emergency like a downed power line that's live or a fire, for example.
And if you live in Williamson County, both AT&T and T-Mobile have told 911 officials that there are disruptions in cell service. Man, it's only getting worse. If you need to make an emergency call and your service isn't going through, try using Wi-Fi calling or texting if possible.
WSMV4 News Today starts now with First Alert Weather.
Marius Payton, it's 10 a.m. on this Sunday morning, and we are walking you through this winter weather that we have rolling in.
That's right. I'm Lydia Fielder, and we have a full house this morning. Our first alert team is out and about, so you don't have to be. We are taking live looks everywhere in Nashville for you. These are interstate cameras, power outage maps. Our goal right now is simple: to keep you safe and informed.
Yep, we have everyone. We have Dryden Quigley on standby. We have Stacy Cameron, Joylyn Bukovac out in the field tracking all of the conditions. We also have a full team right here in the studio monitoring the conditions out there.
Can we get any closer, guys? We gotta zoom out.
We have not ever prepared a camera shot.
You should have seen them scuttling around while we were running to get into this shot.
But, you know, each one of us has a specialty, and we're going to bring you our specialty and our expertise to get you through the weather that we're going through right now.
By the way, guys, there's 280,000 people without power in the state of Tennessee. Guess where most of them are? Davidson County.
Yeah.
Davidson County, the surrounding areas. There's about 200,000 people or about that in those areas.
So we've got a full team tracking it all for you. Danielle Ledbetter has been tracking power outages with specific companies. We're going to go to someone who's not even fitting in this shot right now. We want to go live to our Stacy Cameron, who is out in Franklin for us. Stacy, tell us what you're experiencing right now.
Well, you know, it's gotten a lot colder than what it was when we came on the air with you all at 6 o'clock. And as a result of that, it was rain. At first, it was turning kind of the snow and the ice to slush. Now it seems to be changing over. Not sure if it's sleet or freezing rain out here. I just know it's cold, and I know what it's doing. Right here behind me, take a look what we found. That ice coming down into one of these trees, actually two of these trees. Didn't snap the trees, but it snapped huge limbs with those evergreen branches, and it has dipped that power line down low. We can see the homes on this side of the street appear maybe to have power. I see what looks like some dryer vent smoke coming out of this home, so maybe these people are fortunate to have power, but that's not a good situation. We expect to see crews out here later today coming to help these people. And when we got out early this morning and we were first reporting over in Franklin, I actually ran into a crew of tree trimmers, guys who work out of Ohio but had been down in Montgomery, Alabama, and because of this winter storm, they were getting called back to Ohio to get dispatched all over the region, possibly even Tennessee, to help do things like this, remove branches off of power lines and get people's power restored. Let's hear a little bit of that conversation I had with them earlier this morning.
It could be anything from bucket truck work, power lines, climbing trees, dragging brush, just helping people get their power back on in a timely fashion. That's really what we would just want to do, is help people and get them back out of this bad situation.
And Jay, I had asked you earlier, what time did you get up to start working today? What time do you think you get the call that you can put your head back on a pillow?
We got up about 3:30 this morning, rolled out of the hotel at 4. We're probably not going to lay down till maybe another 2 o'clock in the morning. Who knows? It's going to be a 24-hour shift on call. We'll take a nap in the truck every now and again, but other than that, we're going to be on the road.
So that's what those gentlemen are going to be dealing with. I wanted to show you this. Through the 6 o'clock hour until about 9, this had mostly turned into slush. It's starting to freeze over again. This is a sidewalk here just outside that subdivision. So all that stuff that was wet and pooling and that was water, now starting to freeze over again as the temperatures get a lot colder down here in Williamson County. Guys, that's the situation down here in Franklin and Williamson County. We're going to stay out through this area and bring any more damage and reports that we can find.
Keep us prepared, and Stacy, you stay safe out there. Hey, we're tracking road conditions across Middle Tennessee this morning.
Yeah, we've got teams out, as you saw Stacy there in Franklin. We want to go live now to our Dryden Quigley. Riding safely in the passenger seat this morning. Dryden, we're checking in with you what things look like where you are.
Yeah, we're here in Lenox Village, where right now it looks like people over in this area where we are at least are without power. None of the stoplights are working. I don't see any lights on in any homes, which you think they would be by this time of day. People are waking up and getting a start to their day, but you wouldn't know it from being outside because these roads are very quiet, as they should be. They are not somewhere that you want to be out and about unless you really have to be. If you do need some essentials, though, we were just at the Target on White Bridge earlier, which shockingly was open. And so they do have food and things Available the essentials if you really need it, which is if you have to go, get outside. We also passed a Starbucks that was open, a few different other little shops, but in general, it looks like most places are staying closed. We're also going to turn right now to go take a look at just something that you're going to want to avoid. For example, I think these people are stuck in this area. This power line is down right here. You don't want to go near it. We have to assume these are all active power lines, and they have put cones on here already. Doesn't look like anyone's working on it just yet. Again, what they said was the two words, safety and patience, is what you're going to need with almost 200,000 people out of power in Davidson County. It's, again, quiet out here. I think most people are huddled in their homes trying to stay warm, hopefully have fires going, get some blankets, put on as many sweatshirts as you can. We'll check back when we have, if we see anything else with some more trees down, and keep looking at all the damage that's gone on out here.
All right, Dryden Quigley, thank you so much. We are now going to talk to weather because this is why we're here. We had the snow come down. We had the freezing rain. We're seeing sleet come down out there. And right now we're about to see that really, really cold air move through as well.
The temperature has now dropped below freezing in Nashville. So that would mean that, we had a little change over to rain, Darius. Now it's back to freezing rain.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to have to continue to follow as temperatures continue to drop throughout the day. Watch for refreezing, especially for areas that have been getting ponding on top of the snow and ice that we picked up.
And I said there's 280,000 customers. This is customers. This is not people. This is customers. Houses, apartment complexes without power. This is across the entire state. Watch what happens when we zoom in to a tighter view of just Middle Tennessee. Now, these are not exactly with the reports coming from NES. They're delayed a little bit as we get reports in, but there's 170,000 customers without power, may even be up to 200,000 at this point in Davidson County alone. You have areas like Gallatin where we're getting power outage reports, Franklin down through Spring Hill, Columbia, there's Springfield, Lebanon, Murfreesboro. Maybe not as many power outages, but it doesn't matter how many there are hundreds of thousands of people that are currently being affected. This is concerning on First Alert Live radar now. See that little changeover that the radar's picking up on from rain to, I should say, from that mix to snow? That tells us the colder air is moving into areas like Hopkinsville, Clarksville, and Paris. So along I-65, we're going to go back over to freezing rain for at least a few hours at this point. It's not like we're going back over to freezing rain for 20 minutes. The temperature has dropped. Once it drops, it is not going to rebound. So areas now along and west of I-65, Darius, we're back to freezing rain or snow. More weight on trees, more weight on power lines, more power outages.
Exactly, and of course that is just something that we really don't want. That is the worst case scenario with this setup that we're dealing with. So it's here as we walk you by the hour. Here's about 11 a.m. So we're going at the top of the hour and then into this afternoon. So still for a few hours we're dealing with that wintry precip that's going to last for a bit. Here's 1 o'clock. A lot of this east of I-65, and then some areas still could see some snow showers mixed in, especially towards the north and west. Things eventually wrap up for us as we go later into this afternoon and evening, but it's not done just yet because now we are going to be talking about the cold weather that's going to be dropping in. Temperatures will continue to drop as we go over the next several hours down into the 20s and then into the teens. Here's about 8 p.m. We're looking at 18 degrees in Nashville. But check this out. This is the low temperatures tomorrow morning. Many areas right around the single digits. And then when you factor in the wind chill, it'll feel even colder than that. Now let's go straight to your 7-day forecast. Temperatures will generally be down to right around the single digits. The coldest night expected Monday night into Tuesday, 2 degrees with sub-zero wind chills. Warmest day is Wednesday with a high of 35 degrees. Alexandria.
Wow, that's going to be the warmest day. Wow. Okay. 10:09 right now. Let's talk about your road conditions. Of course, they are not doing well, folks. I also have an update for you from TDOT. They do have a crash that has closed off a portion of 65 southbound. Again, that's to our north side near mile marker 108. I believe it's a tractor trailer situation. We've been seeing a lot of that. Even TDOT reporting themselves overnight that they had some jackknife tractor trailers. Most of their incidents they've been reporting to, though, they've been regarding disabled vehicles. So maybe people that are getting out on the roadways and then they realize I can't go any further, right? That's why we're stressing stay off the roadways. I-24 westbound here at Church Street, Rutherford County. We also have a crash there that's heading inbound towards Nashville. They're not heading inbound anywhere at this point, though, because of this situation, the ice, the slush. It is not good. Even for these really big vehicles that have those large tires, this is the kind of situation that we've been seeing throughout the morning and will likely continue to see throughout the day. I'm taking you back here to the Nashville area, though. This is the situation that we've been following now for about 3 hours, I think, at this point. I-24 here, the East Bank. This is heading westbound at Silliman's Evans Bridge. It's a tractor trailer or some sort of large vehicle hauling something, and it's been hanging out there on the right shoulder for a few hours now.
All right, Alexandria, many thanks for those updates. We've been telling you about these surging power outages. Naturally, our questions then become why, how long? So we want to bring in the experts. Scott Brooks with the Tennessee Valley Authority is live for us on the phone right now. Good morning, Scott. Those outages are climbing across the region. What is the TVA right now seeing from a grid perspective?
Yeah, good morning. So the good news is the overall grid is in good shape. It's stable. All of our generating sites are ready to go as the temperatures fall over the next couple of days. We do have some transmission power outages on our system that we started working right after dawn this morning. So trying to restore those connection points all around all around our territory. So some in Mississippi, some there in Middle Tennessee, and some in Knoxville even. So we're working on those. We have crews out in this weather, doing what they do, trying to get those connection points restored, and then we'll work on turning our attention to the local power company systems as they deal with their outages.
Now, Scott, we know a couple years back we had problems where the grid kind of went down. We had some power outages and blackouts across the area here in Nashville. We know that the temperature is supposed to drop over the next few days. Does that give you any concern when it comes to the grid?
We are expecting to see, to your point, some peak demand periods over the next few mornings, particularly Tuesday morning, as it looks like right now across the system. But the good news, again, is we have invested in the system over the last couple of years, added another 2,000 megawatts of additional generation, some of it over just west of Nashville in Johnsonville. And those are units that are meant to come online when the demand goes up and provide that peak power when it's needed the most. So the overall system is in good shape going into the peak periods.
Great to hear that. I would love to know, Scott, is this weather event unfolding the way you expected, or this morning is it exceeding projections from your point of view?
Yeah, I don't think we are surprised to see some issues with ice in particular on our system. And so we had crews staged over the last couple of days and ready to go, particularly, again, in just west of Nashville toward Jackson and up in Bowling Green, where we thought there might be some issues, and down in Mississippi. So I don't think any real surprises. We were ready to go and get out as soon as we started seeing those outages.
Scott, I want to ask you about the crews here. We got Scott Brooks with the TVA, Tennessee Valley Authority, on the phone with us. Want to ask you about the safety of the crews. We are seeing a lot of trees with the icicles on them. We're seeing a lot of power lines with the icicles on it. How do you keep those crews out there safe, and what do you want to tell people about giving the crews the space to do their work?
Yeah, we certainly can't say enough good things about the folks who are out there in these conditions and in this weather. They prepare for events like this. They started staging earlier this week in key locations, and so they are the experts, and they're out there on those lines doing what they do best, and we're very grateful for them. And yeah, if you see power crews or a convoy of trucks or something coming through, certainly give them the space they need, and if they're out working on the lines, definitely stay out of their way, because they are the experts and know how to handle this situation.
And Scott, what do you want people watching at home to know right now as far as demand and the grid? What are best practices to make sure we don't experience any blackouts as we have in years past?
Well, yeah, we tell people that not only can you help keep the grid stable, but you can also save money on your power bills, because as demand goes up, so does your power bill. So just simple things like your thermostat is your most powerful tool in your house, and so if you have your thermostat set what you would normally say 72 degrees, if you can come off a degree or two for every degree that you can lower your thermostat or raise your thermostat, you can save 3% per degree on your power bill. And again, that's not a request for conservation. That's just if you want to save money. We're in that situation now where we have the peak demand periods in the mornings, normally 6 to 10 a.m. this time of year. So avoid using major appliances that would use a lot of electricity, like your washer, your dryer, your dishwasher during that peak period. Put that stuff off until early evening or even overnight. And again, that makes a difference on your bill and on demand.
All right, Scott Brooks with the Tennessee Valley Authority, thanks so much. We'll be checking in with you later to see how that grid is holding up, especially in these cold temperatures.
Thank you.
Okay, right now we are continuing to follow the changing conditions. Stefano DiPietro, you are on top of it.
And you know what? The bitter cold is not even remotely here yet. Temperatures are still hovering around freezing in some spots, but the temperatures will only drop more tonight and then into Tuesday morning as well. So single digits, even near zero in some areas. It is very important. And I know the power's out and you're concerned about heat. You're concerned about your loved ones. You have to make sure that you continue to drip your faucets overnight tonight, pretty much for the next 3 days consistently. Even if your power is out, you can put your faucets at a light drip. Temperatures below 20 degrees are a good setup for pipes to potentially burst. And if you have pipes that are closer to the outside of your home, those are the ones that are more at risk for bursting. So the water expands in those pipes, the pipes can burst. So it's really crucial that tonight, and even right now, if you haven't done so already, go and drip your faucets, every single one of them that you have inside your home, and open up some of your cabinets as well. What that will allow to do is these pipes that are even on the outside of your home, if you open up the indoor cabinets, the heat from the inside of the house will be allowed to finally make it into those areas and prevent some of those pipes from freezing. So this is very crucial. Again, I know that the focus right now with the power out is not having heat. And that, of course, is going to be an extreme danger in the next couple of days. But please remember to drip your faucets, because if your pipes do burst with how cold it is, it's not just going to be water through your house, it's going to completely freeze over into a block of ice. And look at our temperatures. We are barely going to get back above freezing on Wednesday, and then another reinforced shot of cold air is coming our way for the weekend. I know there's rumblings on the internet once again about another potential winter storm for next weekend. It is clickbait. It is not something to be concerned about here in Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky. We'll continue to monitor that. We really just need to get through the next 3 to 4 days here. This is really going to be a serious situation for us, and we're beginning to change back over, guys, to freezing rain across a lot of the area. That means more ice on the trees and power lines, and more power outages are coming.
All right, Stefano, thank you so much. We've seen power outages rise rapidly all morning. When we took the air at 6 o'clock, it was 50,000.
Right now, we are checking back in with Nashville Electric Services. Brent Baker here. Brent, as we speak, we are now up to 203,000 customers without power. Can you reset the situation? Bring us up to speed right now on what's changed since we last checked in about an hour ago.
Yeah, so, we are continuing to see ice on trees that are falling through power lines, so we will continue to see that. Ice continues on through the afternoon. We'll see more outages occur until the weather levelizes. So a lot of also starting to see broken poles and other issues around our system, and crews out assessing the damage and preparing to restore. But once again, everybody expressing our desire for patience, as this will be a prolonged event.
Brent, we talked to you earlier, and you said patience and safety. What are your crews out there experiencing? What are they seeing? We are seeing tremendous trees. We're seeing a lot of outages, as you say, 203,000. What would you tell people about giving your crews space to work?
Yeah, so one, staying off the roads is important. I mentioned it, that cars do slide into poles and cause outages that we didn't already have. Also being on the road where our crews are trying to get to those places to solve, and then we are seeing trees everywhere, so we are getting our vegetation crews out ahead of our line workers to make sure we can clear that. But if we can get people out of the way of the roads and making it safe for our crews to work safely, we don't want anybody sliding around while our crews are doing their job.
To that end, Brent, I'm curious, are you holding off on going all out on sending crews everywhere because of the dangers that we're talking about? I mean, we're telling viewers to stay inside as much as possible. We're obviously seeing the dangers, trees falling, everything we've already stated here. Is this something that you're holding back on right now, or are you all hands on deck, everybody out?
We are all hands on deck. We have everybody that was going to be here for the daytime working and making assessments. We're calling in reinforcements from around the region, And overnight and in the morning, we'll have additional crews continue to make their way in.
Brent, we spoke to you earlier, and you called this a multi-day event. People are going to be without power possibly for multiple days as the power lines continue to fall all across the mid-state. Tell us and try to tell the people what you mean, and because everyone's going to be wondering, when is my power going to get turned back on? But it's not that easy as like flipping a switch. What needs to happen to get the power on?
Correct. Yeah, this will be an extended event. It's too early to say where and when power will be coming on. That's why we're setting the stage of this will be a multiple-day event. What it takes is first to get those tree crews out to remove any trees that would cause us difficulty in getting the line restored, then getting the poles set, wires put back up. Those are all lengthy efforts on a good day with good weather. This complicates things with the ice, rain, and cold weather. So it's a long process to build a power line, and we will be doing a lot of that and clearing the trees as we go.
Brent, I know it's difficult as we're in the beginning stages, things are still unfolding, but when you say multi-day, how many days could you say people could expect as they're watching us right now thinking, okay, do I need to go to a hotel? Do I need to seek a warming shelter? Realistically, I mean, what could the worst case scenario be if you could give us a day?
Yeah, at this point, it's too early to determine, but as we make assessments through the day, we're going to do our best to get information out as quickly as possible so people have the best information to prepare. We know customers expect that information, and we're going to do our part to get that as this develops.
Now, Brent, many people don't have power, and you talk about getting that information. Where should they go to get information, especially if they don't have power?
Yeah, so cell phones, keep your mobile phones charged, or hopefully your mobile phones were charged before this. Look for that information on our website, nespower.com/outages. Our outage map does have that. Sign up for text, and also you can call in. But we know, with power outages lasting long, hopefully you have some battery packs to keep you going to be able to get that information.
All right, Brent, we know people like to talk about storms and the historic elements behind these storms. As this storm is shaping up right now, 203,000 people in Nashville without power. Is this one of those storms that 2 years from now, people are going to go, do you remember the storm of 2026?
Yeah, this will be a storm that 10 or 20 years from now we'll be talking about. This is definitely a historic event.
All right, Brent Baker, we appreciate you checking in with us. We have received updates from you over the last couple hours. We hope we can check in with you again. These are our stark words coming there from Nashville Electric Service as these power outages continue to climb, 200,000 plus customers. We appreciate, Brent Baker, you and the team here, asking people to prepare for extended outages in multiple areas. We certainly will keep tracking as well. Right now, 911 officials are asking you not to call them, by the way, if your power does go out. So there's been maybe some misconstrued language, lots of numbers and names and places thrown out at you. Emergency workers are asking us to help get the message out now. They say they're getting an influx of calls into 911 about people being without power. They ask to only call 911 about power if there is an active down power line or obviously a fire or some type of medical emergency. Anything else, any just like regular power outage, yes, you should report that and they want you to report it. It is very helpful, but call the electrical company itself. Reiterating here, only call 911 in case of emergencies and not about your power.
And if you live in Williamson County, both AT&T and T-Mobile have told 911 officials that there are disruptions in cell service. So if you need to make an emergency call and your service isn't going through, try using Wi-Fi calling or texting if possible. We want to show you this video here. We saw it a little earlier.
It was playing during that phone call.
Power lines sparking in Franklin. This is from Don Pruitt. How does this make you feel?
I mean, the sound of it alone is very disconcerting. This is things that have been happening, by the way, all morning long as we were driving in. Marius, you saw stuff like this with your own eyes, these flares and flashes of light in the dark, kind of lighting up the way as you drove in today.
Yeah, and this is something that you want to stay far, far away from. And once again, this is caused by, you see the trees, they are covered with ice, and those tree limbs are going down on the power lines, and this is the effect that it's going to give off. Once again, just got to stay away from things like this. If you can shoot video, we'd love to see it, but stay away if possible. We also want to take you out to Green Hills and show you trees down in that area.
Wow.
You can see the trees sagging from all the ice that is accumulated, and it's only going to get worse because it's going to get cold and it doesn't have a chance to melt.
I mean, that looks like a Dr. Seuss book, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know, with the trees curving the way they are and the tops of them kind of splitting to the side, that is all ice. We've said it multiple times, but ice can add hundreds of pounds to trees and power lines. Green Hills, lots of trees. We've seen Bellevue trees down. We want to go now to some trees and pictures here in Old Hickory. Oh, this is a lot worse here. Look at all those power lines. You can see them so starkly, by the way, on the right-hand side of your screen because they're covered in ice. The trees covered in ice. Gosh, it does make a beautiful scene, doesn't it? But that is a deadly, what can be a deadly photo right there. Those tree limbs down across power lines, blocking the road completely. This is Old Hickory Boulevard, and we are watching closed roads and traffic really all over our area with Alexandria Adams.
Yeah, first alert traffic check right now. It is almost 10:30 in the morning. I hope you are safe inside of your home right now. I'm taking you down here to I-24. This is Rutherford County where we have been following this. It looks like semi here just having some issues like so many people that got out on the roadways right now. I'm also showing you what it's looking like here in the Cool Springs area where something is falling, a bit of a wintry mix, an ice mix. This is a live perspective. Again, this is Mallory Station Road there and the Cool Springs Boulevard area. TJ Maxx just up ahead and very lively, normally Starbucks over there. Not the case today, just a few cars out on the roadway there. It looks like they've done a pretty good job trying to clear those roadways, but don't let that deceive you. The roadways are slick. They are icy. There's black ice out there. It is the time now to start, if you haven't already, I hope you have, charging, making sure that you have all that you need just in case your power were to go out. Road conditions right now across the mid-state, several road closures. We're seeing a bunch in the Spring Hill area, Lebanon included in that as well. So this is the time just to stay in and hunker down.
All right, Alexandria, thanks so much for keeping us safe on the roads. I want to show you more pictures. This is a collapsed awning with cracked branches. This is in the Glenview area with all the ice and the snow and everything. This awning never really stood a chance. That's going to give way just pretty quickly and easily. And we are going to see shots like this all over the mid-state as we continue to go.
Yeah, hopefully there's nothing under there. A car maybe is what that looked like. Maybe some sort of carport or shed. Gosh, yeah, we will keep reviewing photos. Your photos that you send in to us could be used here on air. If you keep sending them in, folks, we love to see them because we have reporters out all over. We are also here in studio monitoring things, and it's so helpful to see kind of how things are playing out because obviously we can't be everywhere at once. So you help be our eyes and ears in the field as well. Okay, this is wild to me. What you are hearing are trees. Trees cracking, trees falling, limbs crashing down. I mean, that is unbelievable. Some of you have been messaging and saying you're hearing this exact thing. This might be familiar to you when you go outside. Just that crackling of limbs, the ice has weighed down all those tree branches, making them all look very round and rotund, but not safe at all as these branches are falling. This is Brentwood, and you see just a lot of damage right now. And all that sound, Marius, is what you also heard. You said your wife was telling you she could hear in your neighborhood as well.
Yeah, you hear that snapping of trees, and it's something that's startling because that's something that you don't hear every day. And they're coming down, and they're coming down easily out there as you see trees are down over roadways, and we're talking mature trees. We're not talking baby trees. We're talking mature trees that can't handle the weight of the ice.
That's right. We also have some pictures to show you from Murfreesboro as well, but that video, man, just shocking this morning. It is just same story, different place here in Murfreesboro. Big trees, small trees, little trees, tall trees. Like I said, it's like Dr. Seuss over here. Nothing to be messing around with or joking about, though. Folks, you heard Stefano, don't stand under the trees at all as you are going out to take these photos. Please do so safely. We want to get over to Danielle Ledbetter now.
Neil Ledbetter on the alert desk tracking power outages. Now, these numbers, they are just continuing to climb. Right now, let's take a look at the NES power outage map. We are sitting at 204,000 customers, more than that, without power this morning. And again, I've been showing you guys this all morning, but you can see that these outages are all over the city, not just one specific place. Now, we really started to see these power outages pick up around 5 o'clock this morning. Now, just to give you some perspective, at 4 o'clock this morning, we checked the power outages. They were only sitting at 2,800. And again, now they're sitting at over 204,000 customers without power. So we're also tracking power outages across the entire mid-state as well. Cumberland Electric, they cover Cheatham, Montgomery, Robertson, Stewart, and Sumner counties. And they say that their map is currently down, but at last check, they reported over 29,000 people without power. MTE, they cover Wilson, Rutherford, and Williamson counties. They're reporting a little over 11,000 customers without power. Now over in Clarksville, they're looking at 4,400. People without power. I just checked Gallatin. They're looking at about 1,500 people without power as well. And if you just missed it, we just spoke with NES and they said that they are now asking people to be patient. They expect this to be a days-long event. So again, they expect it to get worse before it gets better.
Danielle, he also told us that this will be a storm that 20 years from now, that people are going to say, do you remember the storm of January of 2026? So people need to heed these warnings and do what you have to do to keep your family safe.
That's right. We do want to mention here, we are expecting a live press conference coming up this afternoon from the Tennessee Emergency Management Agency TEMA officials about this winter system that we're seeing. We're just getting word in. They're going to have a press conference at 2 p.m. We will carry that in full. We're expecting an update on these outages, the dangers of all of these modes of winter weather, roads, etc., you name it, should be covered by TEMA, 2 p.m. today.
All right, let's get you on the weather. Darius Mack has been joining us talking about this weather and the cold temperatures that are rolling in.
Yeah, cold temperatures and yes, still just a mess out there across Middle Tennessee. First Alert Live radar showing a lot of that pink out there and then noticing some snow. It's trying to show that towards our friends towards the north and west, towards Hopkinsville, Kentucky. This is as the temperatures continue to trend even colder for us. We're going to be looking at sharply cooler temperatures dropping in. Here's the spread. So right now we're at 31 degrees in Nashville. We were sitting at 33 for a little bit. So now we're at 31 below freezing. Anything that's falling likely freezing rain, and we're going to be watching that closely because notice on the other side of this, Hopkinsville at 15 degrees. So such a sharp drop in those temperatures. We're talking about a flash freeze that's going to be on the way across the majority of the mid-state. So here's regional radar. You got the pink there, and then also the rain. This is what we're seeing with the green. But noticing that mixing line, that's moving ever so closely further towards the east, and that is going to continue as we go over the next few hours. Eventually, we are going to get through the majority of this wintry mess as we go later throughout this evening, but the big story is going to be the cold that really drops in later tonight and as we go through your Monday morning.
All right, Darius Mack, thanks so much. We are continuing to track conditions across Middle Tennessee this morning. Good morning to you here on WSMV4. I'm Lydia Fielder right now at 10:33 this morning. We are in wall-to-wall coverage. What that means is we are not stepping away from winter weather coverage. We are here as long as it takes. We've been on air since this morning. Our goal right now is simple. It is to keep you informed and to keep you safe. We've got teams all across Middle Tennessee. We've got our First Alert team of meteorologists. We've got traffic covered for you. So just know we are in this with you. We are here for you this morning, 10:33 this Sunday morning, waking up with us. We want to first go out this morning to our Dryden Quigley, who is right now out. So she's been in the car all morning, Dryden, on the roads, but now you've moved outside of the car. Tell us where you are, what you see.
Yes, we decided to get out here and be in the elements ourselves, but we are near Lenox Village. We are here with Dan. Dan, tell me a little bit, what are you out here doing this morning?
I'm cleaning the curb up so the water can flow to the gutters down there at about 100 feet down from my house.
And if I'm not wrong, you lost power this morning.
Yeah, we lost power. I noticed it around 6 o'clock this morning. It went on and off, and then I got up about 8 o'clock and it was out.
Gosh, what is your plan for, staying warm, do you have enough food and everything?
I've got a generator, and then I got my little buddy heaters.
And who would those be?
them too, but I got gas propane heaters.
Oh, I thought you were talking about your dogs. I know I've talked with a few people on this street, and they say you guys all really come together to help each other. Do you feel like that's true?
Oh yeah, they do pretty good. I can't really complain. I help these people with it. Most of them don't know. They've never been in the weather like this, and so I try to keep it cleaned out so the water don't go fall in their basement.
Now, how long are you prepared to be without power?
I can get by for about a week.
All right, then that's when you start to get a little.
Well, if I can't get more fuel for my generator and then I'd have to start worrying. But I'm good for about a week.
Perfect. Are you taking in anyone, because you have a generator? Have you taken in any friends and neighbors?
Not yet. I think we'll wait and see how bad it gets.
People might start calling you soon, I can tell you.
My neighbors, I can send the electric cord next door to them. They can use an electric heater there.
Oh, that's awesome.
Or I can put one of my propane heaters in, and they can use that in a room.
Oh, well, we love to hear it. So many neighbors helping neighbors. Thank you so much, Dan. We'll let you keep, clearing the ice out. But as he said, it's cold and rainy, icy out here, and that's what people are out here trying to do. The most we've seen people out and about are trying to clean either their cars or their driveways. But we'll get back to you as we continue to talk with more people and see how they're doing this morning.
All right, driving quickly, thank you so much. We want to get the very latest on power outages in the Clarksville County or the Clarksville, Montgomery County area.
That's right. So this morning we have Lindsay Pease is joining us live with CDE Lightband. Looking at the situation there, Lindsay, thank you for being on air with us this morning. Can you give us a snapshot right now of what the outage situation is?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me this morning. Right now, we are at 780 outages. A little bit ago, I know you all reported we were at 4,000, so we've already made that big of a stride within this short amount of time. Our system is holding strong through this. We can't control the amount of ice accumulation, but we're doing our best to get to those hard-hit areas and get as many people on as possible.
Now, you say you only have 79,000 or 709,000, or 709, that is. Let me correct that. What have you guys done to get those those outages fixed that quickly?
Well, we are able to get the hard-hitting areas that have the most amount. So if there's an area that has, 1,000 to 2,000 people on one area, that's how we focus on those areas first, so we can get as many people on as possible at one time, and then we focus on the more scattered ones around town. But those areas, we try to get as many people on as possible. We know it's cold, and we want to get everyone on as soon as possible.
Okay, so the situation we're seeing in Davidson County is continued numbers of people losing power, outages increasing. Is that the same situation for you there, or have these outages started to level off?
Well, it's been scattered all morning. It's been up and down, and that's going to happen throughout the rest of the day and the evening. But we're staying on top of this, and we are out there to try and get as many people on as possible and want everyone to stay safe. I do want to say, if you see any down power lines, please stay away from those. They can be live and dangerous, so please do not risk that.
Lindsay, how many crews do you guys have out there working the areas and helping to get these power outages rectified?
We have around 150 or so linemen currently and tree trimmers. We have contractors that are here helping us with MDR and volunteer power. So we have bodies here. They're out working now. They're rotating in 16-hour shifts. So 24/7, we will have someone out there to restore power to our community.
Lindsay, what can people expect as far as updates from CDE Lightband? Where's the best way to check? Right now we're seeing a look at your energy outage map online. Is that the best way for customers to get updates?
Yes, definitely follow along on our map at cdlightband.com. But we consistently post on social media as well. On Facebook and Twitter are the main areas. So if you are on those social media channels, please follow along. We'll post photos and updates as often as we can to keep everyone informed.
All right, Lindsay, what advice would you give to the people that have their lights off right now and they're wondering, hey, when are they going to get turned back on? What advice would you give them?
We're going to help you. We will be there. We are not leaving anyone behind. Trust us. We want to get your power on as quickly as possible. But if you do have any medical emergencies, please have a backup plan, because that is very important. We cannot control the amount of ice that's accumulated, which causes power lines and trees to come down. So please have a backup plan.
Okay, Lindsay Pease with CDE Light Band this morning. Thanks so much for being on air with us. We appreciate the work of you and your crews.
All right, want to get you back out live to our Stacy Cameron. He's been in Franklin all morning long, showing us hands-on everything that's happening out there.
That's right. We'll see where he pops up next, what he might be holding. Last time it was a tree branch. Stacy, we know you're trying to stay warm out there. Oh, it does not look like you're doing a good job, my friend. Tell us where you are and what you're seeing.
So we're in the Vieira Cool Springs apartment complex. That's just south of Centennial High School. When something isn't good, something's going bad, my 3-year-old daughter says, "That not good?" Well, we just found in this apartment complex, that not good. This tree down on this guy's car. Look at this. His car, you can see where it uprooted there in the back. That not good at all. Right up on the front, got a little bit of this delivery truck to the side. I spoke with the guy. He only speaks Spanish, so we were using a translator app. He said that tree came down about 2 hours ago, right on top of his car. Then if we go to the back of this apartment complex, there's another tree. I got a little video I shot back to the station of a tree on another car, a really nice, I think it was an Acura SUV. And then one of the entrances off Liberty Pike to this apartment complex, a huge tree down there blocking people from getting in and out. They actually have crews, though, in this apartment complex doing a good job. They've been up through here, clearing off the sidewalks and trying to plow this through here. But it's this guy right here to our left, having a really bad morning with that tree down. He was trying to ask me some questions about what he should do. Should he call his apartment complex? I spoke with him again through that app, said, yes, call your apartment complex. Maybe they have insurance that covers this, but he definitely needs to call his auto insurance carrier. He said, thanks so much. So we're going to drive some more around Franklin, but this is one of the worst things we've seen today. A couple people with trees down, unfortunately, on their cars.
Gosh, please stay safe while you're doing it, Stacy. We really appreciate your coverage.
And we continue to follow as we are tracking the latest here with First Alert Live Radar, the winter system that's rolling through Middle Tennessee.
It's been here for well over 24 hours now, Darius. It's only getting worse in some areas, too. Temperatures are now dropping once again. So you may have noticed in your backyards that we switched over to plain old rain, but you can kind of see with First Alert Live Radar, Darius, the rain is now switching back over to freezing rain and even some snow.
Yeah, starting to see some snow showing up there towards the northwest. So maybe say towards Montgomery County. There you go towards the Hopkinsville area there in south central Kentucky. Starting to see that change over to perhaps a sleet and snow mix. Still dealing with freezing rain here in Davidson County and perhaps there into Wilson County. Areas east of I-65 now starting to fill in with more of that pink is what I'm seeing so far. So this is going to continue to work its way east as temperatures continue to drop. We were at 33 degrees. I think we dropped to 31, or this may have just updated back up to 33 degrees in Nashville. But notice back towards the north and west, 17 in Hopkinsville. So a sharp drop in temperatures on the way. And then you compare that with road temperatures, they're catching up right now. Lebanon, 31 is where the road temperatures are. So we're starting to see some of that, those roads, especially whether they're treated or not, starting to get a little bit of that slush out there with a lot of the wintry mess that we're still tracking moving across the area. And so this is something that we are going to be dealing with as we go over the next few hours. I think eventually we start to notice a lot of this works its way out of here as we head later throughout this evening, Stefano.
And, you know, we will see this taper off over the next few hours. So we'll be done with the extra accumulation of ice and snow and sleet and all that fun stuff here. That's all going to work its way out here over the next couple of hours. I should say the next few hours. By about 1, 2 o'clock, we should be done along the I-65 corridor. Then we'll just have some lingering stuff out in the Cumberland Plateau. We may end as a few flurries, maybe a brief snow shower, but I doubt that would cause any additional problems as far as accumulation is concerned. Where the big concern lies once all of this wraps up. Just because everything has stopped falling from the sky does not mean the danger isn't still there. Because remember, these trees and these power lines have so much weight on them, hundreds of pounds of ice, that they could fall at any moment. That's why if you're out trying to take pictures of some damage, maybe for insurance purposes or whatever, do not stand directly under any of these trees. And then, of course, the temperature drops rapidly. By the way, this is just through the afternoon. This doesn't even include the overnight hours tonight. So we're dropping below freezing, well below that. We'll actually be in the teens as many of us are headed to bed. And then overnight lows tonight are down to the single digits. And with the wind factored in, it's obviously going to feel even colder than that. And it is not going to get any better anytime soon. So this is going to be dangerous. It could even be deadly for those of us that are without power. You need to find ways to stay warm. But there are cautionary tales to that. Do not use your stovetops. Do not use your ovens. Do not bring in anything that runs off of propane or gas inside of your home to do so. That can really cause carbon monoxide issues, and we actually see that happen every winter, unfortunately, where some people do end up doing that, and you know, it causes some deaths, so it's something to keep in mind. But try to find ways to stay warm, because those temperatures are not getting back above freezing until Wednesday. And by the way, that's barely above freezing. We'll stay in the 20s the Friday and Saturday of end of next week and into next weekend. Those overnight lows will again just remain rough. I think it's really important, guys. I'm going to reiterate this one more time. You have to find ways to stay warm tonight, but try not to do anything to put your own life at risk. If you have space heaters and generators, that's great, but make sure that none of that gas, none of those fumes can get into your home, and they have a way to get out of your home as well. That's very crucial as we go through tonight and the next few days.
Stefano DiPietro, thank you. Cannot stress that enough, and we will continue to remind you as the day goes on. Stefano, thanks so much. You know, our entire newsroom is focused on this right now. We are adding more crews on the ground for you this morning, showing you the dangers of what's happening right now, and why you and your family don't want to get out in this right now. We're actually showing you some Murray County official tips here and their update on their road conditions. And really the overall message is there are trees down, there are power lines down, there are outages in the county. So again, stay inside, do not travel. And by the way, a reminder here, kind of going off what Stefano said, the more you open and close your door or your windows, the more warm air you're letting out, especially if you have no power right now and a way to reheat your home. So try to keep those sealed and closed as much as you can. And if you are watching us without power, that means you're streaming us. So we want to say thank you for being here with us on your phones. We are going to get through this with you hour by hour.
Hi everyone, Dryden Quigley here with Channel 4. If you haven't already, now is a good time to think about where your car is. Because if it's under any trees like this, you're going to want to move it. If it's under a large tree, that can cause some serious damage. But right now, I think it's even difficult to get in these cars. Look at this one over here too. I mean, just falling on the sidewalks. Also, I've heard them snapping all throughout the night. If you do have to go outside for any reason and have to take your car, make sure to avoid any back roads to avoid those falling trees. And if you can, drive in the middle lane on the highway.
All right, Dryden, we want to get you a look at Craig Mead Drive. This is what it looked like this morning. We know a lot of you're going to see a lot more videos and pictures like this as we continue throughout our wall-to-wall coverage out there. But this is what you're going to see. You're going to see those tree limbs inundated with the ice that's been falling down. Trees can't handle it, and they will fall. And we got to show you this new video out of Columbia. This is a tree on a falling car. This is what you don't want to do when you go out to your car. You don't want to see this.
Oh, no. And Stacy Cameron showed us that video in Franklin where he was live. That giant tree fell in a guy's car. A really good reminder from Dryden there. So many cars are parked even downtown off the side streets where there's little trees lining the sidewalk. Not good cover anymore, folks. So if you are parked under a tree, try to safely move that car if you can, because you don't want to suffer this fate. We've also seen down power lines. This is along Long Hollow Pike. Again, we're reiterating that it doesn't matter the size of the tree. The weight of the ice is just can't stand up against it. It's physically something that it happens to any size of a tree here. This one is split, looks like right down the middle. and those branches on top of power lines and interlaced with power lines. It's the same story, different flavor, really all over Middle Tennessee, and that's kind of what we're seeing as we report lots of power outages as well, Marius.
Wash, rinse, repeat. That's what we're seeing out there. Sleet is already falling in Nashville this morning. The temperatures are right at freezing. Road conditions could change quickly as we head towards sunrise.
Someone who knows a lot about that is our Joylyn Bukovac. She has been safely in the passenger seat, keeping an eye on things for us. As far as the roads go, Joylyn, you've kind of been on the interstate, on the highways. How are things looking where you are now? Because things have really changed hour to hour for you.
Oh, they sure have. It was super dicey earlier this morning. Whenever I came in around 3 o'clock, I actually had to pull over because I could not make it up just like the slightest hill because it was frozen over, you know, and that was even with the pre-treatments and all that. But the freezing possible to. But thankful for a good Samaritan who pulled over. Interesting experience. So thankful for that.
All right, we're having some issues with technical difficulties. As you could imagine, cell service is going to be rough out there. And a lot of our crews are working on cell service as well. But we're going to get back to Joylyn when we get a chance. We want to make sure that you're taking care of your HVAC systems during this winter weather as well.
So right now, joining us live on the phone, we have Mark Kenny with Premier Heating and Air on the line. Mark, thanks for joining us. Right now, there are a lot of folks without power. Some still have power and they're wondering, do I crank up my heat to try to trap it in here? What is your best advice for people right now? What should they be doing?
Hey, good morning, everyone. Hey, probably the best thing to do is be checking your outside unit, especially if you have a heat pump. Right now, we're experiencing a lot of units that are freezing up. So just visual inspection, trying to clear ice as much as possible, because those units, when they freeze over, they will not work. If it gets too bad on your thermostat, there is a button that you can turn from heat to emergency heat. And if everything was wired up, you can use your backup emergency heaters that are in the inside unit, and that would give you a good source of heat right now.
So explain to us how that emergency heat works as opposed to the regular heat.
Yeah, so the outside unit would cut off. It would not be used. The inside unit above your blower has emergency electric heat. There, your blower continues to run, and then when those heat, glow above that blower, that's how your hot air gets blown into your ductwork. The biggest thing is to make sure that when you turn it to emergency heat, that you actually start getting heat, because if it wasn't wired up properly, you may not be able to have heat.
What is the best way right now people can avoid overworking their systems, trying to keep up with the cold, Mark?
Yeah, I wouldn't turn it up extremely high. I would keep it down either normal, drop it a couple of degrees below. Other than that, I definitely, just because you turn it up higher is not going to make your home heat more efficient. Eventually, the cold weather is going to cause it to cool off as well. So, just be moderate about it. Don't crank it up too crazy. The other solution, too, is I've seen folks putting tents over their outside units. As long as there's 2 to 3 or 4 foot of airflow above the top of the unit and around the sides, it's keeping the ice off of the units right now. So that helps out too as well.
Mark, got a question for you. Is there anything that could happen once the power gets turned back on, of your HVAC units maybe getting too much at a time and kind of damaging that unit?
No, that is correct. So if the unit breaks right now with no power, once you restore that power, first thing that's going to happen is let's turn it back on. Let's see if it works. If it doesn't, best thing is going to call a service man. If you're using a generator, I know a lot of people's got emergency generators out there. They may try to hardwire generators into panels, stuff like that. Please be very cautious. That could backfeed power back down the lines. That would put your linemen in risk for the power companies right now. So please use extreme caution trying to use generators, what you're hooking those up to, and trying to run your home if you lose power. It's a big safety factor.
A good reminder there. You also mentioned calling for service. We imagine you guys are staying pretty busy, at least phone lines. What are a couple things that people can do right now before they call you, kind of DIY, to safely check themselves?
Yeah, first thing I would do is check, make sure breakers are turned on. Second thing is make sure ice is cleared off of the system. Those two things are the biggest ones. Make sure you got batteries in your thermostat. If your display dies on your thermostat, make sure you put batteries in it. Sometimes they are only battery operated, and if your batteries die, then the system won't work. So hit those three things. If not, then, give your service provider a call. Just please be understanding with ice on the roads, getting vehicles and repairmen out. Supply houses are going to be closed. It may be Monday or Tuesday before people, can get a serviceman out, depending on the weather.
All right, and you always talk about the importance of those annual checkups. Mark Kinney from Premier Heating and Air, thanks so much for your time.
Absolutely. Thank y'all. Stay safe.
Okay, we want to go now to Danielle Ledbetter, continuing to track the power outages for us, Danielle.
Yeah, that's right. So I'm tracking power outages, and I have been all morning long. So right now we are taking a look at the NES power outage map, and right now we are sitting at 204,000 customers without power in Nashville, in the Nashville area rather. Now over in Clarksville, CDE Light Band, they're reporting 800 customers without power. And Columbia Power and Water Systems, they're reporting 1,600 customers without power right now. MTE, they cover Wilson, Rutherford, and Williamson counties, parts of it, and they're reporting 1,400 customers without power. And over in Gallatin, they are looking at about 2,500 customers without power right now. And over in Dixon County, they're covering parts of Cheatham and Dixon and Hickman County, and they are reporting 4,200 customers without power. Just trying to give you a look at the entire region here. Now, we are getting updates from NES as well. They said expect this to be an extended event, and they said it could take days to restore power, so be patient.
Certainly a great reminder, never too much reiterating that. Danielle Ledbetter, thanks so much. Right now, I wish you could see, we should have like a behind the scenes camera of our First Alert weather team coming in and out. A new meteorologist is popping up every few minutes in here, coming in to work hard to forecast for you.
And keep in mind, these are not just meteorologists, they're scientists. They know what's going on. They know the science behind the weather that's coming this way, and that's how they keep us in the know about what we should know about this weather. And guys, we have some cool temperatures, dangerously cold temperatures heading this way.
We certainly do. And remember, we talked about this through the day yesterday when the storm started, that the concern was never about the snow. The snow was going to be very manageable, Darius. The concern was always for this icing. And we're seeing that now, and it's going to continue for the next couple of hours.
Yeah.
I mean, easily, probably even longer than that.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's what we really don't want to deal with is several hours of freezing rain and just making things really icy and just a messy setup out there for many.
Yeah, so I want to show you this picture of these trees that have been ripped in half in parts of Brentwood. This came from the Lenox Village area. So this is actually a panoramic video that one of my friends that lives in the area showed me. You can see all of these trees that are just kind of caked in ice, the weight bringing those down. And now you can see, Darius, if you can slide this over just a little bit more, take a look at this one tree that has been completely torn to shreds on every side of it because of the weight of that ice. And Darius, if you keep dragging the picture over, that tree next, but look all the way in the background, the road totally disappears because of how much weight the ice is putting on top of those trees. It's hundreds upon hundreds of pounds. And Darius, if you can head over to First Alert Live radar just so I can show that we are not quite done with this yet, then I'll go ahead and toss things back over to you. It does look like we still have a lot of sleet, freezing rain coming down. There's still rain to the east areas, but the ice buildup will continue now the temperatures have officially dropped back below that freezing mark, including Nashville, where it's freezing again.
Yeah, right at the freezing mark, and that's where you really don't want to be, especially when there's any precipitation falling out of the sky, because we're now talking about freezing rain, and that's when we have rain coming out of the clouds, but then it freezes on contact. That's what makes it freezing rain. So it can be just quite deceiving when you're seeing the rain out there, but of course it is causing many issues as we're seeing earlier into this morning. Now let's walk you by the hour. Here's about 11:30 at the top of the hour, still dealing with this batch of moisture. Eventually by about 1 o'clock, the majority of this east of I-65, and then it begins to taper off as we head later throughout this evening and through tonight. But we're not through just yet because we're dealing with the dangerous cold temperatures, especially later tonight And early into Monday, check out your low temperature. We're looking right around 9 degrees early in the morning, expecting single digits out there.
All right, Darius, thank you so much. 11 o'clock hour, more video and pictures pouring in of what's happening across the mid-state. Look at this tree. This is in Madison, and that tree just invited himself into the roof of this house. This is at the corner of Idlewild Drive and Idlewild Court near the Neely's Bend area. Imagine waking up to that, Lydia.
Well, I hope everyone was okay. It certainly crashed through the roof of that home there. We're also following this. 2 semi-tractor trailers are causing some delays in Trigg County. They're blocking both lanes of US 68 and Old Dover Road right here. Trigg deputies say most roads throughout the county are too dangerous to drive on. Drivers are urged to stay home if they can. We also did a live interview with TDOT officials. We had live interviews with THP officials. They said the biggest issue they saw with the roads was overnight jackknifing of semi-trucks and tractor trailers. So there is no timeline right here as to when this accident will be cleared, but we're certainly seeing these things all over the state. And again, not just here in the mid-state, by the way. We know this storm was widespread over the whole state of Tennessee. So these conditions are just kind of, like you said earlier, Marius, rinse and repeat.
Yeah. Now, snow on the roads means come tomorrow, many buses will not roll out. So most of the major school systems already calling out. Metro Nashville Public Schools will be out tomorrow, along with Cheatham, Clarksville, and Montgomery County schools, to just name a few. But there are a lot more school districts that have canceled classes. We're going to hear from universities. Sumner County canceled classes. We're going to hear from churches. We're going to hear from companies that are canceling things as well. You can find a full list on our website, WSMV.com, or you can go to our news app, the WSMV4 News app.
Okay, right here, this is what we are seeing all over Middle Tennessee this morning. We just showed you some of it, and we're going to continue to show you trees falling, power lines down, hundreds of thousands of power outages. Look at this. That is what can happen if you are walking around. Look at these trees just splitting everywhere, folks. They cannot withstand the weight of the ice, and we can tell you the temperatures are just going to keep dropping today, unfortunately. So power crews are warning more outages are possible. If you're stuck at home or if you're worried about what's next, folks, you're not alone.
Yeah, that just doesn't look real out there. Wow. Hey, thanks for being with us. We're staying on air all day with you. We're going to have updates from your neighborhoods, especially as we expect power outages to climb. There's a lot of power outages out there right now.
I'm refreshing my computer right here as we kind of reset here. It is 11:02 this Sunday morning. Thank you for tuning in right here to WSMV4. I'm Lydia Fielder here with Marius Payton. We can tell you now 205,000 customers in Davidson County are out of power at this hour. So if you are watching us and you're out of power, that obviously means you're streaming us in some capacity, whether that's on a phone or a tablet. We appreciate you tuning in. We are here to keep you safe and informed. We're focusing on the important things. If something breaks, you're going to see it here first.
All right, we've talked to NES, and the two things that stick out about the conversations we had with NES is he told us that it's going to get worse before it gets better. He says that the storm that had rolled in was a worst case scenario. And I asked him, well, with this, the cold temperatures that are coming this way, is it going to get worse than that? And he said yes. I also asked him, is this a storm that 2 years from now, we're going to say, hey, do you remember the storm from January of 2026? He says this is a storm that we're going to be talking about 20 years from now. So we're not trying to scare you. We're just trying to put some perspective on what's going on out there, and you know, the damages on the roads, what you're going to expect on the roads, the trees falling, the power outages. We're just trying to give you an entire perspective of what's going on.
That's right. We can certainly tell you we were not surprised by this storm. We have an amazing team, a first alert meteorology team, 6 strong, who has been forecasting really exactly what we've been seeing here. We've got our meteorologists, reporters, people in and out of the studio. Right now, we want to go to Danielle Ledbetter, who to that point has been been tracking the power outages for us, Danielle.
Yeah, and these numbers, they just keep climbing. Right now, we are looking at 204,000 customers without power in the Nashville area. Now, let's take a look at the map. You can kind of see that the whole area is just, it's widespread, these outages. It's not one specific part of the city or a part of this coverage area that is being impacted by these power outages. And we really started to see these rise around 5 o'clock this morning. Now, just to give you some perspective, at 4 o'clock this morning, when I first started tracking these, 2,800 outages is what we've covered. But now you can see that's jumped up all the way to 204,000 customers without power. And we're tracking these outages across our entire region, across the entire mid-state. And Cumberland Electric, they cover parts of Cheatham, Montgomery, Robertson, Stewart, and Sumner counties. And they said that their outage map is currently down, but at last check, they had 29,000 customers without power there. Now, MTE, they cover parts of Wilson, Rutherford, and Williamson County. I'm taking a look at their map now. They're sitting at about 16,000 people, or customers rather, without power. Now, over in Clarksville, they're looking at about 800 at last check customers that were impacted and did not have power. And we just spoke to NES, like Marius just mentioned, and they said that this is going to be a prolonged event. They said you can expect potentially to be out of power for days. Now, they are asking you to be patient. If you don't have power, again, if you are keeping up with our team of first-line meteorologists, you know that we are expecting this to get a little worse before it gets better. Lydia.
Okay, Daniel Ledbetter, we're expecting a multi-day event in the words of NES. They also want to reiterate, as we do too, if you need to report a power outage in your area, please do not call 911 unless there is a live power line down. This is a list of companies and the phone number that they want you to text or call in your area. So find your company on the screen and you can call or text. Great idea, maybe if you have your phone out, take a photo of this for later because we're going to move on from it. We'll try to revisit as much as we can, but if you call, you have to give or potentially have to give your meter number. Be ready with that as well. If you want to come up to your screen again, pause, take a photo. Also, if there is a downline near you, don't get near it. We've been saying this all morning, just a good reminder. You can be electrocuted by a live wire, folks, especially with the water on the ground, melting precip or the rain that we saw all night long. Stay away at least 30 feet. There are crews all over the place. They say, we are going to get to you as soon as possible. We've been talking to some of them live right here on air. They're sending out hundreds of workers. As long as it's safe for them to do so, it is an all hands on deck situation for all of these companies, the power companies. So we want to, again, reiterate, don't call 911. Call or text these numbers here. I believe now, if we can get some confirmation, joining us on the line, on the phone here is Philip Jones, Deputy Director of Nashville's Department of Transportation. Marius.
We want to know, first off, thanks for joining us. What do the roads look like out there right now?
You know, most of your primary roads and our secondaries, the snow routes, as we have designated them, they're in pretty good shape. It's the ponding of the water, where a lot of your drains are kind of stopped up with the ice, and the water's not being able to get off the road. So we've got some severe ponding. We've got a couple of signalized intersections that we've had poles hit and downed. So along with that, and all the trees that we're working on.
Okay, so what you're hearing there, excuse the background noises, the power popping on a video we were playing there, Deputy Director Jones. Can you tell us if conditions are getting worse and where the problem spots are for us?
Right now, it's pretty much countywide. And as far as getting worse, I just came in out of it. It's staying pretty consistent. I'm hoping to get a couple more hours to give us an opportunity to get a lot of this off, get the roads cleared off before these temps get down. And we're watching temps close, but when temps get down below the point that we're not able to be effective, that's when I'm concerned.
Philip Jones, the Deputy Director for NDOT, is joining us on the phone right now. Director Jones, tell me, how many vegetation crews do you have out there that are clearing the trees? Because we're seeing a lot of trees falling. How many crews do you have out there taking care of that mess?
Right now, along with all these salt trucks, I've got 8 crews out that are working clearing emergencies.
Wow, 8 crews?
Yes, sir.
and I'm sure they are just inundated. But do you have a number of trees or a number of calls that you've been called out to of trees down in Davidson County?
Right now, I'm tracking over 150 trees down that we're familiar with.
So you have 8 crews trying to get 150 plus trees taken care of.
Yes, sir.
Deputy Director Jones, in closing here, if someone has no choice but to drive, what is really the single most important thing that they need to know?
They need to be very cautious, stay out on the main routes. That's our first priority, is keep emergency services open. So if you've got to be out, we hope no one that has to get out, but the ones that do, please stay out on the main arterials. We've got those in pretty good shape, and those are the first things we're attacking to make sure we've got the trees cleared up off of. So that would be my suggestion. Please drive slow.
All right, Philip Jones, Deputy Director for NDOT, thank you so much for your time. The takeaway there, he has 8 crews trying to cut up 150 plus trees out there on the road. It's going to take them some time. Do the math. All right, we want to get it over to weather. Lisa Spencer, our Chief First Alert Meteorologist, has joined the party.
Yeah, welcome
Lisa.
in. Welcome in, Lisa.
Thank you. Thank you. Good to be here. I've actually been behind the scenes for about an hour now, working on getting some other things updated, because we want to keep you updated on the app, online, every way we can connect with you. We want to do that.
And so many people using the app now because we're without power, and that's going to continue even after the ice event is over, Lisa. We've kind of been saying that the weight is still there of the ice. Yes. So if the ice stops accumulating, it still doesn't matter because the trees have hundreds of pounds of ice, and so do the power lines.
And boy, can you hear that popping out there. That's
you can.
For sure.
It's scary in some spots. I had a tree come down near my friend's house. They said that it sounded like lightning struck their tree in the middle of the night. They both jumped out of bed. So we have the dangerous ice, then just terrible cold coming our way. Power outages and down trees, they're going to continue. I cannot stress this enough to you. We are going to get over this, right? The rain, the sleet, the freezing rain, it's all going to stop. Do not stand under any of these trees because they could come down without a moment's notice here. Dangerous cold then is going to continue beyond that, and it's starting to switch back over to freezing rain. Areas out in the plateau, maybe with the exception of some higher peaks in the plateau, are still seeing rain, and we may not change back over again for a couple of hours still, but areas along and west of I-65 seeing that icy mix. There's even some snow in parts of Hopkinsville back to Paris. So this just shows that colder air working its way back in. Franklin and southern Kentucky, Franklin and Nashville as well. Nashville, or Franklin within Middle Tennessee, I should say. Nashville, Gallatin, Murfreesboro, Columbia, Lawrenceburg, Linden, Waverly, you name it. You live along or west of I-65. We are back over to freezing rain because our temperatures are now back to freezing as well. Here's the temperatures in Cookeville, Crossville, McMinnville, Tullahoma. We're still well above freezing, so I don't think it's much of a concern, but it's at 32 in Nashville. And this colder air you're seeing off to the north and west in Paris, Hopkinsville, and Clarksville, that is going to continue to build into the mid-state. So once this all wraps up, any roads that are wet, any roads that are untreated are going to instantly freeze overnight tonight because, Lisa, those temperatures are just going to drop so rapidly. You've seen a lot of ponding on roads. I'm sure you did on your way in. Yeah. Those will be ice rinks by tomorrow morning.
Absolutely. I know we've been talking about that flash freeze. So in case you haven't heard that term or not really familiar with what that means, basically that is when the temperatures drop very rapidly in a matter of minutes or a matter of hours. So it's a short period of time and those temperatures plummet, and that's what we're going to see happening for tonight. And here's what we were talking about. This is the noon hour, and we are looking at rain here because you saw those temperatures that Stefano was showing you. And then here, as we continue to drop below freezing, that's when we'll see more of this icing taking place, all this moving on towards the east. So by this afternoon, we think around 3 o'clock or so, we're going to see the precipitation out of here. But we are looking at the temperatures to plummet. It's not going to have time for all the stuff that's on the road to go anywhere. So that's why we're looking at some terribly cold conditions coming our way. Here's what it looks like with these temperatures tumbling. We will drop all the way down to the 20s this afternoon around 24 degrees. All that slush and muck that is out on the road, that is all going to freeze, and that is going to make it like an ice rink and not a level one either. It's going to be quite bumpy out there with all this ice freezing. We will be down to the teens by 9 o'clock tonight, and we're going to go even lower than that. So by tomorrow morning, we're talking about 10 degrees to start off the day. Look at you over in Clarksville, 9-7 up there in Hopkinsville, and some teens over here to the east. Boy, Alexander, this is going to make for a mess on our roads, not only tonight, but certainly tomorrow as well.
Oh, certainly so, Lisa. Yeah, we've got to stay off the roadways as much as you can, unless you just absolutely have to get out. Hopefully you can hear me. First alert traffic check right now. There we go. Road conditions, not ideal. Don't go out there, you guys. We've been stressing it, and we were going to keep saying it because this is just not the situation to play in. This is a live perspective right now at I-65 and Wedgwood Avenue. Calm roadways over here, not seeing a lot of cars, but notice this TDOT message board above there saying that debris right lane on I-24 eastbound about 4 miles away from this area of 65 near Wedgwood Avenue. Couple cars there. You're starting to see them start to go slower. So if you are traveling, make sure you're going slow. I will say these crews have been doing a great job trying to clear the roadways, but it's the refreeze that we're really concerned about. And of course, the down power lines and the trees, just quite the mess across the mid-state area. 440 eastbound exit ramp to 431, that's Hillsborough Pike, blocked over on that side of town. Also I-24 westbound. This one may have just gotten cleared up. Actually, I need to double check this. This is here in Rutherford County near the Church Street exit, but I want you to keep that in mind if you are heading anywhere that you could run into any of these types of situations, and you really don't want to have to put emergency crews out when they're already kind of stretched thin if you don't absolutely have to be out on the roads.
All right, Alexandria, thank you. Now, B&A is not on a ground delay, but several airports all across the country are. B&A tells us they're working around the clock to clear taxiways and runways. Their biggest problem right now is ice.
Yeah, well, we've been checking departures and arrivals all morning. If you've been with us for any amount of time, you'll know every flight was canceled this morning. Only a handful right now still scheduled, but we know how that's been going. Yeah. It's most likely going to get canceled, right? We've barely seen delays because for the most part it is all just we're not flying at all.
Yeah, we've been checking in with our WSMV reporters who are out in the elements all day long. We have our Jordan James with us right now.
Okay, Jordan, braving that ice in the cold. Jordan, tell us where you are right now. It looks like some trees are down behind you as we speak.
Yeah, Lydia, that's absolutely right. Right now, I'm currently located downtown along Academy Place, just off of Hermitage Avenue. And as you mentioned, several trees are down along this specific street, which just shows the sheer force of that ice which has moved through the area. Now, a lot of spectators are coming out because, as you would imagine, it's not every day that you see a sight like this. As we know, this ice is the equivalent of hundreds of pounds, which is why these trees are so susceptible to falling like they have right now. I have seen the maintenance at the apartment complex near where we're located out trying to clear some of the sidewalks and things of that nature. As you would imagine, it's definitely a difficult task, but many people are just walking around taking pictures. In terms of the roads, there's a lot of slush just built up on the roadway, and as it pertains to the sidewalk, that has turned into ice, so it's very slick out here. One of the many reasons why officials are encouraging people not to be out in these conditions. Now, I did notice a nearby gas station was open. One man told me that he went to multiple stores just trying to get his hands on some milk, and he was relieved to find that that was the case as it relates to that gas station. But I was in this area on yesterday. It did not look anything like that. It was just snow. And then overnight, once we got that freezing rain, we now see the sight that we're seeing right here, where it's a bunch of slush that has built up on the roadway. Like I said, many folks are out just walking around, taking pictures, trying to make the most of their snow day. But again, if you can stay inside, that's certainly what officials want you to do in order to try to stay safe and avoid being out in conditions like this. Marius, Lydia.
Officials are also asking you to wear gloves. Lauren Lowry told you about that yesterday. You better get those gloves on. You're going to freeze out there.
I will say, as a reporter in the field, it is hard to maneuver on your phone if you're trying to call in with gloves on, so it's likely he stripped them off right before that live shot so he could call in and hear what we're saying to him in the field. It's tough out there.
But Mother Nature will have a way to remind you that you got to put those gloves on. Yeah, we've been checking in with our reporters for hours now. We have our Joylyn Bukovac with us.
Okay, so Joylyn's been in the car in the passenger seat on a live drive camera since around 6 this morning. Joylyn, you're giving us a better look now at the changing conditions, because now we're hearing in some spots it's raining. Where is it where you are? What is it like there?
Yeah, I know we've been talking about the hazards down like the secondary roads, and especially if they're narrow and there's a lot of trees. But right now I'm in downtown Nashville and the hazards are still here. You can see I'm on James Robertson Parkway and it's raining. The street is wet, not too slick though. However, these trees to the left, you can see they have been completely snapped by the weight of the ice. It looks kind of pretty, just the icicles coating the trees. I've never seen that before, but this just goes to show how powerful the weight of the ice is. These are big trees downtown that have been here for a while, and some of them are in the roadway. So this is a prime example as to why you don't want to get close to any trees while driving. It doesn't matter where you are, if you're downtown, if you're down a back road, this sort of hazard, it exists everywhere. If you're on an interstate, you know, make sure you stay in the far center lane, as far away from these trees as possible if you do have to get out and about. And even if you're walking, because these are massive trees and they snap without warning. We know firsthand because I watched it happen, and it's just all of a sudden you hear just a snapping sound and then boom, the branch is down. And with these massive branches falling left and right, you just never know when that's going to happen. So even walking downtown or anywhere today is dangerous. So make sure you stay on high alert. If you do have to go out and walk the dog, make sure you look up and just be very aware, spatially aware of where you are in proximity to trees, in proximity to any power lines, because those could go down as well. You saw earlier that we were driving and then we came across an entire street light in the Belmead area that was toppled over. 2 different street lights just toppled over from the weight of the ice weighing on the power lines, and then the pole snapped as well. So this is causing a bunch of issues. And something that really scares me is, yeah, the roads are wet right now where we're at, but what's going to happen tonight when the temperature starts to dip? Because on my way in, I had a hard time just making up the slightest hill because it was so icy from the freezing rain, and then it got really cold when the sun went down, and now things are more wet. But is that going to change to the conditions that we saw earlier this morning where things were really slick all over? And so that's something to be aware of as well. But yes, even in downtown Nashville, we're seeing those same sort of hazards. Just even on the highway, we saw signs that said beware of falling debris, and this is what they're warning you of: debris from trees, icicles, branches, power lines, street lights even have become hazardous, as what we saw in Belmead. So definitely something to be aware of. And if you do have to get out, make sure you dress really warm, because I actually had to wait it out a little bit and get some help on the way to work. So I'm glad that I had a blanket with me and some warm clothes, and I had a car that was full of gas that could keep me warm while I was waiting for some help. And some sweet people did stop and help me. I was so afraid I could not make it up this little hill, and they coached me and also made sure that I didn't slip or just kind of get stranded not making it up the hill. So that was very sweet of them. But yeah, so we're all in this together. We Tennesseans look out for one another, so keep on doing that. Look out for your neighbors, your family members, check in with them. I know cell service is something that's really tough too. Even keeping the phones charged with all these power outages is a challenge, but try to stay connected and look after your people today. But for now, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Okay, Joylyn, finding the silver lining where you can. Thank you so much. You know, this is something that our Carol Sullivan from Today in Nashville texted me about, but I want to mention when we're seeing all these trees down everywhere, we're showing you more. This is Hendersonville. Yes, it is dangerous, and that is first, safety first. But then once you realize you're safe, you're looking around at this landscape that is now shredded. This is really devastating to these old, mature trees. Like, it can be kind of sad for people who have these trees in their yards, in their neighborhoods. You know, you're used to them driving around downtown Nashville, downtown whatever town you live in. Beautiful trees being destroyed by the weight of this ice. Once this is all said and done and this is melted, we see the same thing happen after tornadoes, right? Where the landscape just looks different, like your line of sight almost seems emptier because of the damage. And so people, we can really be sad about trees. I love trees. I love mature trees. It's something that's hard to find these days when there's so many new builds in Nashville. So it is kind of just sad after, you know, you realize you're safe, and of course your sense of safety comes first. But just remember that, Mars, this is landscapes that are now ruined, and it takes some time to replant and regrow.
Yeah, Mother Nature, her doing her thing.
Video.
Oh my God.
Video.
Wow.
Yeah, that reaction.
Oh my goodness. There's a truck that it hit, almost hit that little car, that little sedan.
This is happening all over. That was almost a whole tree. Is it a whole tree? Yeah, that fell. That's on a car in Goodlettsville. You see the reaction of people right there. They must have had some kind of heads up that it was on its way down because they started filming.
I'm sure they heard the cracking of it, and they probably narrowed it down to that tree, and that's when they just got this on camera. That's amazing video right there.
It sure is, and sad, too.
And this is a power line. You talk about amazing video. This is a power line sparking in Franklin. This video shot to us by Don Pruitt. Don, thank you so much for showing us this video. This is somewhere you probably don't want to be around when you see this happening at all. This looks really dangerous, and I can only assume that it's from, you know, if you take a look at the trees in the surrounding areas, the white is the ice. Those trees are full of ice. Those branches can't handle the weight of that ice, so it's dropping down on the power lines, and that's what you're going to get. You're going to get that sparking there. Don Pruitt, thanks so much for sending this amazing video. We can also tell you several school districts all over Middle Tennessee have already canceled school Monday and Tuesday. Humphreys County was like, Monday and Tuesday, hey, we're going to close all week. I will show you all week. That's what they're doing. So you know what that means, the Snowbird school closing. Snowbird has been working hard. They're in the WSMV4 News app, all the closings, as well as on the WSMV4.com if you need to check out what your school district is planning to do as this winter weather continues to roll through the mid-state. Our Stacy Cameron has spent the day down in Franklin. He's seen a lot. His fingers have been there. He's carried trees. He's done it all for us. And right now we know he's off Royal Oaks Boulevard.
Okay, Stacy is showing us more trees down where he is there in Franklin.
All right, Stacy Cameron again, giving you the latest of what we're seeing over here in Franklin. This is the Vieira Cool Spring Apartments. It's just a little bit south of Centennial High School, and we see a tree. A tree has fallen here, and unfortunately, it caught this person's car right here, doing some damage to that pretty nice SUV. And it's all up and down this area of Franklin where we've seen a lot of trees going down. Most of them evergreens. Here you see a little bit more of it right here. But in this area over by Centennial, we've seen a lot of trees coming down on power lines. At this apartment complex, one of the entrances is actually blocked from a big tree that's down there. But right here, this is what's people aren't wanting to see happen. You can see where that tree just completely snapped in half, coming down on that poor person's car. Rain continues to fall here now, probably turning into sleet or freezing rain at this point. I'm not a meteorologist, so I'm not really sure which it is. I can just tell you it's cold, it's not good. Driving conditions are getting worse, and as you can see, it's doing a number. It's doing a number on the cars here where these things fall. And hopefully, if you're at home, you're staying warm, you're not dealing with situations like this. We'll be out through this in the rest of the day. Hope you're staying safe and staying warm.
All right, that was our Stacy Cameron. He's been out in the elements. We want to just kind of recap some of the interviews that we've had today. We've talked to Nashville Electric, NES, and those have been some of the most insightful.
That's right. Very profound insights coming out of these live interviews that we've been doing with NES now that we're topped 200,000 customers in Nashville without power.
Yeah, he told us that he knew the storm was going to be bad, and he said that the storm that rolled in yesterday was the worst case scenario. And then when I asked him, well, we also have this cold weather coming in, these below freezing temperatures coming in as well over the next couple of days, and he said, yeah, it's going to get worse than that. I also asked him, what, you know, this storm, is this storm going to be one of those storms that we say 2 years from now, hey, remember that storm from January of 2026? He went up to me, he said, no, 20 years from now, we're going to be talking about the storm from January of 2026. So put that into perspective, how big this storm is going to be. And we're just maybe halfway through it because the cold weather is not even here yet.
That's right. You can be sure we'll be here with you. That's why we're staying on air. No commercial breaks for you. Checking in with officials live. Yeah. We're also checking in with our reporters live who are out and about for us this morning. We want to go now, in fact, to our Dryden Quigley, who finds herself, Dryden, you're at the scene of a fire. Tell us what you're seeing right now.
Yeah, Lydia, we just got here 1 minute ago. We are outside of a fire in Lebanon. Take a look at what we're looking at. So this is what we pulled up to. It's an active fire. You can see the smoke still coming out of this house. It looks like, I'm going to guess, it's a total loss. And on top of that, as we've been here, we've seen these firefighters working on it. And if you take a look at this tree that's above it, I've seen multiple branches come down, you know, narrowly missing. They're on a over there. And so, I mean, just a dangerous situation, and such a good reminder. I know so many people are without power right now that they might be using furnaces, fireplaces to heat their homes, and you want to do that in a safe manner because you don't want a situation like this happening. Again, we're watching crews go in and out in this freezing rain, but that fire is still going. I know it's been going on for a little bit. We were sent out here, I don't know, at least 30 minutes ago, and we've pulled up and it's still, the smoke is just still coming out of there. We are not sure if anyone's been injured. We haven't learned about anything like that just yet because, again, we got here 1 minute ago, but we're working to talk with some of the firefighters and get you the most recent information. But again, a really good reminder that if you're using a furnace or a fireplace, you're going to want to have proper ventilation and make sure to keep an eye on that. Lydia.
Okay, Dryden, if you can hear me, Dryden, can you reiterate for us what area you're in right now? Okay, Dryden might not have been able to hear us. We will certainly check back in with her as she gets updates from those fire crews there. We are also checking in with our First Alert weather team right now, who's been tracking this storm for days. You know who it didn't surprise? Us. Yeah. Because our First Alert meteorologists have been saying from a week out, this is what we're going to experience.
Yeah, we have the most accurate team in the market. Lisa Spitz, our First Alert chief meteorologist, here to bring us up to speed on what's going on.
There is just such widespread impact from this storm system. And just as we had mentioned, we do have the frigid temperatures. We have the sleet. We've had the rain. We have had the ice. We've had the snow. And now we're going to see more ice accumulating. It is right at 32 degrees in Nashville. So once more precipitation comes in, that is going to be freezing precipitation. We've got a northwest wind right now at 10 miles per hour, and this looks like a winter wonderland here. The trees are beautiful, iced up like this, but so dangerous. So we've been telling you, stay away from those trees. They are wreaking havoc too with our power. Look at all these power outage reports. 330,000 here in this red colored area, which is basically our state here. 75,000 there in parts of Kentucky, and it is going to continue to be a mess here. I can even show you one little closer up view here, and this shows you around Nashville, 190,000, and look at that down in Williamson County, even dealing with power outages all the way up to Gallatin. So I know I don't have power at my house. It's so troublesome, and our houses are going to continue to get colder, but you know, just do what you can to stay nice and warm as we continue with this awful situation that's going to get even worse before it gets better. Here's a look at our latest temperatures. We're at 28 in Springfield, 32 in Nashville. Notice up here, this is where the colder air is located. That's going to continue to dive down. We've got warmer conditions here off to the east right now. So let's talk a little bit more about some things we really need to keep in mind, especially since so many folks have their power off. And that is, yes, these pipes. We've got these frigid temperatures that are going to be in the 20s and dipping below that by tomorrow morning. So one of the big concerns is going to be this cold air causing our pipes to burst. I know my son woke up this morning to water at his apartment dripping down on the pillow. Not fun, and there is a burst pipe more than likely up above them, and so that's going to be the kind of things that we're dealing with. So make sure you are keeping your pipes hopefully running smoothly by letting them drip, or maybe even a little stream will help to do that as well. Some of the factors that we have to deal with are going to be just the outside temperatures, whether we get direct exposure to the cold, and how well your walls are insulated. So the best thing you can do is let those pipes drip. That's going to help you out because our temperatures will continue to drop tonight. You're above freezing here off to the east, so we're still looking at just plain rain, but that's just going to make some awful slush out on the roads, and that is all going to refreeze tonight. So at your own place, if you can do what you can to clear out that slush, you're going to be better off there in your driveway, right in front of your drive, whatever you can do to clean some of that off before it has a chance to refreeze tonight. And then we've got these freezing conditions right now in Nashville, even a little snow possibility in Kentucky. And we may actually see this all end as snow a little bit later on today. This is just a steady flow of moisture that is coming up and, of course, getting into that colder air. Here, we've got the sleet and the freezing rain and some of that snow a little farther north. This whole thing will continue to shift eastward tonight. So this afternoon, we will see the precipitation shut off, but those temperatures will drop. We'll be showing you more about what we're expecting for our temperatures a little bit later on. Alexandria?
All right, to the roads we go right now. First. Okay, we'll actually take it from here, Lisa. We have a live interview to get to right now. We know there are multiple state agencies coordinating across the state. We want to check in with the Tennessee Emergency Management Agency Director, Patrick Sheehan, with us on the phone right now. Director, give us a statewide picture of where things stand at this hour.
Yeah, you know, we've seen some temperatures kind of rise just above the freezing level, but that's not slowing down the freezing rain that we're seeing accumulate on the trees. $283,000 right now across the state that were that power. Many of those are in Davidson County in Middle Tennessee. And of course, we're watching to see how this weather continues to develop. The brutal cold that will, as temperatures plummet over the course of the day are concerning us, not just for the transportation impacts, but coupled with wind. We're worried about increasing power outages across the state.
Director Sheehan, thanks so much for your time. We have people out there that might be saying, you know what, this is not bad. I think I got this covered. What advice would you give them as you see what's coming down the pipe as it pertains to all the cold temperatures that are about to hit the mid-state?
I think it's going to be much more brutal than people are anticipating. If you were out a little bit last night or outside your home, you got a sense of just how cold it might be. But as you guys know, we're going to be in single-digit temperatures for most of the next 2 days, and it's really going to be very difficult to move around. So our TDOT partners have done a tremendous job of treating roadways as of local highway departments, but pre-treatment, salt, brining, beet juice, whatever thing is being used on the roads really starts to lose effectiveness at 19 degrees Fahrenheit, and at 15 degrees and below Fahrenheit really are just ineffective and serve mainly as aggregate for traction. So as the refreeze occurs later today, transportation is going to be very, very dicey. And as power lines and trees continue to accumulate ice, we're going to see more and more limbs breaking, and we'll perhaps start to see some power lines breaking. And that, of course, will interrupt power in many places.
We are, again, live this morning, 11:36 this morning, with the director of Tennessee's Emergency Management Agency, Patrick Sheehan. Director, are conditions tracking as expected, or have you had to adjust the state's response at all?
I think they are mostly as was forecast. You know, I heard you guys talk about your weather forecasters, and our partners at the National Weather Service highlighted this as a potential issue for us a week ago as well. And while some of the timing has shifted and the type of precipitation has shifted over time, their concerns and that they've shared around ice and that we share with them around ice are bearing out, even if slightly later, right? So things unfolded here about 6 hours later than the original forecast. But just because things look calm and clear at the moment doesn't mean that they're going to stay that way. And certainly we can see lots of moisture and precipitation still aloft and yet to fall here across the state of Tennessee.
Director, we talked to NES earlier today, and they said that this will be a historic storm that we should be aware of. Would you agree with that statement?
I think in many ways, yes. And, you know, it's been quite a while since the whole state of Tennessee has experienced ice in the way that I think we're going to experience it, and dealing with those cascading impacts. So, you know, we continue to mobilize and pre-stage resources and personnel that have the ability to move in these type of terrible conditions. But this impacts our ability to be fast with our response as well. So I think it'll be a pretty tough couple of days.
Director Sheehan giving us many insights there. We appreciate your time this morning. We hope we can check back in with you at some point throughout the rest of the day. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Right now, we want to get a look at the roadways with our Alexandria Adams. Eyes on traffic for us, as you have all morning, Alexandria.
Yeah, first alert traffic check right now. I want to update you what's going on in Montgomery County. TDOT letting us know that State Route 166, that is Pigsgut Ridge Road, closed off. They have been working hard to clear trees. Those arbory crews out there, they've cleared already about 25 to 30 trees. Think about that. That's just in one area. And we're continuing to see trees fall down throughout the mid-state. We're also seeing situations like this. We're checking back in on this situation here along 40 near 2nd and 4th Avenue there on the downtown loop. It has pushed over to the right shoulder, not really impeding traffic lanes, but it's been there a few hours. We've seen a lot of these situations, again, take hours for them to actually get cleared up. Cars moving on by, you kind of see the slosh there, but you've got to travel very slowly if you just have to get out. And we're stressing, if you don't, please don't. Road conditions, again, they are icy, they are wet, just a lot of just nasty stuff you don't want to deal with. 65 here, Wedgwood Avenue. It looks pretty clear over there, but notice the message board here from TDOT saying debris in the right lane along 24 eastbound, just about 4 miles ahead of where this area is. But I love to see when I don't see any cars out on the roads on this kind of day.
All right, Alexandria, thank you so much for keeping us up to date on everything that's going out on the roads. Hopefully, we're telling people if you don't have to be out on the roads, don't be out on the roads.
Home is possibly the safest place to be right now. Yeah. Our sports teams, though, they don't go away on a day like this. They are, too, in the elements.
Yeah, we got everyone working. Here's our sports director, Chris Harris.
Hey, Chris Harris here out in South Nashville again. Hope everyone is doing the best they can as they hunker down here through this storm. As the rain continues to come down, you can see ice on the trees and on some of the power lines kind of behind me. One of the things, as you've seen, you know, as the rain comes down, it gets on this snow and things are slushy, right? And so, like, you can break it up and you can see kind of how the road is, and it's okay underneath, but look, you get right next to it and you're just sliding. So the ice is already starting to form because of this rain, and as our meteorologists have been saying throughout the night and through this morning, the temperatures are obviously going to dip, and that's when everything is going to ice over out there. So everyone, please be safe. This is a snapshot of kind of where we are in South Nashville right now. I know many of us are without power. Everyone, do what you can to please stay warm and stay safe as we get through this together.
Chris Harris, we do plan on doing that. Thanks so much.
Best we can.
Yeah, this is why Metro Parks are closed. This is McCabe Golf Course in Sylvan Park. I think did Stefano have a tee time this morning? I think he's missed it,
yeah,
because that is completely frozen over. The damage that can do to the fairways and greens out there can't be good at all, but it looks like a sheet of ice. Instead of golf, you might be able to play hockey out there at McCabe.
That looks like a pond or a lake if I didn't know any better. That's over grass.
Yeah, that is a sheet of ice, McCabe Golf Course. I don't think it's going to be a while before they open up for tee times.
Yeah.
Yeah, we also want to take you on the east side of Nashville in the Inglewood area. The people there sent us this. They've been without power since 3 this morning. You see the branches down on the ground. This is systematic of what we've seen all day long in all areas of Nashville, in the surrounding counties. The trees just can't handle this ice that's accumulating and freezing on them. You take mature trees, it's going to snap them in two. You take baby trees, it's going to snap them in two. They just can't handle it. Those trees oftentimes are also going to fall on the power lines, and that's what's causing all the outages out there.
That's right. So listen, if you're just turning the TV on this morning with us, 11:42, these videos and photos that we're going to show you are really painting the picture of kind of the state of the mid-state right now. The big story, we've said it over and over, down trees, down power lines because of ice. Okay, so we're moving to a video now in Franklin of trees that fell down in someone's backyard in the Eagles Glen subdivision. This is right off Liberty Pike. And our Carol Sullivan, she is coming up. She's our Today in Nashville host, I should say. She texted me this and brought up a great point that I'm very passionate about here. It's that, okay, yes, ice is dangerous on trees. Yes, they can fall, and that is something to definitely watch out for. But when you realize you're safe, the second part that comes into this is these are mature, beautiful trees that are a part of our landscape here in Tennessee, and people's yards and neighborhoods in the city that are now destroyed. They're devastated. And whether, like you said, Marius, it doesn't matter if it's a small tree or a big tree. So many of these are split. And so when this is all said and done and everything melts, it's really sad for a lot of people to see these trees and their landscapes being destroyed by Mother Nature. Not much you can do about it, really.
Yeah, some of those trees planted for a reason, and they have stories behind it.
Yeah.
Speaking of Carol Sullivan, our Today in Nashville host, she's in Brentwood with how conditions are there.
Good morning, Carol Sullivan with WSMV. Just doing something you shouldn't be doing. We had tree limb go down, so my husband and I were trying to clear our neighbor's driveway because it fell in there. This big, huge hackberry tree limb just came cracking down as we were trying to remove the limb. If we were a few feet over, it would have been on us. So we're retreating, going back in the home where it's safe. Felt like a good idea to try and clear, but it's not. It's not safe. So be safe out there. Don't do what I did.
Great advice.
Carol's out of breath.
Yes,
I'm not gonna lie.
great
We
advice.
so appreciate her contributions, though. Yeah, wait if you can. If you don't have to clear the branches out, just stay inside.
Yeah, from the director in Benton County, the emergency management agency there in Benton County, Richard Key, one of the 2 boat docks is down due to ice and snow. Yeah, this is the Birdsong Marina in Camden. If you have a boat, you might want to check it out. The other boat dock is slowly sinking due to the weight of the snow and ice. The awnings there just don't have a chance, especially with this ice, this sleet, this frozen ice that's falling. People are on the water attempting to remove their boats from underneath the second dock before it sinks. That sounds dangerous as well. No injuries so far. No word on how many boats are currently underwater.
Okay, yeah, no injuries, but the modifier so far, hopefully there are none ever in this situation. We hope everyone can be safe while also trying to safely retrieve these boats. Because, yeah, what do? Do you let them sink to keep yourself safe? It's a really hard situation to be in. Here we go. This is the picture I described from Green Hills earlier as more of a Dr. Seuss vibe with the way they are curving all weird directions, ways that they don't normally because of the weight of the ice on those trees. And look at all those cars, by the way, mind you.
Yeah, those cars need to be moved ASAP.
But also, moving them in the snowy and icy conditions might be hard to do too. So it's kind of like backs against the wall situation.
Yeah,
it feels like a little bit here, Marius.
And we also want to go to trees down on Old Hickory. Yeah, those trees are covering the entire road. You can't get through in both directions. We've seen that a lot, especially on 100. Multiple trees fell on Highway 100 this morning, and it was a scene just like you're looking at right now.
And down power lines along with them, because look at them in those photos. Even if they didn't get hit by a tree, they have a layer of ice weighing them down as well. Okay, so we're changing now to this picture of an awning. It was dark when this photo was taken, so hopefully it's been restored this morning or moved off. Hopefully this didn't collapse on anything, but we're getting these pictures, this one coming to us from the Glenview area. We so appreciate any viewer photos and videos that you can send because it really helps us tell the story. Community journalism in this aspect for people. We're telling you, hey, don't go outside, don't move about, if you will. But if you can safely walk out, snap a photo, send it to us through our WSMV app, or hey, send it to me on Facebook, Marius on Facebook, any of the meteorologists on Facebook. We can hopefully get that on air and help paint the picture for everyone else who is wondering but cannot safely get out and should not try to get out what the weather is doing.
Did you hear that?
Yep.
That was a tree coming down in Brentwood.
This is just like, these scenes are kind of just like otherworldly a little bit. This is Brentwood.
It's almost like, hey, we've seen video like this in other places. You know, we've seen bad weather happen in other places in the Midwest. No, this is in our backyards. This is what Nashvillians and all of our neighbors on the outskirts are seeing right now. Mm-hmm. This is what we're living through right now.
It's not something that was shocking necessarily to the crews that we've talked to in our live interviews today. We've talked to NDOT, TEMA, Tennessee Valley Authority, NES, and our crew of First Alert Meteorologists, and us here at WSMV. We have been planning for the worst case scenario with ice. And really, it's just these videos coming in are still, regardless of how much we anticipated it, to be able to see and hear the scenes coming from around the mid-state is really just something here. This pine tree fell down. This is a tree down, in Murfreesboro, not a pine tree here yet, Marius.
No, that's just a tree down in Murfreesboro. And, you know, we're telling you this, we're showing you this so you don't have to go out there and look by yourself. This is actually what's happening. That is an adult tree. Look at how thick that tree is, and it just snapped right in two. That's the weight of the ice that we've been telling you about, and that's what's happening all around the mid-state right now. And you're going to see this in every neighborhood you go in. You're going to see ice, you're going to see snow, you're going to see down power lines, you're going to see snap trees, and this is what we've been showing you all morning long.
Yeah, it creates a really big hazard for drivers and crews. You know, down trees like this can block roadways, block emergency crews. So the last thing that they need out as well is people kind of just like sightseeing in their cars. If emergency crews are trying to respond to a situation, I mean, we saw Dragon quickly literally at a house fire where firefighters had to respond. So another reminder here, there's enough stuff on the roads that officials say they don't need drivers there too.
Yeah, this is in Murfreesboro. The tree falls down on a car. Yeah, we've seen a lot of cars fall victim to these trees out there. If you know, most people want to park trees under their car, give them some shade, maybe, you know, maybe for a little bit of safety, but right now that's not the place to be. If you have your tree or your car parked under a tree right now, if you can go out and move it safely, that might be the thing to do, because we're telling you now, we've seen it all morning long, the trees are not withstanding the weight of all the ice that's coming down, and it's going to continue to come down for a little bit, and it's going to freeze.
That's right. This is one of the challenges, again, road and utility crews are facing right now. Each downed tree has to be safely cleared before we can reopen roads. One more time, where did you say this was?
This is Craig Mead Drive.
Okay, this is the Craig Mead Drive video. Looking like this morning. I mean, same story, different place, over and over and over as we're showing these pictures. Trees, trees, trees. Even the tree on our hill going up to WSMV 4. Luckily, it is cleared, I think, by now, but it is a steep hill up, if you didn't know, to get to our station on Nob Hill. That's what they call it, Nob Hill. Our team of engineers worked to remove it. It really, at first, prevented some of us from getting in and making it to the station this morning. So just so you know, we are right there with you. We are on generator power as well. We are here for you. If you're wondering, what is going on in Middle Tennessee? I am visiting, I just flew here. I know my mom and some of her friends are visiting from out of town from Arkansas for a birthday. They're stuck in a hotel. So if you're stuck at home, you're turning this on for the first time, no, you're not alone. We are here for you. We are not going to commercials because we just want to be able to provide you the most comprehensive coverage and bring you up to the minute information as we get it.
Yeah, we want to keep you safe and keep your family safe as well. We've been checking in with our WSMV reporters for hours now, since 6 a.m. Our Jordan James is with us now.
Okay, hopefully we have Jordan here. Yep, there we are. Jordan, you've moved since we saw you last. We see some tree limbs behind you. What's going on where you are?
Well, good morning, Lydia. We're still right now in downtown Nashville, currently off Academy Place in Hermitage. For those not familiar with the area, we're not far from the Korean Veterans Bridge, as if you're going to Titan Stadium. But in this specific neighborhood, you can see that on the tree limbs, there's a lot of ice that's now built up, a lot of snow that's also on vehicles. It's very slick out here because of the snow has turned into ice. Conditions like this are why officials are urging folks not to come out. And now I can tell you, over the last hour or so, we have seen a lot of spectators out just taking photos, because they say, you know, it's not every day that you see something like this. One woman told me that she is from Wisconsin and she never thought when she moved to Nashville for school that she would see this. So it certainly is a site that's bringing folks out to take pictures. But if you do find yourself out, you have to be mindful of there's a lot of down trees in neighborhoods. We've also heard constant crackling as the ice continues to weigh down those trees. And right now on this specific road, you can see right here that it's pretty slushy right here. Is because several cars have passed through, and now despite TDOT and NDOT crews working to clear these roads, the reality is it's become a difficult task for them. So you certainly want to, you know, give yourself some extra time on the roadways. But this is what several cars are looking like. Like I said, you have the ice that's built up on the windshield, so it's definitely going to be a tough task to try and get that cleared. We're going to turn the camera around behind us, and at this road right here, Academy Place, it's impassable because of all of the trees, which temperature now way down. And as we've been saying all morning, it doesn't take much ice to weigh down these trees. I did see the maintenance that's associated with this particular apartment complex working to try to create a path, but they said it's hard. So this is certainly going to be a long road to recovery for many across Nashville as they wake up to see a site like this. Lydia, Marius.
And I want to kind of put this in perspective for a lot of people out there. You know, we've had people say this is going to be a multi-day event. This is going to be an event that's going to last for several days. And here's why. The ice isn't going to melt anytime soon. We talked to Philip Jones from NDOT, Nashville Department of Transportation. He says they have 8 crews out there doing vegetation work. That's cutting up the trees. Right now, they have over 150 trees that need to be cut up. Imagine how long it takes to cut up a single tree, move that, and get that road passable. He has 150 trees and climbing, as you said, and just 8 crews prepared to do that work.
Yep, it's a lot. It's a lot to manage. That's Nashville Department of Transportation. We know agencies, city agencies are working with state agencies. The mayor's been talking to everyone. All hands on deck situation today here in the mid-state. We also have been checking in with reporters for hours, covering everything that's going on. We want to go now to our Dryden Quigley, who is live at the scene of a house fire in Donaldson. Now, Dryden.
Yes, we're here in Donaldson. As you can see behind me, this house has been a total loss. I mean, once we got here just a few minutes ago, and firefighters were still working on it. They seem to have gotten it under control, but I can tell you right now from looking at this house that that's a total loss. I mean, horrible situation. We have no idea what caused the fire, no idea if there are any injuries. We haven't been able to talk to any firefighters yet. We've just been letting them do their job. But, you know, it's just a reminder that if you are using a different source of heat, like a fire or stove, fireplace, something like that, you're going to want to make sure that it's properly ventilated. Same thing goes for generators. But for some of these, I mean, we have wires coming down all across Nashville, too. So we have no idea what caused it, but wanting to stay alert and maybe reminding yourself what you should do in case of a fire and having a plan for that wouldn't be such a bad idea during this time. Again, the firefighters are under control. We're here in Lebanon. We're working to learn more about whether there are any injuries. But I can tell you also, as we've been driving around, as we were making our way here, some of these trees were really leaning on the power lines and leaning over the roads. Just stay home if you can. I would avoid it. We even have one, actually, Jack, if you want to turn right around, we have one power line right here also hanging down. It looks like a tree had fallen, taking that down with it too. So, I mean, everywhere you look, there's something different going on, and I think it's best just right now to stay in your homes if you can, if that's possible. We want you to stay safe, stay warm.
Stay safe, stay warm. That's good advice that you should probably take yourself, Dryden Quigley. Thank you so much for joining us. Our First Alert weather team been tracking this storm for days now, and they're staying with you and guiding us through this.
That's right. We're not going anywhere, folks. We want to get over now to Stefano DiPietro and Lisa Spencer, Chief Meteorologist. Here to talk about, guys, I was very curious to see when this rain is coming down, it is falling on top of frozen slush, so whatever the mix is of snow, freezing rain, sleet. Why is that not melting it? Why is it not washing it away?
Well, we are having, when it's just been rain, it has made the roads really slushy. I mean, they were really slushy when I was coming in. And now what's going to happen is all that slush, it is going to refreeze big time tonight.
You would say it helps out, Lydia, in the short term. I mean, you know, just as that rain is coming down. But tonight is really going to be another danger for us. So all of this sleet, this freezing rain, this snow, it's all going to work its way out, but we have an alert of a flash freeze tonight, so that's a dramatic drop in our temperatures. Roads and sidewalks are going to quickly ice over, even some roadways that are treated. If you just throw down regular old rock salt, it actually doesn't lower the freezing point of water low enough because the temperature is going to drop below that. So regular rock salt isn't going to help things out. And of course, because of temperatures dropping so low, the power outage risk will continue because things like ice that's on the trees and the power lines, that's not going to melt. Look at how quickly the temperature will drop heading into this evening. By 5 o'clock, most of us at dinner time will be in the 20s, if not close to the teens. Then we're down into the teens overnight tonight and heading into tomorrow morning. So the morning lows tomorrow, single digits, northwest middle Tennessee, parts of southwestern Kentucky. It's going to be near the single digits elsewhere. So you are talking roadways that are untreated, being completely impassable, neighborhoods that will be completely encased in ice. You will not be able to get out of your neighborhood if it does not get treated overnight tonight and heading into tomorrow. So it's really going to be crucial as well with temperatures dropping this low, Lisa, and people not having power. One thing I really want to stress, one is you have to continue to drip your faucets because of the risk of freezing, but also make sure that you don't use anything gas powered inside your home or try to heat your home with your gas stove or maybe your oven, because that can cause carbon monoxide poisoning.
Absolutely. I hope you have a carbon monoxide detector. Always a good idea. If you don't have one, after this is all over with, probably a good investment. All righty, let's take a look at what is happening out there right now. We have got quite the colorful map here because we are looking at just plain old rain to the east where our temperatures are above freezing. And then here we are getting mostly freezing rain that is coming down. Now remember, it can fool you a little bit. When you look out the window, it looks like rain is falling, but you'll notice if it splatters on your windshield and starts to freeze, that's freezing rain. Or you start to see a coating of ice building up on the deck rail. That's your freezing rain. So it looks like rain, but it freezes on contact, and it also freezes on the road. So that means more icing on our roads. Some folks up here seeing a little bit of snowfall wrapping around the back side of that. We can see a little more of that this afternoon as this whole system moves on towards the east. Taking that bigger look again, there is just a steady flow of moisture coming up from the Gulf of Mexico. So we are seeing this south wind that is actually helping some of these folks, this moisture here, get above the freezing point. And then of course we've got all of this in terms of freezing rain, a little bit of sleet, and the snow farther off to the north that will continue to come down. So there is not a shortage of moisture to work with here, and definitely plenty of cold air that's going to be coming in behind this entire system. So here's a look at what we're seeing on Futurecast. Notice in an hour, we're talking about most of this being on to the east. We'll start to see this come to an end through the early afternoon, and then we'll look for a little bit of snow on the back side of it. Right now, our computer model wants to keep it in Kentucky. Don't be surprised if you see a flake or two even here into Middle Tennessee as this moves on out of the way. A look at our 7-day forecast. We have a first alert weather day for Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. 28 degrees for the high coming up today, and really not the high, it's where our afternoons will be because we're going to see our temperatures falling. 9 degrees. Stefano was talking about the flash freeze going on. This is what we mean. Our temperatures are going to drop quickly down to those single digits. And then tomorrow afternoon, only up to 22 degrees. We'll see the winds start to pick up, and that too is going to feel like more like maybe 10, 11 degrees below zero. So that's going to be your feels like temperature. And then back to 29 with a partly cloudy sky on Tuesday. Then we have got these afternoon highs finally making their way up into the 30s for a couple of days with a few snow flurries possible. The morning lows will be in the teens, and you can see even down to 10 on Saturday morning. So we'll be back to the 20s for Friday and Saturday. It's not going to be much of a break at all. This is why if we have to deal without power for several days, it is going to be very problematic. With these temperatures so cold, our homes are going to get very cold as well.
All right, to the roads we go. First alert traffic check right now. I do have some breaking first alert traffic news I want to share with you. I'm going to read off my phone here. This is from the Williamson County Sheriff's Office. They've got a high water advisory. These are impacting the roadways of Patton Road, Old Hillsborough Road near South Hole Road, and then Floyd Road, as well as Trinity Road near North Chapel Road. They are asking you not to go around those barriers. Of course, turn around, don't drown. That goes without saying. And these conditions outside, you guys, these are not something that you want to be in. They are not favorable whatsoever. Take you down here inside the downtown loop here at Korean Veterans Boulevard traveling eastbound. The roadway currently closed off right now between 3rd Avenue to President Ronald Reagan Way. Just the story across the mid-state. So all these icons you're seeing that are barriers are road closures. So you've got several scattered, especially south downtown near Centerville area. Also looks like one in the Franklin area, probably one of the ones I just read off to you out there in Williamson County. This guy's been hanging out there for several hours. So many people stuck on the side of the roadways like this. Some of them just, of course, leaving their vehicles because they can't move them. This is along 40 and 2nd Avenue. Looks like THP leaving the scene of that situation, but that's been there a little over 3 hours at this point. I'm taking you over here to the Franklin area, not too far from Franklin High School. You've got the Kroger gas station there, CVS, and Sonic down the way. One car trailing there at Hillsborough Pike and Del Rio Pike. Oh, they just turned the camera. I'm trying to see if they're zooming in on something special. Doesn't look like too much, but this is the side where Franklin High is. But traffic, look how slow these cars are going rather. So if you are about to go out and about in that area, I would not advise it, or really anywhere at this point. But if you are, use caution and drive very carefully.
Alexandria Adams, we will definitely heed those warnings. Hopefully folks are just watching us from the safety and comfort of their homes. Do it for us, please. Have a cup of coffee and wrap up in a blanket.
Yeah, we've been checking in with our WSMV4 reporters for hours now. We have Stacy Cameron joining us now.
Yeah, I know Stacy is sure wishing right now he could have a warm cup of coffee. We appreciate you, Stacy, for being our eyes and ears in the field. We're looking at maybe a closed road behind you. What's going on there, sir?
Well, that's right. Coffee would be great right now because it is getting cold, 30 degrees last time I looked at the WSMV4 weather app. We are in Franklin, just north of Murfreesboro Road on Royal Oaks Boulevard, and that's what you see right there behind me, a tree that has come down on a power line. And you were all just talking about telling folks, you know, turn around, don't drown when they come to roadways with water on it. Well, you would think that same rule would apply to a road where there's a power line down. You wouldn't believe the number of people we've seen driving through this, even though that power line is down and under it. We have a car pulling up now. This guy looks like he's maybe going to think about turning around. Nope. There he goes. Just another one. In fact, we saw one car just a minute ago trying to take a U-turn here, and a guy was in such a hurry in his Range Rover, he nearly caused a T-bone accident. Here we got another truck going through. Not really smart because it's hard to tell if that's still a hot, active power line. It's not completely down on the road, but we found this about 2 hours ago when there was a block roads with pylons on the other side. So this isn't a good situation. Now, this is the Jackson Place condominiums. I'm going to speak with this lady here, Shauna, if she'll come back up to me here for a minute. I was talking to her a little bit ago about the conditions and this power line down, and Shauna's going to join me live for a minute. So you were saying you were shocked that you all still have power in here despite that tree on the line.
Yes, it's amazing. And I've been hearing the trees just snapping throughout the day. So when I came out to see what the conditions were, I was just stunned.
Do you have any idea when that actually went down?
Yes, I want to say it was around 9 to 10-ish. So it's been there for a little bit. I'm sure it's just the city's been busy, so.
And let's hope your power stays on, that doesn't go down. Now, you're doing quite the job. I've been watching you. Sorry, I can't get out here. I don't have a shovel too. I would help. But how long have you been working on this drive now?
Probably about 45 minutes. We always have issues here every time we get inclement weather in the winter time, where everybody has to pretty much just floor it when you get to the bottom, when you're at the bottom of the hill. Otherwise, you're not going to make it. I know that once the sun goes down, all this slush is going to be a sheet of ice, so I just want to go ahead and clear it out.
And you're taking it on yourself to come out here and help your neighbors?
Well, that's what we do, so I'm just happy to help, because I got to go out this week, too. So.
Well, Shauna, bless you for that. I hope you all keep your heat on, stay warm. Don't stay out here too long, okay? Get in and get dry. Take care. So that's the conditions here in Franklin right now. Like I said, it's about 30 degrees. We still have that wintry mix coming down. The roads aren't as slushy as they were thanks to the rain that we had earlier today, but the conditions are only going to get worse as it gets cooler. It goes into the night. We'll throw it back to you guys live in the studio. We'll continue driving around Franklin and see if we find some more damage.
Man, what a show and tell from Stacy Cameron, painting a great picture for us there in Franklin. Stacy.
All right, our crews are all over the place. As we've been mentioning, our Lauren Lowry is now in the mix now. Lauren, tell us where you are.
Yeah, so I'm in West Nashville right now, and you guys can't see this, but there are no trees over my head. I want to point down this hill because I was originally going to bring you a live shot from right there, But to be honest with you, I've listened to limbs fall right where I was gonna stand, and we made an executive decision. This doesn't seem very safe to do a live shot under a branch when everything is falling. So I'm here for you right now. You know, the real concern, guys, and we've been talking about it from the studio, want to be able to show this to you here on the ground. You know, we had all that snowfall yesterday, and now what's falling is more like a rain, right? It's like a sleet, a freezing rain. And what it's creating, oh, you probably didn't hear that. That was another branch that just fell behind us. What it's creating is a real slushy mixture. So I don't know if Chris on the camera, if you can see this. When I step on this, it's like displacing the water that's underneath. And it's a real concern, guys, because you know, once we get to around 0 degrees tonight, when we get that cold, everything that's currently running as water is going to refreeze. It's going to be an ice skating rink here. And so when you think about the hundreds of thousands of people, not just in Nashville, but in the suburbs who are already without power right now, it's going to be a disaster. I mean, this is a 20-year event. We've not seen this scale of power outages in quite some time. And Marius, I'm thinking back to a couple of years ago, the last time we had a really devastating tornado. When you have power lines that are sheared off, power poles that are sheared off, those do create real problems. But it feels like here, what we're seeing is just lines, not necessarily the pole snapping. I'm sure in some cases we've seen some pole snap, but down everywhere. Here at the station even, there's 2 lines that have already snapped. We're on generator power just so that we can bring live pictures and videos to people looking for this kind of information, because they need to make decisions about how they're going to be safe in all of this. But I'll be honest with you guys, I'm going to come in. I'm going to go inside. I'm going to get
Lauren.
a little bit warmer and drier from this.
Right.
And I'm going to tap in. And maybe
Yes.
Marius, I think I'm going to tap you out.
All right, that sounds good.
Marius is speeding you up as we speak. He says, Lauren, all right, sounds good. Come on.
I got to get dry, Mar.
Lauren, they were actually saying this is a storm that they're going to be talking about 20 years from now. So you were spot on when you said this is something that we haven't seen. Lauren, you get dry and you come back here in the studio.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we're continuing to look at pictures and videos coming in to us from across our viewing area. This is in Linden, Tennessee. This is a garage, and we can tell you right here, both of this family's cars are in that garage. Unfortunately, both vehicles are now smashed by a tree, and they are trapped inside. The people themselves, thank goodness, we can report they are okay, but gosh, so sorry to see about their cars. Hopefully minimal damage, but this is going to be, insurance companies are going to have a lot of work cut out for them.
Awnings have been taking L's all day long, and they have not.
You know, look at these guys not taking an L. They said, we're not even, nuh-uh.
Yeah, they're watching the birds out there on the snowy day, wishing they could.
Why'd they give you this read?
And I think, you know, I think the cats are cool. They're like, you know what, we'll watch from the window.
Oh, wait, I thought that was gravel. Those are all little birds.
Yes, and the cats are like, we'll check them out from here.
Those
We're
are
good.
some round cats. They don't need any more birds. Oh my gosh, what a great, fun, safe activity that you or your cats can do.
Yeah.
Participate in some bird watching, folks.
Out in Dixon County, bird watching there.
Through the window.
People all over the state are dealing with this storm. Our sister station in Memphis, WMC, is here with how this affects the Grizzlies game that's happening.
I'm Kim Clark, standing in front of FedEx Forum, where the Memphis Grizzlies will take on the Denver Nuggets this afternoon at 2:30 here at FedEx Forum. As you can see, crews have been working to clear the pathways. They've had to use shovels to break up the snow and then shovel it out. We have snow plows over to my left digging snow out of the way. You can barely see it right now because it's hidden behind the FedEx Forum side. But yeah, they're busily working, trying to make things good for people who have to come through here. But my best advice is, if you don't have to get out, you definitely don't have to come to a Grizzlies game. Stay at home and watch it on Action News 5 starting at 2:30, because we started out from Midtown today, 1960 Union Avenue, where our station is located, from Midtown Memphis, and headed downtown. Once we got on Union Avenue, before we could even get a block away, we saw stalled cars from there and all along the way. We got diverted through Soulsville to try and capture some other stalled vehicles that managed to get out before we could get there. But in that driving, we realized it is very difficult to get around, and if you don't have the right vehicle or the right tires or know what you're doing, You may think you do, but let me tell you, it is, even if you know what you're doing, it is tough to get around in these roads because it's even tough to walk because the snow has a nice little sheen of frozen precipitation on top, which makes walking difficult, driving even more so. So stay home, watch the game on Action News 5 at 2:30, and be safe. We'll be continuing to bring you reports of what's happening throughout the city throughout the day, so stay tuned to Action News 5. For now, reporting from BB King near Beale, I'm Kim Clark.
All right, Kim, thanks so much. And a heads up, the Memphis Grizzly game was supposed to be on our air today. It still is, though, on channel 4.2. That's TVSEN. All right, we've been checking in with our team of reporters all day long, keeping you up to breast on everything that's going out in your neighborhood.
Yeah, that's right. We've been on air for you since 6 o'clock this morning. We are continuing to have reporters come in and immediately go out to the field. So that's where we find our Jordan James live for us right now. Jordan, it's cold. It looks slushy where you are. It's been raining, sleeting on you. Tell us where you are right now and what you're seeing, because there's been some cars now behind you, some movement.
Yeah, Lydia, that's absolutely right. We've experienced everything over the last few hours. Right now, I'm currently located in downtown Nashville at the corner of Hermitage and Middleton Street, near where the Nashville Fire Department headquarters used to be. Now, Hermitage Avenue, for the most part, is cleared, but when you get on the side roads like here along Middleton Street, you can see how slushy it is, and there's some ice underneath that snow, which has really made the conditions impassable. One of the reasons why officials are urging people not to be out, and I can tell you for the most part, it does appear that people are heeding to that warnings. Now, I have seen folks who live in the nearby apartment complex coming out to take photos. They tell me, you know, it's not every day you see something like this. And as we make our way down the sidewalk, this is straight ice right here. It's very hard to walk down this road right here. I did speak with a man earlier who was braving these conditions. He said he just needed to get some ice. He needed to get some, some milk for his family. Take a listen to that interview from moments ago.
Oh, it's a little slippery out. There's not a whole lot of people anywhere, so it's a little quiet. But even with a little bit of snow, it's the ice that's going to come. I was just kind of taking a little surveillance on when it gets a little colder in the day, it's what the ice will look like. And you'd see all the trees and everything, they're cracking because of the cold and the ice. So it's definitely slippery out and icy.
And it certainly is a sight to see. We know downtown Nashville is a vibrant place to be. And as you look around to see it dead like this, what goes through your mind?
Well, yeah, there's definitely no one down there. I made a joke to my friend that I was getting in line for the bars, but yeah, there's no one down on Broadway. It's a dead city right now in terms of people being out, and it's you got to respect some of the business owners out there getting the streets ready or the sidewalks ready for people who may come out a little later in the day. There's a bunch of people out there shoveling and putting some salt down and everything in the event people come out later today.
Absolutely, and we're meeting you right now as you just get done picking up some milk. That's dedication. You said, I got to get some milk for my girl. Talk about the decision.
Yeah, well, a little bit of some lattes at the house, and we ran out of milk yesterday, so need to make some lattes this morning, and also some protein shakes a little later in the day. So just need to stock up on the milk because we fly through it, and most of the stores down there are closed. That shell right there has a few gallons left of milk, so yeah, definitely needed it.
And you also touched on that you're from up north. Where are you from, and how does this compare to what you're accustomed to?
I'm from northwest of Chicago. It's definitely not as much snow, but you can definitely see with the road preparation and the kind of sitting right at the freezing level for temperature. It'll get really icy, and typically when it snows up there, it's like a lot colder, so you don't got to worry about everything melting and refreezing. You just worry about the buildup of snow. That's not as much of the worry here. It feels like there's a lot more chance of this all icing over a little later in the day, and I think that's going to be the biggest worry as we head into the colder hours.
And the reality is, us from the South, we're not used to being in these types of conditions. Do you recommend people stay home, or what's your advice when it comes to that subject?
Yeah, I would definitely avoid driving. There's a few cars out here, but if you are going to drive, be really slow and be really careful. You can go for a walk, wear better shoes than I did because I'm wearing a pair of gym shoes and I stepped in like a foot large puddle, and so my feet are a little wet. But I'll just stay home and watch the football games a little later today and maybe stay warm.
There certainly is some sound advice now. Right now, the rain is starting to pick up over the last few minutes, so that means that this ice out here is going to continue to be even more slicker. And you can see to the left right here a person who's trying to make their way down the sidewalk, and it certainly is a difficult task. One of the many reasons why you should just stay inside and try to hunker down as we try to get over the next few days. But I'm going to send it back to you all in studio.
Okay, we'll take it from here. Jordan, thanks so much. Stay safe out there. Try to get warm. We're telling you this is a whole team event.
Yeah.
Everyone went in on some of the action. We even got our own investigative reporter, Jeremy Finley, and he is right now joining us from West Nashville. So we'll see what he's up to right now.
Hey everybody, I thought I would just give you a little tour of the damage we've already got here outside of my house here in West Nashville. So come on, take a look. So you can see we got a little bit of ice just everywhere, but walking over here to the edge, and you can see this is my side yard. Woke up to this crashing sound. This is what I think people all over Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky are dealing with right now. So these are luckily have missed the house for the most part, but still pretty dicey. I have been moving out the family's cars and trying to get them out from underneath limbs and things like that. But listen, I hope you guys are staying safe, and we'll keep providing you updates throughout the day.
All right, that's our Jeremy Finley reporting from West Nashville. This is a car fire on East Old Hickory Boulevard in Madison. You see that burning in the background there. We're trying to figure out, we got some calls in to see what started this fire and if anyone has been injured. But, you know, in situations like that, who knows how that fire started? We're working to find out the very latest details.
Okay, also we want to go now to some more photos of trees down in Springfield. Gosh, we cannot stress enough. It can be so dangerous to be standing anywhere where tree limbs are overhead. Look at this big guy here. One of the branches, at least you can see, snapped off, or several of them are falling down. And those are huge. I mean, look in the background of the house, how it compares in size. It might not seem so big at first, but gosh, bigger trees and small trees alike, it's hard to withstand that weight of the ice, which adds hundreds of pounds, okay? Hundreds of pounds. And it is, again, blocking roadways for emergency crews and can fall on a car, can fall on you, so at your home. So please just be on the lookout. Literally keep your head on a swivel as we move through this storm.
All right, we want to have on the phone right now James Matthews. He's the Public Information Officer for Metro Emergency Communications. That's also 911. Mr. Matthews, thanks so much for joining us. What has been the volume like right now for your call centers?
So our 911 center has received thousands and thousands of calls already today with this weather event. We understand the weather is stressful, and it is understandable that people do have concerns, but we've received thousands of calls, and some of those are actually non-emergency calls. We are staffed, we are operating. It's important to know that many of our dispatchers and personnel are Nashville residents and residents that are also impacted by this weather, but continue to answer those calls for those that need it. But we really need people to prioritize 911 for life or death emergencies, not for information about a power outage. We are well aware that people are out of power. We understand that's a major concern, but we really need to keep people off 911s that do not need emergency life or death help.
Mr. Matthews, can you break down, like, specifically the difference between an emergency call and a non-emergency call? Because some people might just say, hey, I have a tree down in the road. This is emergency. I'm calling 911.
Absolutely. We understand that, again, this weather, it adds stress, it adds concerns. There's so many different impacts and variables for this. But when we talk about emergencies, is if you're experiencing a life or death emergency, a down tree line, or a down tree is not necessarily an emergency. Now, when we talk about power lines or suspected power lines, that's when we get into a situation where if you don't know, absolutely call us, because we don't want anyone crossing those wires. I could not personally tell. I had a power line come down, or a line down in my backyard this morning, and I didn't know if it was a utility line or an actual live wire. That's a situation where we don't want to mess around, and we need people to report that. But we have people that are calling that are saying, you know, their power is out. And we're well aware and we understand it's frustrating. But just this morning, our dispatchers helped deliver 2 babies.
Wow.
And So we talk about that, and again, we understand that it's stressful to everyone, and people are concerned. We feel that. Like I said, our dispatchers also are residents and impacted by this weather. We have dispatchers that are showing me pictures here of trees coming down on their homes, and they're still answering those calls and getting people help outside. But we all have to be in this together, and that comes down to using 911 for what it's for, and non-emergency platforms for all the other things. We'll get to them, we promise.
That's right. So you're trying to clear up and send a very important message to viewers right now about not calling 911 unless it is a legitimate emergency, included in those medical emergencies. I want to go back to what you just said. Can you expand on that a little more? Dispatchers have helped to deliver 2 babies today?
Yes, ma'am. So we've had at least 2 childbirth incidents this morning. So we're doing our best, but you never know if that next 911 call they answer, if it's going to be a tree in the roadway or if it's somebody not conscious and not breathing. So we really need to stress that we need to use 911 for those life and death emergencies, and the non-emergency platforms for all others. And Metro Nashville is working extremely hard, and all the other various resources, they're working hard. But when you have thousands and thousands upon requests, we don't have thousands and thousands of people, but we're doing our best to make sure that we take care of Nashvillians and everyone else.
That's right. We know you are working so hard, you and your team, these dispatchers around the clock for us. It has really piqued interest here because 2 babies delivered via dispatch, and I want you to point out here, if you're able, I know you're not able to give too much information, but were they unable to get to the hospital because of the conditions outside? Any more details you can share on that and how the babies are doing now?
But in my morning brief that I got from our team, who is doing a phenomenal job, we had 2 childbirth and delivery calls this morning. So I would be happy to circle back with that, because it is very, all sorts of emergencies happen, whether it be, during the blue sky days or the clouds, when the clouds roll in. But those are just 2 of the many emergencies that we've processed today.
James Matthews from the Metro Emergency Communication joins us now. Mr. Matthews, want to ask you about your staffing. Is this an all hands on deck 24-hour thing for your crew?
Yeah. Absolutely. We work 24/7, 365, all day, every day. You know what I mean? But events like this, we have our tactical dispatch team activated. We have dispatchers working all throughout the county, ultimately, to process non-emergency calls. We have capabilities to process non-emergency calls from wherever. We have 911s being answered from both of our sites here in Nashville, and we have additional staffing for this weather event. But at the end of the day, as much as we work hard to help everyone in Nashville, we ask that Nashville return that by making sure that they're reporting emergencies to 911 and using our non-emergency platforms for everything else.
Hearing the plea and big ask from James Matthews, the PIO, Public Information Officer here with Metro Emergency Communications. We thank you so much for taking time today.
Thank you so much, and please stay safe, everyone.
Absolutely. Likewise. Thank you for your time. Again, asking people to reserve 911 for life-threatening emergencies only. Marius, report power outages to the power company.
Hey, just confirmed into our newsroom, snow and ice have brought down 2 of the boat docks in Benton County. Look at that. This is not the best image. This is the Birdsong Marina in Camden on Birdsong Creek. The EMA director says another boat dock is sinking due to the weight of the snow and ice. We do know, I think if this is the same one we saw earlier today, they told us that people were trying to move their boats in time, but that boat dock is sinking due to the weight of the snow and ice. They do not know how many boats are underwater now or how many people are out there trying to get those boats out. We're going to learn as much information as we can, and we're going to give it to you as we get it.
That's right. So the weight of the ice and snow quite literally sinking vessels, sinking boats today. Even more reason as to why you don't want to risk getting out on the roads today. Now, this video here from Belmead. A traffic light, the entire signal came down on Highway 70. This is at Linwood Terrace, just before you get to White Bridge Road. That's near our station. Okay, so not only is the ice bringing down trees and power lines, but also the lines that these traffic signals are connected to. You see that yellowish thing laying in the road? Yeah, that's a traffic light. So crews are there in the roadways. We actually had our Joylyn Bukovac come up on one similar in Bellevue at an intersection there off Harding Pike and Highway 100. A light literally had crashed down there. Not safe to drive through. If you come up on this, try to turn around and go a different direction if you can.
And this is from the THP in Lawrenceburg. A TDOT truck slid into a ditch during the ice there. Now, this truck has more than 4 wheels, so imagine it has 4-wheel drive. This is a heavy truck. It's sturdy, but you know what? No match for the ice. Even TDOT trucks are getting, and it looks like it has a plow on it, so that truck is supposed to be plowing the roads. Once again, no match for the ice. So if your car or your sports utility vehicle is not that big, keep this in mind. You got to be safe and just stay off the roads if you can.
It's a good reminder for me too on my way in here today. I was behind a plow, giving it enough room, of course, but I was thinking, oh, I'm great. Since I'm behind the plow, I'll just go to the speed of that TDOT truck. Not smart, folks, because ice can get anyone.
And ice is forming on shares and backyards in Franklin. You see the icicles that are just forming out there, and that ice is just weighing a lot of things down out in the backyard.
Yeah, I'm cocking my head because I think this picture uploaded, it is sideways, so if you're wondering like what you're looking at here, if you turn your head to the left, I think that orients it up straight.
There we go.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
We have a photo of now a tree fully blocking a road in Brentwood. So never mind. We do not have that photo. We are again just showing you. We're live, folks. We are working through no commercial breaks because we are trying to bring you information as we get it. We've asked for your pictures and videos, so putting them on the air as we get them. Sometimes they come in sideways, sometimes they don't load correctly, but we'll be sure to circle back, of course, and get you the information you need to know to stay safe.
Our First Alert weather team has been tracking this storm for days now, and they're going to stay with us, guiding us through what we need to know.
That's right. So right now we have Stefano DiPietro, Chief Meteorologist Lisa Spencer. Okay, so how much longer can we expect ice to be accumulating here, guys?
Yeah, it looks like it's going to fall maybe for a couple of more hours, and it's slowly moving on to the east. But boy, after that.
And the key word there is accumulating. That just means the ice will stop piling on top of itself. It's already there, so the weight of the ice, Lisa, on the trees, on the power lines, it's going to continue to pull down on that. There have been down trees and power lines for the last 24 hours, it almost feels like, and that's going to continue because temperatures are going to drop so rapidly. Overnight tonight and into tomorrow, there's going to be no melting, but there's going to be refreezing. So power outages and down trees are going to continue even after all of the wintry weather stops coming down. And watch what happens to our temperatures as we head through this evening. By the time you're having dinner, 5, 6, maybe 7 o'clock, we're down in the 20s, maybe even the teens, and then those temperatures rapidly drop down to the teens, and we'll even wake up in the single digits come tomorrow morning. So this means a couple of different things. The first of which is a flash freeze, meaning the temperature drops so dramatically and so low that anything that's untreated, and honestly, even some treated roadways, because regular old road salt doesn't work at temperatures these low, are going to completely freeze over. I suspect neighborhoods are going to be completely encased in ice and maybe some roads completely impassable because of how rapidly that temperature is just going to plummet. This also means you need to continue to drip your pipes. I know that we're all focused, for those that may not have power, on the heat circulating, which is obviously priority number one. But keep your faucets dripping because there still could be the risk for freezing pipes. And Lisa, with the power out for so many areas, we just got a new report in that's, I mean, it's almost shocking to hear.
Absolutely. It has to do with those power outages, 214,000 right here in the county. So we are looking at quite a mess out there. Now let's take a look at what else is falling with this, and then I'm going to show you that map. We have got a continuation of all this moisture right here coming up from the south. So we are definitely looking at rain over here where our temperatures are a bit warmer, and then we still have the sleet that is falling here. So yes, we are still continuing to accumulate more of that ice. And then back behind that, we may see a little bit of snow. Most of that is trying to work up into parts of Kentucky. So that's where we're going to see the bulk of it. Here's that closer look I wanted to show you. Look at that. Looks like we may be having a few flakes fly on the back of that over around Paris, right along the river there. But here is Franklin, Gallatin, down to Nashville, getting that sleet coming through. Looks like you're already clearing it here in Hopkinsville, Clarksville, Waverly, and Linden. Looks like the sleet machine, the freezing rain machine, machine and snow machine is shutting off for you. We're still looking at some rain here, and we're going to need to watch out for some flooding issues here in Lincoln, Moore counties and Franklin counties. You have been in the rain, so a little bit too much rain causing some issues there. And we have got more before we're totally done here, especially in that southeast corner of the mid-state. Now, we've been talking about the temperatures too and just how cold they are. This is what's determining the kind of precipitation we're seeing. Now, you're already at 16 in Hopkinsville, 20 here in Clarksville, and Nashville is sitting on that line. So you may be seeing rain or some freezing rain because a degree temperature makes a huge difference. And then off to the east, we have been above freezing here, enough for that rain that I was talking about flowing in from the south. I mean, look at you in Tullahoma, 38 degrees is the latest. Now, with this freezing rain that we've had and this additional icing, the trees, we've been talking about just how heavy they are. And we are hearing now that the state of Tennessee has more power outages than any other at this point. So we're getting that from our national news here. And that is very believable because when you take a look at that 300,000, and these numbers are a little bit delayed because it just takes a little bit of time to process those into the computer. But right now we're at 190,000 in Davidson County, and we looked at the latest updated number and it was already over 200,000. And just up here into Sumner County, we've got 16,000, 16 also here in Davidson County. So my goodness, we are talking about a lot of folks that are without power. I'm one of those. I'm one of these 190,000 that has no power at my house. Fortunately, we have a gas fireplace. That does help. Here's what we're seeing right here for the afternoon. We've got this freezing line starting to push to the east in terms of the freezing precipitation. The whole line, actually, all that moisture is shifting eastward and will continue to move on out. We'll get a drier time here. Some of that snow may try to slide on in, but it's going to be pushing on out, and then that's when we're going to be really done with this precipitation. The only thing I will say is we could have a few flurries lingering right there into Monday. So we'll watch that. That's what that 20% is for. We're carrying the first alert weather days all the way through Tuesday because we're looking at these morning lows dipping down into the single digits, which is going to keep us just in the ice zone, so to speak. Plus, it's going to be quite windy on Tuesday. And when you see that 2, it's going to feel more like 11, 12 degrees below zero. 29 coming up on Tuesday for the high. And then we finally get back to the 30s for a couple of days, teens in the morning. And then we are in the 20s on Friday and Saturday. It is just going to be so cold out there, Alexandria.
Oh, it's certainly.
Right now, I do not need one.
Let's talk about the roadways right now in first alert traffic. We don't want you out on the roadways. That is what we are stressing and have been and will continue to stress to you. Right now, I'm following a crash here at Old Hickory Boulevard, or rather, tree down. This is what we're seeing a lot of. Roadways blocked because of trees and ice on the roadways. This is to our southeast, Old Hickory Boulevard between Bell Road and Green Timbers Drive. Road condition map, quite the mess, right? Got all the colors today because of the icy, wet conditions, this wintry mix that's been falling down. Over here near the Laverne area, Old Nashville Highway roadway closed out there in Laverne, a portion of it there, not too far from that 41 area. So keep that in mind. Also, THP just posted they're on the scene of a crash right now in the Hermitage area along 40 near Old Hickory Boulevard. From their image, it looks like it is pushed over to the right shoulder, but it's just another situation that they're having to deal with, along with so many of those emergency crews that are across the mid-state and really the state of Tennessee right now, just dealing with some of this. So that's another reason why we're stressing to stay off of the roadways, is so that they can help people in other emergency situations and not having to go to these traffic accidents instead. So again, all these icons you're seeing with the road closure signs, that's likely because of trees and the ice. Mostly, notice here, to the southeast of town, over also to the southwest of downtown Nashville. I'm showing you a live image right now in downtown Nashville with, this is what we've been seeing, some icy conditions on our camera there, some icicles at I-40 and 2nd and 4th Avenue at the downtown loop. A few cars. I gotta say the roadways look pretty good there, but you know, there's always a chance for black ice, so don't let that fool you. Look at this. This is quite the mess out here. Fire Station Road up here in Montgomery County. That car was going by a little too quickly for my liking, but things are moving okay in most areas because there's not a lot of people out, so just keep that in mind. If you are considering it, just don't do it.
All right, Alexandria. Andrea Adams, many thanks as you continue to watch the roads. We want to reset a little bit of sorts here at 12:36 this Sunday afternoon. Now, we have been on air for you since 6 a.m. Lydia Filler, Marius Payton here. We are tracking changing conditions. As one of our live interviews put it earlier, it is a full court press here. We are bringing in reinforcements, got members of our WSMV team, our meteorologists, reporters out on the roads. So many people here checking in. We are in this together, half hour by half hour. We are with you to walk you through this winter storm.
And speaking of full court press, we want to let you know the Memphis Grizzlies game has been canceled. Did you like what I did there?
That was
has been canceled. We're going to let you know what the next steps are with that, but just keep tuning in. We got you covered. This is a massive storm. It's getting worse as that cold weather comes through. We've had people tell us that as this storm develops, 20 years from now, we're going to be talking about the January storm of 2026.
Yes, already being described as historic. No other way to put it here. We know a lot of people are maybe just now turning on their televisions, so we want to say hello to you. Thank you for tuning in, and thank you for trusting us here. We want to go right now to one of our reporters we've been mentioning is out and has been everywhere for us this morning. Dryden quickly live for us now. Was at a house fire earlier. You still looks like are there, Dryden. Bring us up to date on the latest.
Yes, Lydia, we're here in Donaldson, and when you say historic, I understand what you mean because this really impacts everyone. One woman or a family who lives here we know has lost their house. Take a look behind me. I mean, you can see just a bit of what is left, but one fire just totally ruining one house. And this could have caused from anything. I mean, we have a lot of power lines down. We have people using fireplaces to warm their house, generators, all of these things have the potential to cause a fire. Even in between live shots, I was texting my cousins and my friends. My cousin saw a power line come down over in the Wedgwood, Houston area of Nashville. That started a fire. He had to call 911 for that. My other friend says she has a power line in the back of her house. Police are on their way to come fix that as well. But just keep your eye out. And again, we say don't call 911 if your power goes out. But if you do see an active fire, then you can use those lines. But as we've been here too, even if you're just walking and you want to go for a walk and see what's kind of going on, everything is pretty dangerous. We've seen so many trees coming down. I mean, we were right here a few minutes ago and one guy was walking by and a tree came down about 2 seconds later. Really made us all jump. You can hear it when you're just sitting here, kind of a crackling sound, and you look up to see where it's going. So make sure you're not standing under any trees if you do venture outside today. But again, just really advising everyone to stay home because of these down power lines, dangerous roads, and these trees too.
All right, Dryden, thanks so much. Dryden reporting on those crackling sounds. Listen to what we've been hearing from some power lines. That is some dramatic video right there. New video for us this morning, Marius. We haven't seen this yet.
That's not firecrackers. That's power lines down. We've been getting these. It's coming down due to the weight of the ice that's been on those power lines out there. The power lines can't withhold all the weight of the ice. They have to fall, and this is what's going to happen when it falls. This is video that was taken into Hermitage area.
Yeah, also, I want to stay on this for a second because this is also what we're reminding you of when we say do not walk out because power lines could be live. You do not want that smoke. You don't want that smoke. You do not want to step anywhere near that power line. You could be electrocuted. That could be literally deadly. Assume any power line is live, like this person hopefully is doing safely from their, through a window or from their porch, and turn around. You don't want to go anywhere near it. That is an example of a line that you would call 911 for.
Yes, that's an emergency. All right, hey, BNA is not on a ground delay, but several airports all across the country are. BNA tells us they're working around the clock to clear taxiways and runways. The biggest problem right now is the ice.
Isn't that everyone's biggest problem right now? The ice is just getting everyone. No one is safe. We've been telling you all morning long, canceled flights, canceled flights, canceled flights, departures and arrivals. There are a handful still scheduled, but we know there's probably going to get canceled too, right? A reminder here that BNA is not responsible, the airport themselves are not responsible for your canceled flights. That would be your airlines. Kindness goes a long way, and so does some patience. Just know that everyone is working in conjunction to try to get you where you need to go. And we mentioned calling in and reporting outages or downed lines. Here are some numbers to do just that. You can either call or text for these cancellations. Marius.
Yeah, if you want to report them, here's a list of the companies, the phone numbers you want to call or text, or in your area. If you call, you might have to give give them your meter number, so have that ready. That's going to expedite anything that needs to happen. So if you want to come up to your screen, pause this, take a picture of it. It might be a good idea. Also, as we just showed you, if there's any down power lines near you, do not get near it. Stay at least 30 feet away. Just know that these crews are working all over the place. They've been working for 16 hours, 24 hours just to get you your power back on. They're going to get to you as soon as they can, as long as it's safe. You know, they say, please practice patience as well as safety.
That's right. Give them some room to work. We are in this together, as Bree Smith was saying, you know, one snowflake at a time, one freezing raindrop at a time, now one down tree at a time. This is a tree fully blocking the road in Brentwood on Holt Road. A viewer sent this into my email after I asked for submissions, and I'll do the same thing again, okay? If you have damage in your area, trees down in your area, any power lines, any kind of video you think we might find interesting, send it our way. You can email me, email Marius, email the newsroom, get on Facebook. There's so many different platforms to reach us on WSMV, our social media. We really enjoy and we like to see your photos because it kind of paints a picture for us here of what everyone in Middle Tennessee is experiencing.
Well, someone's camera captured this beautiful cardinal perched on the ice in Springfield. Look at that.
He's a fluffy one. Or is it a she? I can't tell. I mean, the red cardinals usually, like the brighter ones, are the men, but when it bends down to eat, it's got some gray.
You know more about birds than I do.
Weirdly, I do.
Yes, you do. Hey, I'm listening. I'm here to learn a lesson here. But, you know, beautiful. Mother Nature doing her thing outside, and nature running its course too. The birds got to eat too and drink before all that water freezes up out there. And just a reminder, if you do have a bird feeder, you might want to try to change out the fresh water before it freezes so they have something to drink as well.
Yeah, because all of their food is frozen right now. It's frozen underground, under the ice. You can put out some bird seed and safely watch them through the window. We just showed a picture of like 4 cats doing the same thing, bird watching as they threw out bird seed. Fun indoor activities if you and your pets are going stir crazy.
With our reporters, like you said, all day long, WSMV has reporters all out over the mid-state in your neighborhood, catching you up to what you need to know and how safe things are out there.
Okay, so right now we're hearing our Jordan James coming in live. His feed is coming through, and wouldn't you know it, on a day like today, you made it to, you guessed it, Broadway, Jordan James.
That's absolutely right, Lydia. We were wondering what things look like out here, so we decided to come down to Broadway. And I can tell you, on a typical Sunday, you would see thousands of people out here, but that is not the case as a result of the conditions out here. And I'm going to have Jared just kind of show you, for the most part, the roadways have been plowed, so you certainly can drive down Broadway, but you can see that the snow has been pushed off to the side. A lot of the businesses along Broadway, they currently are closed, but I have seen a few of them that are open. As you know, a lot of tourists come out to Broadway, and right now I'm actually joined with a man who came from Michigan just to be out here in downtown Nashville. Devin, just reflect on what this experience has been like for you out here.
Oh, it was awesome the first couple of days until it started snowing yesterday, and they took care of the roads really well. We drove down here, so the roads have been good today. Just food places are closed, grocery stores are closed. That's the only unfortunate part. But
for certain. And I know that, you know, being from Michigan, you're used to all different types of winter events. How does this compare to what you're accustomed to?
Oh, no, it's negative temperatures in Michigan right now. I think people would probably be in jackets right now, but I'm pretty comfortable here. The roads, as far as driving wise, I'm used to driving in the snow. So last night it was pretty bad as well. The roads were bad out here, but I think from being Michigan, we're used to it.
A lot of officials are urging people to stay home because while this road is clear, the reality is that's not the site on other roadways. As a person who's been out in the conditions, what are you recommending people do?
Just if you're able to drive, if you're a good driver and you know you trust in your abilities, then go ahead and go on the road. Just try and be as safe as possible. I know on our way out here we are by like Old Hickory area, and there's an area where the trees go over the roads, and there's a bunch of trees in the middle of the roads. We're swerving in between lanes. there's other cars there as well driving that traffic. And then there's a down power line. You have to back up. So just try and be as safe as possible and maybe stay indoors if you can. So I think we're on our way back to Michigan.
All right, well, that certainly is a good message that many people are preaching, to stay indoors as a result of the conditions. But Marius, Lauren, that's what things are looking like out here on Broadway. Not many people out. A lot of the stores are closed, but we're going to stay out here to continue to monitor the conditions and bring you the very latest. I'll send it back to you in studio.
Yeah, Michigan might be looking a lot better right now than we are here in Nashville. Jordan James, not a bad idea. Now to our Danielle Ledbetter.
Thanks, Lydia. Tracking power outages, and I have been all morning long. So right now at 12:46, we are sitting at about over 200,000 customers are without power. So let's take a look at our entire region, though. In Clarksville, CDE Lightband is reporting 940 customers without power. And MTE, they cover parts of Wilson, Rutherford, and Williamson counties, and they are reporting right now, let's take a look, over 13,000 customers are without power there. So we are getting updates from NES as well, and we have been all morning long. I'm going to try to pull up their outage map right now, but they told us that we can expect that it is going to get worse before it gets better. Now, they also told us that they estimate that this will take days to restore power, so they're asking you to be patient. Now, they could not give us an exact estimate as to how many days we're looking at until power is fully restored, but they did say they should have a better estimate as the day goes on. And I was able to get this map pulled up, so right now we are looking at over 220,000 customers without power. Marius?
It's like a tote board. We were saying that we are having a telethon here, and the total just keeps going up, but there's no money involved at all. Danielle, thanks so much.
Isn't it, actually?
Hey, once again, we're going to check in with our reporter. Stacy Cameron has been all out in Franklin doing everything to show us how bad it is out there.
That's right. He's bundled up. He gets another layer every time we see him. Stacy's been down in Williamson County all day, and he just gets deeper into the trees every time. Stacy, what's the deal here? What are we looking at?
Well, this is part of the aftermath of damage to what I counted 7 evergreen trees. It smells like Christmas. There's so many of these things down and chopped up. These are the Vieira Cool Springs Apartments, catty corner across from Centennial High School on Liberty Pike. Look at what some of this damage did. First of all, when we first came here a few hours ago, this tree was down here. They got out, they sawed it, they cleared it so people could get in this back entrance. But if we come back here to the western side, we see all of these trees down here. At least 3 of them hit these 2 apartment buildings here. You see one that went down briefly on the roof here to the top. We had another one that went into the entryway, and then one even further down on that roof. The good thing is here, it doesn't look like it pierced any of the roofs here, so the people look to be okay inside. But you can see those trees, like I said, I counted 7 of them that have damage. They went in through the creek here. They've fallen out onto the ledge. Again, back into the common entryway. You can see right here, take a look at this if my photographer Brent can come over. You can just see how clean through these snapped right here, right off the edge there at the top of this one and down into that main area. This is also the apartment complex. If you remember a little earlier today, if you weren't with us, trees went down on at least 2 different cars in this apartment complex. So this place got hit pretty hard. All down Liberty Pike, all the way back up to Mac Hatcher, we saw trees down, trees down, trees down along the side. Thankfully, only 1 or 2 of those went on power lines. We didn't see any on homes, so that was good. But all the trees we saw going down were these evergreen type ones, right? Where the ice had just weighed down these limbs and these trees, and it brought them down. So as this gets colder here again tonight, the sleet is still falling. More of that weight goes on these trees. If you've got one of these kinds in your yard or close to your home, you want to be pretty cautious and keep an eye on those guys.
Yeah, Stacy, also thank you so much for that show and tell, really just illustrating the point that there's a lot of cleanup to come. It is only the middle of the day on Sunday, Marius.
Yeah, and that tree is one of many that are falling across the mid-state. This one caught on camera. This is downtown Portland. You can see a limb break and fall to the ground.
There it goes.
There it is. Look at that.
Okay, so how fast that went, Marius?
Yeah.
That without warning.
Yeah, but I'm sure it was cracking a little bit, and I'm sure that noise got them aware that, hey, something is about to happen.
Right.
But that is an adult tree, and that is a huge branch
And anyone walking right there?
Oh my God, or a car right under it, or a house right under it. There's an awning right now, and the awnings have been taking L's all day long. Awnings cannot handle the snow, the rain, or the limbs.
If the boats can't even handle it, right? Gosh, we want to show you Madison, trees down all over one family's yard. Gosh, hurts my heart because this is their landscaping. These are their mature trees. Some of these trees are hundreds of years old. I mean, it is not just an easy thing to bring one of these down. Look at tree house, too, in that family's yard. Golly, they're going to look out once all this is cleaned up and have such a different line of sight. Luckily, see, there was like a portico there, Marius, that did not get hit. But look, it got some of their fence, it looks like, and look at that. I mean, there is a tree house into the right there. That's like a little nook in that giant family tree that went down. It's really sad to see all these mature.
During this winter storm, they can't handle the ice and things like that, get weighted down. We want to let you know the state of Tennessee has 89 shelters open right now. We know a lot of you have lost power and need somewhere to go.
Yeah, a lot of you have lost power. A lot of you know someone who's lost power. So be sure to take down this information, maybe take a picture, take some notes. You can go to TEMA's website, that is TEMA, Tennessee Emergency Management Agency. They have locations in every county of warming shelters open, available to you or anyone you know right now, because we heard it from NES, Nashville Electric. This is going to be a multi-day event. Worst case scenario has happened. They say it might take upwards of a couple of days or even more than that to get power back on in some places.
Yeah, and the temperature a couple days from now is going to be 0 degrees.
Right,
no
0
degrees. And you add the wind chill with that, it might get to negative 16 degrees. So a lot going on. If you don't have power, if you don't have heat, you might want to look into getting into one of those warming stations that they have set up all over the country.
That's right.
Or all over the state, that is.
This is the information that we're here to tell you. We are focused on keeping you safe and keeping you informed. So please pass that information on if you know someone who maybe can't get our signal right now because they're out of power. Warming shelters, you can search TEMA, T-E-M-A, go to their website. You can go search by county. We want to look at this now. A building collapsed. This is Highway 412 East in Parsons. We have seen a lot of this almost like an awning looking cover. So Marius, this is another one added to the list of can't withstand it. Like the 10 structures type, very thin.
They don't do well.
Yeah, it doesn't do well in a tornado, doesn't do well in the snow and ice. It's just very heavy there in Parsons.
Yeah, ice 100, awnings 0.
Yikes.
They never do well in these situations. Our sports team is in the
scores.
elements. Oh, I see what you did there. Our sports team has been in the elements as well.
Yeah, we told you this is a whole station effort here. We want to go now to sports director Chris Harris, see what he's up to.
Hey, Chris Harris here out in South Nashville again. Hope everyone is doing the best they can as they hunker down here through this storm. As the rain continues to come down, you can see ice on the trees and on some of the power lines kind of behind me. One of the things, as you've seen, you know, as the rain comes down, it gets on this snow and things are slushy, right? And so, like, you can break it up and you can see kind of how the road is, and it's okay underneath, but look, you get right next to it and you're just sliding. So the ice is already starting to form because of this rain, and as our meteorologists have been saying throughout the night and through this morning, the temperatures are obviously going to dip, and that's when everything is going to ice over out there. So everyone, please be safe. This is a snapshot of kind of where we are in South Nashville right now. I know many of us are without power. Everyone, do what you can to please stay warm and stay safe as we get through this together.
Chris Harris, thanks so much.
Words of advice. Getting through this together, that is what we are here to do. Our First Alert weather team standing by. I've mentioned this before, Marius. This was not a surprise to us because we have a team of experts who know what they're talking about. They are here for you to keep you safe and informed, and they give us the heads up on this a week out here.
Yeah, the most accurate weather team in the market. Our First Alert Chief Meteorologist Lisa Spencer, Stefano DiPietro here. What should we know right now as we start heading into this really cold weather?
Well, I hope folks got the message that it wasn't the snowfall. For some of those people who are putting out those 19 inches of snow, we never thought that would be the case. We always knew it was going to be the ice, and now the ice has arrived, and we are seeing it getting closer to exiting, Stefano.
But it's almost this is almost a worst case scenario for us. I mean, you know, there's a lot of areas that are without power, but so many people in Davidson County are without power, but it's all across the, the mid-state. So it's a huge problem.
And we're going to show you some of those totals. Here's what we're seeing falling right now. now across the area. That pink represents sleet and freezing rain in the wintertime. Primarily, it's freezing rain for us right now. And I just want to remind you, it's confusing, I know, when you're out there and it's just raining. I only see rain. That's freezing rain that just looks like rain. When the freezing part comes in is when it hits a surface. It hits a power line. It hits a tree or the pavement. That's when you know it is freezing rain, if you start to see that ice form. This is actually just rain, and it has rained so much. To folks down here to the southeast, you are actually need to be concerned about flooding, so just be extra careful here because we've had a lot of water. If you live in one of those poor drainage areas, somewhere where you tend to have ponding on the roads or you know that water collects, do beware of the possibility of some flooding here in the southeast corner. That includes Moore, Lincoln, and Franklin County. And then all the way up here to Jamestown, we see the rain, and you may have some switching back and forth from rain to freezing rain depending on the temperature exactly where you are. A little bit of snow is trying to come in on the backside. This was what we were talking about yesterday. We would see this most likely ending with some snowfall. Now there's a lot of moisture coming up from the south, so we have no shortage of moisture that's going to keep this going. It's just the whole thing is shifting to the east, and that's when we're going to shut this whole icing machine down. There will be a little bit of snow on the back side of this. Shouldn't be a big deal. It's going to be the icing that we're going to be most concerned about. And these are those current temperatures. This is why we are seeing the continuation here of this changing over. Meanwhile, just off to the east is where our temperatures are a little bit warmer. We've gotten the plain rain. Stefano's going to show you more about that coming up in just a few minutes. In the meantime, just know we are talking about some really cold conditions. They'll come in the backside of that, and the moisture is going to be moving off. So by 2 o'clock, it should be totally out of Nashville. And then you can see it moves off the Cumberland Plateau. After that, we are looking at drier conditions in terms of anything else falling from the sky. But Stefano, now we're going to be concerned about these temperatures.
Absolutely. You lose the accumulation of the ice. What you don't end up losing is just the danger of the cold. So we have that flash freeze alert for tonight with a dramatic drop in our temperatures. Roads and sidewalks are going to quickly ice, and even regular old rock salt isn't going to be enough to stop these roads from completely icing over. Power outages, of course, are going to continue as well because the temperature is going to drop to so low below freezing that we're just not going to have the chance to even melt any of this ice that's on the trees, on the power lines. So that's why we could still see problems lingering into the night tonight, because you have 200, 300, 500 pounds of ice pulling down on trees and power lines, and they can continue to come down. Look at temperatures, teens through the middle of our night tonight. They are single digits by the time we wake up tomorrow morning, at the very greatest maybe in the lower ends of the teens. It doesn't get much better tomorrow afternoon. We'll have some sunshine, which tries to help out a little bit, but not a whole lot. I think some of us will have a tough time getting out of the teens for our Monday. It's down near zero Monday night to Tuesday morning. We're barely even near freezing Tuesday afternoon. Wednesday and Thursday, temperatures are near, if not just above freezing, but those overnight lows remain frigid. Friday and Saturday, we're sitting in the 20s. I will tell you this, if your neighborhood ices over tonight, which is very likely across a lot of areas, a lot of those secondary and back roads just won't have the chance to get clear because road crews have to put priorities on those main roads, those interstates, those overpasses, and those bridges. It is going to be days if you can't get a road crew there before your neighborhood can really be travelable again, just because of how low the temperatures will drop. Take a look at our current temperatures one more time right now. We're just above the freezing mark to the south and east. We're still barely above freezing in Nashville, but there's that frigid cold air again. No doubt seeing some refreezing in areas like Camden, Paris, and Hopkinsville, but that's much more of the story for the overnight tonight.
All right, first alert traffic check right now. Let's talk about your commute that you should not be doing right now. This is a live perspective at I-24 Haywood Lane to our southeast near the Antioch area. We are starting to see more travel around this area. Just noticed here on our cameras, and travel looks like it's going pretty fine, but I want you to remember there is always a chance there is black ice out there on the roadway, so please keep that in mind. I-40 eastbound, this is heading out or outbound towards or inbound rather towards the Nashville area. A jackknife tractor trailer there over to the west. This is near Highway 46. Road conditions again not favorable right now. You're seeing a lot of icons with road closures, and we are telling you to heed those road closures. If you see any signage saying you can't go this way, don't go around the signage. That is never the situation to do. Taking out here to the Franklin area, this is a live perspective at Hillsborough and Del Rio. Notice here, this is where that Starbucks is, over where my hand is. Kroger just there in that complex of Independence Square. Notice the trees, right? They're quite picturesque, very icy, but notice how they're just kind of falling over, like they're tired, the heavy ice weighing them down. I haven't seen any of these trees fall into the roadway yet, but I'm kind of keeping a close eye on this because we've been seeing trees around the Nashville area that have fallen out into the roadways. One car traveling in that area at this point. Davidson County, we did have that crash here at I-24 after Whites Creek Pike. This is cleared up, but of course, everyone moving slower with a lot of yellow and orange on our traffic flow.
Alexandria, I don't want you to leave just yet. I got a quick question for you here. Lauren Lowry here. There's the voice of Lauren Lowry coming over this thing. Alexandria, I did actually want to know something from you really quickly. You've been watching the roads for several hours.
Yeah.
To what degree are you surprised that people are out still, even though they've been told to stay home?
You know, certain areas more than others. I've definitely seen, I think in the downtown area, I think we have a lot of looky-loos wanting to see a quiet downtown Nashville, right? So I think you're seeing more travel there. A couple of people traveling over here. Maybe that Kroger, of course, open. That is a grocery store area. So hopefully if those are the cases that are people just having to get out because of work, or maybe they do need something, make baby formula, that's about the only time I would hit the roadways.
Understood. All right, Alexandria Adams, thank you so much. It's 1 minute after the hour right now. Let's do a little reset for you. If you're just now joining us, I'm Lauren Lowry. I have Hunter Hoagland with me for continued wall-to-wall breaking news coverage of this ice and snow, the freezing rain. What's out there right now and what it will become in a few hours, these are two different things. It's already treacherous. It's going to become more so.
And I just want to point out, this is why we are in a state of emergency. I think a lot of us left work yesterday, and probably you at home who thought, this wasn't so bad, right? We had a dusting of snow out there. It felt okay. Much different story this morning. I mean, if you didn't see the snow out there, if the snow wasn't there, you would think it was a tornado that went through. I mean, just trees snapped in half. You have downed power lines everywhere. Stoplights are out left and right. Emergency crews are having a hard time getting through. So this is a very serious situation in terms of just what we're seeing really all across the mid-state.
This is one of those situations where we say, just trust us. We're showing you all the video. You don't have to get out and see it. Our crews are taking the utmost precautions and taking things very, very slowly. And also, we're quite versed in how to handle situations like this. You just stay home. So if you've lost power, if you're one of the 220,000 or so people just in Nashville without power, and you're watching us streaming on your phone, thanks for joining us. We're going to make sure you are completely prepared for what's happening right now. Let's take a look at some of the video people have sent in here.
Sure. So we want to show you what it's like I believe this is in Fairview, and that's what we're seeing all over the mid-state. Just down trees. You have crews out there trying to clean this up, restore power as well. Lauren just mentioned 220,000. That's a number you're going to hear often. So that's customers, right? That's not even people. So those are entire households, buildings, companies, all without power, and that's NES alone. So you look at all the other power companies we have as well, Lauren. So many people just up against the clock trying to get this power back on.
You know, and the thing that strikes me just as I look at these pictures is I think, well, yeah, we're telling you it's Fairview, but this could be anywhere.
It could be anywhere.
This is what it looks like. You know, Hunter, you drove, this was interesting to me. You live in Nashville. You drove to Antioch this morning because we're all in this together. We had a coworker that wasn't going to be able to get in.
I know.
When you were driving in, which was just an hour ago, what was it like for you?
So it was interesting to hear Alexandria say in downtown we're seeing a lot of looky-loos. So I live in the Midtown area. It is true. I think people are starting to get that cabin fever, wanting to get out and see what this is all about. Again, now is not the day to do it. Things are so slick out there, and that's what we saw, right? With this freezing rain coming in, things that melted, now it's freezing back over. It is just an ice rink out there. It left Midtown to go to Antioch. I would say the interstates, they're decent. They're not great by any means. Those huge problem areas are what we're seeing on the bridges, Lauren. Right? And they always say it ices over bridges, drive safe and careful.
Sure.
It's intense.
And even the work trucks get stuck, you guys. We have a TDOT truck that slid into a ditch. Highway Patrol actually shared this photo. You know, they're out there doing the work. They're trying to clear the roadways for all of us, and even they get stuck sometimes. So you have to know, if these guys with 6 wheels, 8 wheels, like if they're getting stuck, if they're coming off the road, you don't want to be out in it.
And that's the biggest reason they tell everyone to stay home. I know that sounds obnoxious. You probably think we sound like a broken record up here. Stay home, stay home. home. But it's for these emergency crews and power crews and people who really need to be out there. Lauren, we're looking at this photo here, right? When you think there's all of these other people who may try and get out in the mix, it just makes their job much harder to do and really delays that process of getting the power back to people who need it.
Totally. So we've been checking with our reporters for hours. Stacy Cameron, even as a colleague of yours, just being able to watch your reporting, you've been doing an excellent job bringing people the information they need. Tell us where you are and what you're seeing right now.
So I am where we've been most of the day, and that's Franklin, down in Williamson County. Right now, back over in the Vieira Cool Springs apartments where we had been telling people the trees were down. We showed them how the main entrance had been blocked off at one point from Liberty Pike, how a tree had gone into another car. Here's the second car we had told people about. We finally got back over to it. This big evergreen goes down earlier this morning right on top of this guy's SUV. Right on top of it, took out the mirror a while back when we first were pulling up. They went back in, they were out taking pictures for the insurance. The car just to the right of it took some damage too. Huge dent in the top of that car there. This branch must have hit there and bounced off. And if anyone's familiar with the Franklin neighborhood, this is a catty corner over from Centennial High School. This is a working class apartment complex. A lot of hard-working blue-collar folks live in this one. I know because I live just up the road from here. So it's unfortunate to see that kind of damage happening to people's property. You can see halfway up this tree that was an incredibly tall evergreen at one point just snapped in half under the weight of that ice that was going on these limbs, and this is what we're really talking about here. I don't know how close up we can get to that, but just ice all over these branches. That's a lot of weight for these trees. It has stopped finally. That mix that we were getting, kind of the sleet for the past couple of hours, seems to have stopped here for a while. That's good. Hopefully the storm has now passed us here in Franklin, but the streets are still wet and slushy, so when it gets much colder tonight, the fear is this is going to freeze over and start all kinds of traffic problems overnight and into the morning. Guys?
Cameron, live for us. Stacy, thank you. He had mentioned that refreeze, Lauren, and that's going to be one of the biggest dangers as we look ahead to the rest of the day and tomorrow. And that's the thing with winter storms. I was talking to Bree yesterday. It's never just that initial impact of snow that's the problem. It's the days and sometimes weeks to come. When we look at the freeze and the ice and the cleanup process, it can take so long to just get all of that off the roads and people's cars.
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice if Mother Nature would help us. We're not getting above freezing for a bit, and even like we're right at that critical temperature right now where I'm seeing puddles of water all throughout the area on my drive-in too this morning, and I thought, this is not going to be okay. It will be an ice rink tonight because we are getting back down into the single digits. We're never far away from our first alert weather team. They're going to give us another update pretty soon here.
Those puddles of water that you mentioned too, that was something I was seeing on the way in. And when you think of all these down lines that we're seeing, exponentially increases the danger, right? We got to treat those as if they're live out there. You don't know. Not only could it electrocute somebody and get burns, and the interesting thing too is when you have water on the roads, that can quickly just travel through that water and make it spread even further. So much danger just as you look out your front door and see what's going on.
Totally. Our Braden Ross is in downtown Nashville. Day 2 of storm coverage for us right now with the conditions there.
Hey everyone, Braden Ross with WSMV here downtown Nashville. This is Church Street, and I thought I would come out, just head out to the grocery store, maybe pick up a few things. I thought maybe I'd hop on one of these scooters to do it. Oh wait, I can't. It's encased in ice. Look at this scooter, completely encased in ice, icicles hanging from it. You can see, I mean, I don't know if you can tell how thick the ice is that's just coating this scooter. I mean, look at the wheels here. Totally not going anywhere on this thing, probably for like a week at least. Look at how thick it is coated on there. That is exactly what is happening to all the trees around town. That's why they're falling down. This is what's happening to the roads and the sidewalks too. I mean, look at this. This is treacherous. So even if you're thinking, hey, I'm not going to drive because driving is, you know, scary and dangerous right now, even walking is scary and dangerous right now outside because of just how much ice is coating everything. It's only going to get worse as everything freezes tonight. So this is your sign to stay at home and not ride a Lime scooter today.
Braden Ross, thanks so much. Okay, look at this viewer video. This is a power line sparking a fire in Dixon. I mean, I would say right place, right time, because someone was able to capture that. But I will tell you, the sound that stuff like that makes when it's a branch, for example, cracking, or a power line arcing and cracking and then falling, it is an eerie sound, no question.
It's creepy to see, and we were seeing some of those videos, and that's what people are experiencing all over the mid-state. It's just these really old historic trees. I think they were calling them mature earlier, right? But they're huge trees just snapping in half. And the sound, to Lauren's credit here, it's an eerie situation out there when it's all kind of, you know, covered in snow, and then you just hear these loud power explosions, trees coming down, and again, we're seeing it everywhere.
You don't want to be under it, no question. When we talk about the power outages, we know 220,000 people are without power right now. And then look at this, 3,200 essentially events with 220,000 customers. But listen to this. This I find interesting because I did find myself saying, well, that's a lot of people without power. Is that everybody in Nashville without power? No. Davidson County, NES, is saying 48% of their customers are without power right now.
And if you were watching earlier, I know some of you are probably just tuning in for the first time, but we had a phone interview earlier with NES, and Marius had asked him, you know, are you surprised by what we're seeing? How will we compare this to storms past? And they will say, this is a storm that we will talk about in 20 years. Do you remember what happened in January of 2026? So the catastrophic events that we're seeing just in terms of this ice, the people without power, it is a very real situation for so many people here in the mid-state.
The scary part to me about that is that means that they already realize it's going to take them a very long time to get power back on for everybody. So yeah, we're all in this together at this point, and we're going to stay on with you. We're on generator power ourselves. We've had 2 power lines snap here on the property where here we are at WSMV, and we are in the same boat you are. A lot of us have lost power at our own homes.
And Lauren, the importance of patience, that was one of the things they really emphasized this morning, these different power crews. I know so many of you are without power and it is so tough and you want it back on. They're just asking, report it once and let it be that. They see that you requested it, they see you're out, and they're just working kind of in a hierarchy, trying to get the biggest areas on first and then trickle their way down. But it's going to take some time.
The high impact places definitely end up being first rung. Okay, look at this video here. We've got some video out of Bellevue, or a picture at least, of somebody showing a tree that has fallen on their home. This is the kind of stuff we're talking about. But again, just like we saw some video earlier out of Fairview, this could be anywhere.
It could be.
This is literally what we're seeing all over the mid-state right now. There's just trees snapped, lines snapped. I mean, they're just down, and it's just what it is right now.
And we want to see all of your photos and pictures out there. That's how we're operating here, is just showing our viewers what y'all are seeing as well. These pictures, Lauren, too, they're going to be important in the days and weeks to come when it comes to insurance purposes, right? We look at the cars that have been damaged, the homes, the property, things like that. So those photos, they'll be critical just to show what's going on wherever it is that you live.
You know, it's notable. I want to bring our team of First Alert meteorologists into this conversation. Our chief meteorologist, Lisa Spencer, and then Stefano DiPietro. You know, guys, as we were covering this storm yesterday, as the snow was coming in, it was not as urgent, right? I mean, because snow is not as urgent. But now we're in a different situation. I mean, the urgency has been cranked up. I mean, the roads are an absolute mess. What kind of pressure are you guys feeling on this now day 2 of this storm?
Well, and you know, the snow is pretty. Everybody loves watching the snow.
The first 2 hours was great.
Yep, it was beautiful. But then we got that changeover happening, and now we're dealing with the ice, which, you know, it's worrisome because, you know, we've got power outages and things that can cause harm to folks.
And you still have things that will continue to happen overnight tonight, obviously, too. So remember, we've been talking about the sheer weight of the ice on the power lines and the trees as well. So just because the ice will stop accumulating doesn't mean we're out of the woods with that, because the sheer weight of that will still take down power out across a lot of the area, and then dangerous cold will obviously follow. Now we have to talk about some kind of good news, and the good news is the sleet, the freezing rain, the snow, it's all at least beginning to show signs that it's coming to an end. We have some scattered flurries and snow showers, Paris, Clarksville, Hopkinsville, near Waverly, but it's not like that would really put down any additional or really any effective accumulation. We still have a lot of rain east of I-65. There's areas like Franklin Moore and Lincoln County that have had some flooding. Those are areas that are finally going to get some relief. Higher peaks of the plateau are obviously still seeing some freezing rain, but at least all of this is finally coming to an end, and we won't have any additional accumulations. Look a little farther off to the west, though. There's still some scattered flurries and snow showers back in parts of West Tennessee, the northern portions of Arkansas. So you may still see some flakes fly this evening heading into the overnight tonight, but the majority of that moisture is now moving to the east. Here's where things start to get concerning, and it's the rapid temperature drop off to the north and west. Hopkinsville, Clarksville, Paris down through Camden sitting into the teens. We're still just above freezing in Nashville, and areas points to the south and east. We're just right at or above that freezing mark. A lot of roads are wet, and a lot of roads are passable right now because they are just wet. But overnight tonight, we expect that flash freeze, so that will cause roads to, in some cases, become sheets of ice, Lisa.
All right, no doubt about that. The good news is the precipitation is about to move out. Already, we're seeing it wind down right around the metro area. It will continue to press towards the east. We may see a little bit of snow on the backside of this. There's a little bit already in southern Kentucky, but notice all this is moving on, and by the time we get to 10 o'clock, I mean, it is going to be out of here. Now our temperatures will be really dropping, so it's going to be a very cold night that we're going to see setting up for us. Let's talk about just how cold it's going to be. This is a look at our futurecast with these temperatures. Note these teens staying with us, and as we go right on through the evening, we'll see more and more of these numbers drop. So where you have been above freezing to the east, you're dropping below freezing into the 20s as well. And that means all of that moisture that's out there is going to freeze. If you can have a few moments today to maybe get your cardio in, get out and push some of that sludge or just all that, it really gets nasty looking after a while. All of that kind of sloppy stuff that has melted somewhat and still like a slush on the roads, if you can get that away from drainage areas, just so that we won't have as many issues coming up tomorrow with all of that ice right there in some of those spots where we don't want it. Now we'll look for these teens right around 5:30 in the morning. These are actual temperatures going all the way down to the single digits for many of you tomorrow, and then back up into the low 20s, and the teens is what we're looking for here. Just wanted to show you those wind chills. By the time we get to 9 o'clock tomorrow night, we could feel like well below zero. Now, this may be a little exaggerated, but you get the idea that it is going to be bitterly, bitterly cold. And by 7 o'clock on Tuesday, it could feel like 9 below in Nashville, 13 below in Clarksville. It is going to be a very, very cold start to the day. Our 7-day forecast, and I don't know where it went. Let's see if I can back it up. Maybe it'll pop up. There we go. Well, maybe not. One more time. One more time. Our computer's getting a workout. I mean, it really is. So we're looking at first alert weather days on the rest of today, Monday and Tuesday, with these temperatures in the 20s, morning lows in the single digits, and with the winds so high, just as I showed you, we'll see those well below zero. Feels like temperatures. And then we get to Wednesday and Thursday. We finally get up above 30s in the afternoon, or above freezing anyway. And then we get back down into the 20s for Friday and Saturday, but still very cold mornings right there in the teens most days.
My goodness. All right, first alert traffic check right now. We are talking about the roadways right now. You know, all the trees falling, it's kind of like Rice Krispies, right? It's snap, crackle, and pop. They are all over and littering here our road condition map. That's why you're seeing all these icons here. A lot of these are trees, these debris causing areas, or areas with debris, I should say. This is Korean Veterans Boulevard traveling eastbound downtown Nashville area, still closed off between 3rd Avenue and President Ronald Reagan Way. Also showing you this live perspective of what was a crash site. Actually, I think I still see it. It's right behind that interstate sign there. This is to our north side, Briley Parkway. This is at Dickerson Pike. We did have somebody, it looks like they were trying to travel the correct way. I believe this is the westbound side, but their car spun out, and TDOT's now on the scene helping them with that situation. And look at this, not too far from here, we also had some debris reported, and I think it's referring to some of those tree limbs that are just hanging over the guardrail there. So that lane of travel can't go through it right now. Cars are moving through that area. Take your time wherever you are going if you are going out. But again, we're kind of like your mom today. We're telling you, no, don't do that. Stay in if you can. Showing you also a crash here with a jackknife tractor trailer. This is I-40 eastbound out to our west, right near Highway 46, with lots of slowing all across the mid-state.
So much to do. Alexandria Adams, thank you so much to track. I'm glad it's not even more.
though.
know.
You know, that people are actually heeding the
Exactly.
warning. Did you see this a moment ago? Our Braden Ross showed this video. I just think anytime we can really express to you what things really look like, this is one of those things right here. These e-scooters that are just covered in that ice downtown. Those things aren't going to be driven for a while,
No,
I'd say.
ma'am. I believe this is right off Church Street. Braden was saying she was trying to take one of those. They were frozen to the ground. You can see those icicles hanging off the handlebars. Lauren, that's a similar situation really everywhere you're looking.
Yeah.
Midtown, downtown, the suburbs, everywhere across the mid-state, just blanketed now, not only with snow, but this really just intense ice. Look at that we're just seeing all over the streets.
Totally. We're also going to show you this tree on a home in Bellevue. I mean, I feel for these people. They're not the only ones, you know. I mean, there's trees down everywhere. I spoke with a man earlier today. If you've been with us for a while, you might have heard me tell this story a few hours ago. I'm going to give you a little peek behind the curtain here, because what we do, and in our preparation for storms like this here in the newsroom, we've known for days this was all coming. And so our managers said, we will put people up in hotel rooms. If you live further away and you're concerned about the drive back to your place, we will put you in a close by hotel room that, you know, lessens the chance that you're going to get in an accident coming to and from work.
Sure.
So I was in a hotel last night, woke up this morning, and you guys, everybody in the lobby of the hotel were locals.
Yep.
No one's from out of town.
No.
Everybody is local in the hotels right now. And one man I spoke with told me, he said, I woke up this morning, 6 a.m., to the sound of a tree cracking and coming down. He said, I watched it snap my power lines. And he told me, unfortunately, I've been through this before. And he said, because I know what this is all about. So he went ahead and called the hotel, and he was at the hotel within an hour by 7 a.m. So people were just milling about. I mean, this is just one hotel around Nashville. I'm sure all of them are like that by this point now, because you've got 220,000 people without power.
And Lauren, many of them are selling out. To your point, they're all locals. 220,000 customers without power. That means even more people in those households also without power. So everyone's just trying to get to somewhere warm, a warm shower, some heat, right? Those are all critical here. So it is 1:20 now. We are about 40 minutes away from having a press conference from TEMA, where we hope to get just a major update about what's been going on across the mid-state, what they need from you, and really just the situation at large as we look ahead to what is a dangerous, dangerous couple of days ahead.
Jordan James is with us right now. Jordan, you reported for us all day yesterday. You're back out reporting for us today. Give us some perspective on what you've seen change between yesterday and today.
Well, Lauren, on yesterday, as you know, it was just straight snow, and now ice has moved in the area. The temperatures are very cold right now. So speaking of that snow, a lot of that snow has built up here on the sidewalk. It's very slushy right here. The one good sign that we have noticed is that West End Avenue appears to have been very plowed, but the reality is once you get on the side road, it's really slick out there, which is one of many reasons why officials are urging people to stay home. And just to give you an idea, of how powerful the ice has been, a lot of the trees have come down as a result of that. The good news is we have not seen many people outside. About 5 to 10 minutes ago, I was along Broadway. Several of the businesses along Broadway were closed. I did catch up with a few tourists who came from different parts of the country just to be here, and they said they were not going to allow this weather to stop their plans. But that's the situation out here in the West End. Not many people out on the roadway. Many people just trying to take it easy. We'll continue to stay out here and monitor the conditions and bring you the very latest. Lauren, Hunter.
Jordan James, thanks so much. Yeah, appreciate that. Always stay safe. You see the cars, though, still driving behind him. Makes me think, people, get back inside.
And that was one of the areas that Alexandria was talking about. We're getting looky-loos, people who are thinking, I want to go out and see what's going on. Again, just heed the warning of officials. Stay home, let them do their job. It makes it a lot easier.
Because the second you get in an accident, you're going to be saying, oh,
Wish I would have.
This is what they were talking about. Right. This is why they said stay home.
Right. Okay, so our Steve Mailing, he actually spoke with an ER doctor with TriStar about really how to stay warm during this and just keep your neighbors safe as well.
All right, so I'm joined right now by Dr. Marshall Hall. He is the chairman of the Department of Emergency Medicine at TriStar Skyline. Dr. Hall, I appreciate you jumping on to get this critical information to the folks out there. We are seeing, over 200,000 people in Nashville right now who are without power. We still have neighboring counties that are dealing with tens of thousands of people out of power. Obviously, we have low temperatures right now. I want you to first, if you could, just kind of explain to folks the dangers of the temperatures that we're going to be seeing not only today, but into the coming days as well.
Yeah, it's I just looked at the weather going forward, and we're going to go through a long spell of extremely cold weather. And the fact that electricity is out to people's houses, it means that we've really got to worry about these temperatures, because prolonged exposure to cold temperatures can lead to hypothermia, and hypothermia is especially dangerous over the course of several hours to days, and in extreme cases can be life threatening. And it's something that we really have to be thinking about, especially given the widespread power outages that we're seeing right now.
And then Dr. Hall, people obviously they're out of power, which means their heat is off. And I know that a lot of people are probably wondering, well, what do I do? What do I do now? Especially because I want to keep my family warm. I want to keep ourselves warm. You know, maybe they have an elderly neighbor that they check on and they don't have a generator. What are the best ways for folks to stay warm inside their home as they kind of wait for the power to be restored to their area?
Yeah, I think this, the best thing to do is, if you know someone or that was without power, have them come to your house, or you can go to someone's house that has power. Obviously, some people are fortunate to have gas fireplaces and things like that that can help mitigate the cold temperatures. But if somebody is using electric heat, they're not going to have any power to their house. They don't have any heat to be able to use. There are interior rated furnaces or heaters that we can use. Make sure that it is interior rated. You cannot use grills. You can't use outdoor heaters because of the risk of carbon monoxide. So that is something that we have to be very cognizant of, is that a lot of the heaters that we use outside, or grills or cooking devices, will also emit carbon monoxide. And if we emit enough carbon monoxide, then you can get carbon monoxide poisoning, which is absolutely life-threatening. And so it's during these times that we often will see carbon monoxide poisonings come in. So if you're going to use a heater indoors, make sure it is rated for interior use, or try to go to friends or family's homes where they may have heat, and obviously bundle up. The more layers you can put on, the more body heat you will preserve.
I want to talk a bit about the warning signs that folks should be watching out for. I know obviously we talk about medical emergencies, but especially when it comes to the cold, what are some warning signs that people really should be watching out for, and not only for adults, but also maybe for small kids that maybe aren't able to get those warning signs as easily as adults are?
Yeah. So as our body temperature falls, we will normally shiver. And so shivering is a normal reaction that our body has to generate heat through the contraction of muscles, and that uses energy and produces heat. At a point closer to 90 degrees or so body temperature, we will start to see that shivering decrease. Around that time, you will also see people start to have some confusion, maybe not quite as awake as they were, or start to act a little bit differently. So one of the initial signs of hypothermia is our brain just doesn't work like it should, and we start to get confused. That is an absolute warning sign that there is something else going on, that this is a medical emergency. We have to warm that patient up very quickly.
Finally, Dr. Hall, I just wanted to know if you had anything else that you would like to say to the public, as they're preparing, staying warm during these temperatures and during these power outages that we may be faced with for the next couple of days.
Yeah, I think the risk of carbon monoxide is real, because we know that people need heat, and we see patients every year using devices that aren't safe to use. So carbon monoxide poison is absolutely real. We're seeing down power lines. We have power lines in my neighborhood that are down right now. Those, in many cases, are still alive with electricity, and so electrical injuries are a real concern. And the exterior lines are typically higher voltage than what we would see inside the house. So these are dangerous to use. Obviously, the ice on the road, we talk about driving. So we see an increase in the number of car accidents with ice, which obviously can be harmful. Think about slip and falls as well, especially in our more elderly population. Slip and falls can easily lead to fractures, head injuries, other life-threatening injuries. So when we're out and about, we have to really be careful about slipping and falling, especially in the next several days during the cleanup process, because of the temperatures. This ice is not going to be going away, and we have to make sure that we're watching for falls.
Dr. Hall, I appreciate you jumping on and talking to us about this. And for folks who are out there, we're going to have you covered as this storm continues on and the ice continues on. So please just stay with us here, stay warm, stay safe, and we'll keep you posted over the next couple of days, all day long, as this stuff continues to develop.
All right, those were some solid tips there from an emergency doctor who Steve just talked to. One of the interesting things that I thought earlier was just the number of emergency calls, right? And how they said there's a difference, right? And when you should call 911. Right. And it's so important because they are stretched thin as well, right? Some of these dispatchers, the people out there working on the road. So things like a down tree, Lauren, or that may seem like a big deal to most of us. They say don't be calling 911 for those things. It needs to be really those instances of life or death, just to save up that phone time for those dispatchers to get to the people who really need that help most.
Yeah,
so
no question.
Again, we are awaiting a press conference here in about 30 minutes from TEMA, who should be updating us on conditions we're seeing all across the mid-state. We do know, though, the state of Tennessee has 89 shelters open currently. We're giving you a map of those outages. Looks like
it's gone up. Look at that.
It's gone up 223. Yeah. Big numbers there, Lauren.
48% of NES customers are without power right now. So you're talking about, if you look at the city of Nashville, you see it outlined right there, Davidson County. NES is the provider in that county, right? Our main area. And when you look at that, half of the people in Nashville are without power. So if you are one of the half that still has power, congratulations. Really happy for you.
Right.
You've got 50% of people essentially in this city that do not have power. And that doesn't even include all the people outside, right? All the suburbs, all the other counties, surrounding counties. So we've got a significant amount of the viewing area that's probably just watching us streaming from the phone right now. Also, they have pointed out to us that 85% of the outages are vegetation related. So what do we mean when we say that? What we're saying is essentially a tree has come down.
Okay.
It's weighed down a limb. A limb has then caused sagging on a power line, and then that power line is either snapped or collapsed at the weight of the vegetation. So it's been a lot. It's been a lot. And it's all started happening this morning because what are we at now at this point? A 1/4 inch to a 1/2 inch of ice, essentially, that's been coating everything. Oh, I wanted to show you guys this video. This is video I actually took from the passenger seat as I was being driven into work this morning.
Oh, you had a driver. Look at you,
I mean,
Lauren.
look, I mean, it's my family, okay? My family drove me, and every now and then, in a moment, you might hear little children in the back seat saying like, whoa, look at that. But this is just indicative of what we're seeing everywhere. You guys, the ice is weighing down these trees and branches, and they're coming into the roads. So this is just one street. You know, county after county after county, they're all seeing the same thing. So this is what you're going to have to be contending with, and crews are going to have to be contending with. This is why school districts are saying, you know what, let's just cancel. We've got some saying we're closed all week.
Right, this is going to be something that we see for quite a while. Those trees there, some were touching the roads. I'd also like to point out, you know, when I was in Antioch earlier, you see them starting to fall a little bit. There's no reason to even go under those things. As we just saw, those things can snap at any moment. We're seeing down trees just really all across the roads, pretty much everywhere you look. To Lauren's point, a lot of these videos that we show you, it could be anywhere, it feels like, in the state of Tennessee, because we're all dealing with the same situation. That's down trees, down power lines, icy roads out there. So it's getting really intense.
It's encased. Chief Meteorologist Lisa Spencer, Stefano DiPietro, they're back with us again here, day 2 of coverage of the storm that you guys knew. You warned us, and here it is, and we're dealing with the impacts of that ice now.
Yeah, I mean, it really is the key that, is my mic on? Sure.
It might not be, but
so you can pick me up there.
Yeah,
so,
it is the key. You're right to
is.
everything about this.
Because we had talked about that snow was never going to be the big issue, and it's happening. We've got this huge ice storm, and it's leaving a mess.
And we did warn a lot of people before you go to bed overnight last night that you may wake up without power, and it's lingering significantly longer than that too. You could go to bed tonight with power and wake up tomorrow morning without it because of the weight of all of the ice. It's just yanking down on all of these tree limbs.
And we're going to see more power outages, so be prepared for that. We are looking at that combination of precipitation that is moving on out of here. So that is making for dangerous ice, and then the terrible cold that's going to be coming in with these temperatures falling down to the single digits. Now, we are going to see more power outages, and just as we were mentioning, these trees coming down, they're already coated in ice. And the key is we don't want you under one of those. So, you know, stay inside. We're going to have to do tree cleanup probably after this is done. We're looking at dangerous cold conditions to follow after this whole system passes us by. Our temperature forecast looks like this for tonight. So we're going to see these 20s soon becoming teens as early as 7, 8 o'clock tonight, and then continuing to drop down in the morning. We will go, for some of you, to the single digits by the time we get to dawn. So our planner for the rest of this day It will be cloudy out there. It will be a bit breezy, and those temperatures will continue to fall as we go throughout the next several hours. Stefano?
It's very crucial that you talk about the wind there, Lisa. You know, I have a lot of friends that are from the area that are texting me that they still have power, but they're concerned about, you know, what happens when the wind picks up. Well, I mean, if you've even gotten near any of these trees that are encased in ice, if you just lightly touch some of the branches, they're falling pretty quickly. So yeah, it is very well possible that when the winds are gusting 20 to 25 miles per hour tonight, that it becomes more of an issue. That's how we can get more power outages. So that kind of explains how the wind could cause some problems. Look at the lows tomorrow morning. I mean, they are into the single digits. You're talking dangerous cold. Even if we didn't have the ice, it'd be dangerous to be outside for extended periods of time. We'll stay in the 20s Monday and Tuesday. We'll fall down near 0 by Tuesday morning. Back to the wind. Luckily, the wind is not going to be terribly gusty, and in addition to causing new power outages going into early next week. But when temperatures are this low, it doesn't take that much wind to drop the wind chill numbers. We're barely going to get above freezing at all next week. Our best chance is Wednesday when we're in the mid-30s. We'll fall to the 20s again for the upcoming weekend. The sensible weather itself, that stays pretty calm, meaning sunshine returns. We're not really tracking any big storm systems, but the ice is something that's still going to be here for days. I mean, we are talking days for power outages, days for your roadways in your local neighborhoods, maybe being even impassable in some areas. I know we were looking at Futurecast not that long ago, but here's First Alert Live radar one more time. Guys, I don't want you to be surprised by some flakes flying, Lauren and Hunter, but as we continue through the next couple of hours, at least the worst of the accumulation is finally wrapping up.
All right, Stefano, it's hard to be surprised. They've done such a good job just keeping us updated moment by moment of what we're going to be expecting the next couple of days. So huge thank you to our First Alert team. All right, we want to get now to Major Travis Plotzer. He's with the Tennessee Highway Patrol, just about what he's seeing out there on the roads.
Major, I know we've spoken with you yesterday and then again today. First of all, let's start just bottom line here. How are the roads looking right now?
You know, west of Nashville, I'll say that they're pretty treacherous. When you get into Nashville, they are improved some, but still, I want to share this message. If you don't have to be out, don't. You obviously put your lives in danger, and the responders that might have to come, you put them in danger as well.
Yeah, and you can't see this, Major, but we're showing people at home some SmartWay TDOT cameras. Every single one of them is covered with icicles. I think it's kind of just indicative of really what we're seeing everywhere. It's just ice is coating everything. I'm curious, after yesterday and then now again today, what have you seen in terms of how people are responding to the messages to stay home?
You know, I would like to say that they're actually responding pretty well. The traffic is very light, which is encouraging, and I want to thank them for adhering to the message, but I want to thank you all in putting the message out so people could plan ahead of time. But, you know, when crisis comes, people stand up to the need, and that's one thing Tennessee's known for is the volunteer state, because our volunteer firefighters and rescue squads, they've stood up. Our, you know, EMS partners and firefighters and so forth has as well, so it's been a great day.
Can you just give us a quick insight in terms of these emergency response times that we're seeing out on the road? I know one of the biggest things that you just mentioned and that we've been talking about nonstop here on the air is to just stay home, and a huge component of that is just to give emergency crews the space to act. So give us an insight just in terms of what we're seeing in terms of how long it's taking some emergency crews to get to drivers who are either stranded or in accidents.
Yeah, you know, these crashes, obviously, normally we'd have a much quicker response time, but it takes us some time to get there. You know, people can drive somewhat on snow, not great, but they can drive on, but ice you can't drive on. Ice doesn't care about your skill or driving levels, so we want to encourage people, like you said, and everybody said stay home.
Major, I'm going to assume here for a moment that you've done this for a long time. Tell me, first of all, how long you've been with THB, how long you've been working like this, but then also if you've ever seen an event like this with this kind of impact.
You know, I've been with Highway Patrol over 20 years, and I've not seen impact like this.
Wow.
Since I've been employed. So obviously it's something, but what is great is that there's always so much planning that goes into these events prior to, and that's the great coordination that the Tennesseans see, the coordination between TEMA and TDOT and our other partners, Department of Energy under TDEC and stuff. Everybody comes together and plans for these events.
Now, remind me if I'm wrong. I believe you're talking to us from Dixon County. Is that correct?
Actually, I'm now in Nashville. I'm actually at TEMA's headquarters right now.
Gotcha. Well, and I am curious if you're hearing from people around the state. I mean, it's specifically as it deals with power outages? Because we know here in Nashville, we've got 48% of people covered by NES who are without power. I'm curious if you know what's happening in some of the other counties, what you're hearing from other patrol officers.
You know, from what I've been shared with is that there's power outages, you know, throughout the state and stuff. As far as numbers, I'd be merely speculating. I don't want to do that for exact numbers. But I can assure you this, I've seen several linemen crew out there heading to different locations and stuff. Everybody's doing the best they can.
Travis, I want to talk to you about these overnight hours. So we're coming up on the 2 o'clock hour. I would say we have probably 3 solid hours left of daylight, which has helped a little bit melt some of the stuff that we see on the roads. But talk about these overnight concerns is what will likely just be a huge ice rink as we get into the later hours.
Most certainly. These things, if temperatures drop down, will refreeze. We know that. And so that's going to obviously cause more problems, but that's things that we're ready to deal with if we have to.
Yeah. Okay. Major Travis Plotzer with Tennessee Highway Patrol, a man with over 20 years experience. And just to underscore something he just said there, that he's never seen anything like this. And it echoes what we heard from NES a few hours ago. They were saying, this is a 20-year event. This is something that we're going to remember. And, you know, as somebody with young children, they think it's the coolest thing. I'm just going to tell you right now, they thought it was amazing that they couldn't turn the TV on and they couldn't do this.
Out of school,
and then here's, you know, their parents who are going, oh Lord, oh no, oh no. And so, I mean, that's the case for thousands of families all across the city right now, because after a little bit, you're going to have to be wondering, how do I keep my family warm? Not just what snacks can we eat right now that don't require cooking. It's how do we stay warm when it's going to be sub-zero wind chills in some cases. I mean, this is a significant event.
People are in the thick of it. And you talk about people with families, even people who live alone. When we look at those who are without power, I mean, even emptying things like their fridge, their freezer, all of that could spoil soon. So people just trying to juggle so many different things. Speaking of juggling different things, we have Alexandria here who is juggling all kinds of cameras out there. Talk about what we're seeing in terms of this bird's eye perspective that you have on the roads.
Yeah, let's talk about that right now. First alert traffic check right now. It is 1:41. I've been with you since 6 a.m. this morning, checking out the cameras. I-40 here, we do have a jackknife tractor trailer. So this is impacting the Dixon County area. And not too far from that, we have another incident. I'll show you that here in a second. At least I'll talk about it. There is no camera view that is working at this point. A lot of these cameras frozen. TDOT saying they're working hard to restore those, but obviously they're working hard to help people out on the roadways as well. Road conditions are dismal, and they've been that way all day long and will continue to be that way. I'll take out here to Humphreys County. This is I-40 traveling westbound, where we have a portion of that roadway closed at Highway 50 to Highway 13. I believe this is also a crash related there. Showing you a live image here to our west. This is 40 and 46th Avenue near the Nations area. Notice those icicles there. You know, ironically, Frozen was over at the, I think, T-Pack over for the weekend. It got canceled, of course. And I know it's very fitting. Elsa came through and did her magic, and boy, did she do it. All right, you are just seeing traffic, a little bit of traffic out on the roadways here. Also, showing you a look here to the Clarksville area. I know you can't even really make it out the lens there. Frozen. Oh gosh, okay, they're getting across, but the snowy, icy roads, this is something you don't want to mess around with and get stuck. I feel like there's a car right there that may have gotten stuck there. This is the Peachers Mill Road area, so cannot stress it enough, just stay off the roads.
All right, thank you. Alexandria Adams continuing what now almost 8 hours into her coverage for us today. We have put our first alert meteorologists not just here in the studio to watch the forecast, to see the computer models, but we've also put them out live as well.
And I love seeing what our reporters have to say. I also think it's important to have experts out in the field to talk about what they're seeing. So that's Darius Mack you see there on your screen. Darius, tell us where you are and what you're seeing on your end.
I'm here at Nob Hill, so just outside WSMV4 studios, surrounded by many trees here at the hill. And there you can actually see the ice that is just building up on the tree limbs. And the issue is the ice, it adds that extra weight, and so it's weighing the trees down. It's causing the trees to snap and break off and even tumble over. And that's what we've pretty much been seeing across the mid-state today. And that's caused numerous power outages.
You know, we're having some issues, I think, with the audio, Darius. We're going to work on those in just a second. We'll come back to you because I know you're so close to us. We'll come back to you in just a second, Darius. Okay?
Everything's frozen out there, the mics, all of it. So we'll check back in with Darius here in just a bit.
Okay, let's look at some video, though. You guys are such a critical piece to our coverage. And I love when we get to see dogs out. This has got to been from yesterday. Now, if this came from today, I'd actually be surprised. It still looks like the snow when things were okay. But this is out of Bumpus Mills in Stewart County. You know, the dogs just absolutely love it when they're in that.
Yeah, if you think families have cabin fever, talk about those little pets. They're ready to get going out there, but we do. We love seeing these videos and photos from all of you. It helps just paint the story of what all of us are experiencing collectively as a community.
And then how about this? This is some video out of Smyrna that just got sent to us from a pretty scary situation here as a guy is as his truck, he takes off running.
Oh my goodness.
This is why it's so difficult to be around mature trees right now, because they are getting weighed down with ice. He must have heard the crackle. It's kind of amazing that he didn't fall as he was running, because real talk, the ground itself is slick.
No, that guy's an athlete right there. Unbelievable video, and the fact that it was caught on camera. It also emphasizes the importance of where you park. I know when I pulled in today, you could probably say the same thing. I watched out. You don't want to park anywhere near anything that could possibly fall, right? These power poles, trees, things of that nature. Again, when I was in Antioch earlier, Lauren, I drove by a car dealership. Cars just smashed with some of these huge mature trees that just went right in half over brand new cars.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's an intense situation.
It's a mess, right? I mean, this is, here's another one. This is some video out of Smyrna here. Oh, excuse me, that's what we just showed you. This is a live driving shot now that we're able to show you. I believe our Dryden Quigley is inside that vehicle sitting in the passenger seat.
Dryden, can you hear us okay? Are you with us?
Maybe, maybe not. Maybe we'll hop back in just a little bit. But either way, we're seeing this live driving shot. It does look a little pixelated, and it does bring this up for me, which I want to point out to you guys. Dryden, just a quick moment. I'm just going to share this, that our crews are all giving you live pictures off of cell lines, cell towers, cell data. So when we have problems with cell service, if you at home are having problems with cell service, so are we. And that impedes our ability sometimes to be able to bring you completely clear photos, or video. In this sense, you're seeing this pixelation of Dryden's video. So Dryden, are you with us? Can you hear us? And if so, just hop on in, girl.
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, perfect. I'm here with you. But yeah, I mean, we are experiencing cell problems just like everyone else, because everyone's on cellular service, because a lot of people are without power. We just had to turn around. I don't know if you caught that, because there was a tree down in the middle of the road, and that's something that you might find if you venture out today. A lot of trees are down, a lot of branches. So we want you to stay home if possible, and if you have to go out, avoid the back roads where there are all these trees that are leaning over the roads, because that's the most dangerous scenarios. We just have tons and tons of pounds of ice stuck to the limbs, and when you're actually quiet for a bit, I bet if you stand outside, you can hear the snapping, the cracking of these limbs coming down. There have been some places that are open if you do need some essentials. We saw that the Target was open, we saw Starbucks was open, we saw a few different places, that gas stations that had some things if you need some things last minute, but it is treacherous out here. Everywhere we look, we see different issues. We were just at a house fire before this. We caught one guy was walking, 2 seconds later, a tree missed him by like inches. And so just so many instances where it's best to stay inside, stay home if possible.
Dryden, while we still have you, I know you've kind of been all over. You mentioned you were at a house fire. You drove in from Germantown earlier. What would you say are just some of the most problematic areas that you've been through? And I know that might be tough to say because everything does look very similar, but walk us through just the different areas that you've been to in terms of what exactly it is that you've seen.
Great question, Hunter. So I would say that it's actually more about how rural it is versus a certain area. So where there are a lot of trees, that's where it's going to be. You're going to find the most problems. Trees coming down, they're going to take out power lines. They're going to take down each other. I know they've started some small fires in some instances. That's something you have to be careful of. But actually, I would say that the highways and the busy populated areas, you know, that have like the gas stations and different shopping areas, were looking pretty good because they have less trees, less things to fall down, and they were able to clear those roads out a bit better.
Yeah, and remind us one more time, where are you driving right now?
What a good question. I don't think I actually said sorry. It has been, we've been working for hours. I think earlier I actually said I was in Lebanon. I wasn't. I was in Donaldson. Right now, I promise we are in Whites Creek, if I am correct. We are driving in Whites Creek. That's what you're getting a look at, but you have to give us some grace here. We have been driving around for a few hours now, and so it gets turned around.
Yeah, but Dryden, I'm just glad you're in a vehicle. Yesterday when we were doing all of our live shots with you, you were outside for all of them. So I'm glad you're with the heater on, snug as a bug right there in the passenger seat of one of our live drive units.
Wasn't she fun to watch yesterday outside all the bars? You made us laugh. All right, love to see it. Dryden, stay warm out there.
Let's
Thanks
be clear,
so much.
she didn't go into any of those bars while she was working.
Disclaimer.
Let's be very clear. We've got another person, one of our experts on our team, First Alert Meteorologist Dan Thomas. Dan, I know one of the things that people want to hear from you is not just how the roads are as you drive in, but what you're seeing in your expert opinion as a meteorologist.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, Lauren. I've never seen anything like this. And I grew up in Boston. You know, I've been through so many ice storms, so many snowstorms. The damage done and the impact is just stunning. I've actually had to turn around twice because of fully blocked roads on the way to work. So, you know, going down Hillsborough Road, there's probably maybe a dozen to 15 trees coming out of Williamson County blocking one lane, but you could sneak around. But then I went down Chickering Road, and it's fully blocked. So over by, if you take Old Hickory Boulevard and head west from Hillsborough Road, then you take a right and go north on Chickering Road, right at CPA, Christ Presbyterian Academy. And you try to go north to Bell Mead, you're not getting there because by the golf course there, Harpeth Hills, it is completely blocked. And over by Harpeth Hills, there's probably a tree or significant branch down every 300 feet. And then so I went, so then I went out Old Hickory Boulevard west to try to go to Highway 100. And oh my goodness, by Percy Warner Park at the top of that hill, if you would descend down to Highway 100, it is impossible. So I just posted some video on social media, and it's fully blocked. And while I was there, I heard probably 4 trees snap.
Dan.
And so I just heard Dryden say, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say that exact location, exactly what you just described has been my fear. My mom lives down there, and I've been thinking I need to go check on them. And then it's that one hill right there between Percy Warner and Edwin Warner that I've been so concerned about there on OHB. And I'm kind of amazed that you got over the hill and stayed on the road.
You know, I didn't get over the hill. I couldn't. I got to the top of the hill and had to turn around because it's, I don't know if we can pull my video while we're talking here, but I've never seen this many, you know, area, this part of the area, this bulk of the area, just fully blocked. And so kids are out of school for a couple days. I don't know how they go back for many days because, you know, at least 75% of my way to work, people are without power, and it just looks like a wasteland. It's So everyone, obviously, we keep saying it, stay off the roads. Like, if I wasn't going to work, if I didn't have to get here, I'd go back home because this is not fun. Because I was approaching a hill on Old Hickory Boulevard. I had to go into the opposite lane, and then some guys coming as I'm going around that tree at 30 miles an hour. And so I'm like, this is it, lights out. But thank God I didn't take it right in the grill. So it's just not worth going out. Kids, if you have kids, I told my kids before I left this, and kids, stay away from trees because, again, as Dryden mentioned, it's happening. People are just getting missed by trees, and probably some people will be hit today by limbs or trees, and I hate to say it, it's just reality.
Yeah.
Dan, I'm curious just on your perspective, which I think is so valuable given how long you've been covering weather here in the mid-state. We've done a couple interviews today. We had just wrapped one with the Tennessee Highway Patrol, a major out there who said he has not seen a storm like this in 20 years.
Yeah.
How would you just compare this to other winter storms that we've seen here in the mid-state and just what we're now seeing this morning?
You know, I heard the major do that, or say that because I was actually listening online, and I couldn't agree more. I mean, I've been here 19 years. I've never seen something like this, but I've never seen anything like this in Pennsylvania or Boston or Oklahoma or Arkansas or all these, you know, mid-latitude or northern latitude cities that I've been in terms of the impact. You know, Arkansas, I did go through a big ice storm, and actually there was a significant problem with freezing rain, I guess, back around 2000. But except for that storm, nothing tops it. So, but it's just, you don't know, you go down the interstate or you see the interstate. We keep showing the interstate on TV, and that's fantastic, but people can't get fooled by seeing that picture into going on their country road. You got to stay off. It is just so dangerous. And you know, I'm from Boston. I can drive in this stuff all day, but I don't want to drive in it right now. It's just not fun.
Yeah. Dan, I do have this question for you because I know you're heading into work. I mean, look, you were a meteorologist trained through the Air Force, so you were doing government work with pilots. You've been doing this a long time, is my point that I'm trying to make here. So when you're coming in, when you get off the phone with us, I'm curious what it is that you're going to be really interested to see when you start looking at the computer models when you get here. What is going to be that thing that you want to see?
What I want to see now is the surface temperature, not some interpolated thing, but I want to see the actual air temperature everywhere, because that is your window of opportunity that's closing fast for many of us to get this.
Sounds like we might have just lost him. Oh, keep going, Dan. I think we've got you back now.
Yeah, I shoveled my driveway. I shoveled my neighbor's driveway before coming in, because if you don't, the window is closed. So that's what I care most about now. I mean, I know we're going to get tremendously cold. It's just so awful with these people without power. And in the cold weather that's going to come in, it's going to be much more severe. So, you know, I do want to say this. While I was just calling the station, I got a notification on my phone from Franklin that Franklin High School has opened as a warming shelter.
Oh.
There's a ton of people without power in Williamson County. If you're near Franklin High School, use it. They're there to serve you.
Okay, Dan Thomas, thank you so much. I know, guys, directors, producers back there in the rundown, I know we're supposed to go to some video. I think we should actually go to the First Alert team of meteorologists. We've got Stefano and Lisa over there. You guys are listening to Dan, one of your colleagues, for quite a long time. He's looking at the surface temperature, wanting to look at it. I'm curious if you guys have been able to see that so far.
Oh, absolutely. We've been showing that to you all throughout the morning, these temperatures and how they're changing, how the precipitation is changing. We were just looking at it 2 seconds ago, how the precipitation is changing in accordance with what the temperatures are.
And you know what? We're done with the worst of the accumulation, but the job is not done yet, because, I mean, we are going to be so cold overnight tonight. The surface temperatures, like Dan said, you're kind of losing your window of opportunity to get out and even hope to move any of this stuff. So if you can safely try to do it now.
Yes, you want to get that cleared off if at all possible. Well, that's what it looks like as we're taking a peek at those surface temperatures right now, and you can see those 30s down to the south. Also important to see what the road temperatures are, and they are, for the most part, below freezing. But let's talk a little bit about what's going to be happening tonight. As our temperatures continue to drop, many of us are just seeing some slushy roads out there now. One of the first things to become highly dangerous is going to be our bridges and our overpasses. And here's why. When these air temperatures drop below freezing, the bridge is exposed in the top and on the bottom. So we're going to have cold air going below that bridge or overpass and above it. So that's going to make this surface freeze a lot faster than any other surface. And that is when we're going to find the icing there, which may catch you off guard because it may still be a little slushy out here, but this may already have the ice on it. So you just need to be extra careful if you are going to be doing just that, driving across one of those bridges and overpasses. But Dan said it, stay at home if you can. Here is the freeze maker, and it is moving on off to the east. So you may still have a little rain around Jamestown, Cookeville, a little freezing rain in there. But for the most part, all this freezing rain has moved out, and now we are looking at a little bit of snow. Now, we thought this would probably happen today. A little bit of snow would wrap in on the backside of this whole system, but it is quickly moving on by. So we are about to see a big issue with power outages because of this ice tonight. Here's some things I want you to do right now if you still have power. Go on and get your extra blankets together by the bed, by the sofa. Where are the flashlights, and do they have fresh batteries? Go on and take care of that, and then you're going to want to make sure your charge phone, all of those devices that you need are already charged before you go to bed tonight, because you may wake up tomorrow morning with no power. And we're going to be here, I assure you. So make sure you've got that WSMV4 weather app downloaded, because you can watch us and find out what's going on right there on your app.
And for those that don't have power, too, I mean, you're talking dangerous cold. Like Dan was saying, some of the local schools opening up as warming shelters because of that. And what Lauren was saying earlier, that some of the hotels, Lauren, you said it right, are there locals that are there because people are doing whatever they can to stay warm. So temperatures down to the single digits and the low teens at best tonight, by the way, and it's not going to get much better. Our highest high temperature on your first alert 7-day is the mid-30s, and that's Wednesday. So we have all day tomorrow, all day on Tuesday, where temperatures stay in the 20s. Overnight lows, they drop down to the single digits and even near zero. Now the sensible weather pattern calms down, so that's at least good. We're not tracking any more storm systems. That's some wonderful news. But then even this weekend, Friday into Saturday, those temperatures drop again, and we could get to the single digits once again waking up on Saturday morning. I mean, look at these temperatures as we continue through the rest of our day today. This will give you an idea of just that blast of Arctic air coming in as we're down to the teens and then eventually the single digits. That's really just gripping Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky, and that's without factoring in the wind chill. Now, I will tell you, sometimes our models can over-exaggerate just a little bit, but the story remains the same. We're talking wind chills sub-zero by a good 10 to maybe even 15 degrees in some areas. Now, when you're inside your home, the wind doesn't affect you because you're obviously surrounded by walls, your roof, but the air is just going to be so cold that it's going to be dangerous. It may even be considered deadly to not have power because of how cold it's going to be.
Yikes. Well, when I was looking at your 7-day, Stefano, I was thinking Wednesday. Let me get all the sunshine on Wednesday.
It's the best that we could. It's baby steps to Wednesday at this point, because that's about as good as it's going to get for the next week. And then, you know, we drop the temperatures almost again for the weekend.
Ooh.
Even then, Wednesday is still frosty.
It's still cold.
Yeah.
It's our highest chance of sun, right?
It's just more bearable. It's our highest chance of sun. We'll get above freezing. And by the way, just because the temperature does get above freezing doesn't mean roads improve immediately. You know, they refreeze through the overnight once again, so you'll have to keep up with all of this. When everything melts, if your driveway doesn't dry out, then you have to put more salt and ice melt on there because it's just going to refreeze the following night.
You know, stay with us here, Stefano, just a second. The thing that actually concerns me is, you know, anytime that we've had a tornado, for example, and that's been a really acute event right here in our area, you know, we've seen power crews regionally come into Nashville. But we're in a situation where 36 states are dealing with the exact same thing we are. I mean, anything that's previously been a quick event where we get power back on, it ain't going to be that this time.
This is not going to be that. And, you know, it's very likely that we start getting some more national power crews that come into Tennessee. I've already heard some rumblings that there are crews that are coming from other states to help out with the power situation. But the problem is that you can't restore power very quickly in all of this. There are, I mean, 300,000 people in the state of Tennessee without power. That's customers, actually. You have to multiply that because,
household.
you know, there's 3-4 people to a house. There's 1,500 people in an apartment complex. So, you know, it's 500, 600 people that are without power.
Okay, I've got another question for you.
Yeah.
We're here all day.
Buckle up, Stefano.
Buckle up, Stefano. I'm thinking, like, if a power crew is going around and they're replacing one of these snapped lines, what are the chances that more ice accumulates on any of these lines that get replaced? Are we going to have anything else fall? Are we done with the falling?
No. You're not done with the falling whatsoever because 200, 300, 500 pounds of ice are on these trees and power lines. And, you know, they're continuing to weigh them down and put stress on them. So some trees are stressed right now, and they may not have fallen yet, but with 500 pounds of ice continuing to pull them down, it can continue to happen. And you're getting reports from a lot of people around the area. They're still hearing the popping, the cracking of the trees, the power lines. What I suspect that power crews will do is when they do replace some of these lines, if there is some sort of impending low-hanging tree branch, they'll cut that as well with it before they put the line up. So that'll at least make that area safer for a short period of time before they can get everything fixed. But you could still see, like Lisa said, the outages. You could go to bed tonight with power and then wake up in the middle of the night and just not have it anymore.
Sure. And while we still have you here, we had talked to Dan, who was saying, this is one of the worst storms that he has seen. I'm sure you echo similar thoughts. Can you explain why that is? Is it the ice that we're seeing? Is it the number of power outages? What about it is so concerning for meteorologists and power crews?
It's really just the ice. The ice, I grew up in the Northeast too. Dan and I went to the same college. We went to...
I didn't realize that.
We went to Penn State together, Dan and I. Dan grew up in the Boston area. I grew up around Philadelphia. So we have seen, Dan and I both, 2 feet of snow. 2 feet of snow is rough, but it can be moved. It can be cleared. It's there. You know that it's there. When you get icing like this, it's a significantly worse problem because it's much harder to get rid of all of this, and you can't just walk up with a big stick to power lines and just hit the ice down. You simply just can't. So ice has always been significantly worse anytime there was any kind of risk for icing in the Northeast, and everybody's ears kind of perked up, and here it's just so much worse.
What do we say? I feel like the weight of all of it just feels so heavy. We're talking about the weight of the ice.
Yeah.
I think every one of us that's lost power, for those of us working, even emergency personnel who are working today, knowing that their families are in their houses without power, the weight of it it's a lot.
And I think too, Stefano, just with these winter storms, it's not always that initial impact that becomes most concerning, right? This is something that's a little bit of a marathon, right? We're going to be talking about it for days as we look ahead to, even Wednesday. That was what we were saying. Let's look ahead to Wednesday. There's a likelihood that we're still not out of this by then.
There's likelihood that we're not out of this for a week in some areas. Forget about the kids going back to school Wednesday. Most schools may not be open for the entire week because of this, because you have to think about localized neighborhoods. We show a lot of the interstates, the main roadways, and they look clear, they look wet, because that's what road crews, they have to focus on that first. That's how first responders get to their jobs. That's how they get to power outages. That's how they get to, if there's a structure fire somewhere, you have to get these fire trucks and everything else up and down the interstates, but these neighborhoods are going to be issues.
Okay, let's take you live to a press conference happening right now. Patrick Sheehan, the leader of Tennessee Emergency Management Association.
Activated the Emergency Operations Center after Governor Lee's emergency declaration ahead of Winter Storm Fern. And we've had personnel here overnight from TEMA, from the Tennessee Department of Transportation, the Tennessee Highway Patrol, State Fire Marshal's Office, the Division of Forestry, TDEC's Office of Energy Programs, and numerous other organizations to include the Red Cross and our nonprofit partners. As we were tracking this overnight system, we experienced temperatures, as you are aware, well below normal for us for this time of year, resulting in precipitation and freezing rain. Started to accumulate quite a bit on trees and shrubs, and most concerningly, infrastructure. And unfortunately for us, this system is not over. We still have hours yet of more precipitation across much of Tennessee, and more concerning is on the heels of this precipitation, we're going to have some pretty strong winds in excess of 25 miles per hour in some areas. Temperatures are going to plummet to the lower single digits. These continued conditions will hamper our ability to respond, and our partners in the power industry, their ability to recover outages as they're occurring. They've done a great job of trying to keep those as they've come along, but travel is hazardous, and we're expecting to continue to see additional power outages. The State EOC in Nashville remains activated at a level 3 to ensure continued coordination with state, local, and federal partners. Some of our partners from the Federal Emergency Agency are with us here today as well. State agencies are maintaining close coordination with our local, our county emergency management agencies and their leaders to assess impacts, prioritize life safety needs, and deploy resources where they are most needed. Our current power outages now are about 250,000 across the state of Tennessee. Those that are without power, like I said, these power companies have done a great job of restoring, but as the conditions continue to deteriorate, more outages and sometimes larger outages are following along. Davidson County is the largest number of outages thus far, with more than 160,000 homes and businesses without power. We just want to remind the public to stay clear of down power lines as always, and always assume that they are energized. Any outages or hazards should be reported directly to the local power company via their number or by calling 911. We've been in conversations with the Tennessee Valley Authority, and we're addressing some damages to their infrastructure. They have crews working around the clock, and they're working hand in hand with state and local partners across the Southeast and their service area to keep power on. Road conditions are expected to deteriorate. We saw some conditions get better over the course of the day, and that's going to change as we have rain that's going to dilute some of the treatment, and we'll continue to see refreezing as temperatures. TDOT crews need space. Overnight, we had a number of Tennessee Department of Transportation vehicles hit other motorists. So we ask that you please give them space. If you don't have to be out, they need to operate, as do the power companies that are looking to restore power lines that are often located along roads. For public safety, we just want to remind everyone to use caution when heating homes. When using a space heater, make sure there's plenty of room around it. And please never use generators, grills, or propane heaters, or anything else that generates carbon dioxide inside a residential structure. Please check on your neighbors. Tennesseans this is the volunteer state, and if you know you have neighbors that live alone, please check on them to make sure that they're okay, or anybody else that's around you that you know may need help. Please keep your phone charged as well, and keep your battery life as high as possible in case you lose power, so that you can continue to monitor conditions and communicate with your friends and loved ones, or call local forces. At this time, there are reported drinking water infrastructure problems going to pop up through some depressurization. Please make sure you report those to your local utility companies. Those problems tend to cascade quickly, and the faster they can identify them and solve them, the better. The Tennessee Department of Health at this time has not reported any weather-related fatalities or injuries. As you know, we go through a disciplined process to track and monitor those reports, and we'll update those as they've been adjudicated. Residents who rely on medical devices, oxygen, or refrigerated medications should plan ahead and contact their care provider or utility company if power disruptions pose a risk. Many of you have done that. This is just a reminder. Due to communications disruptions, we want the public to use 911 only for true emergencies. There have been problems with some cell services in the state periodically as towers go on to generator power, and again, the trees and power infrastructure have compromised those as well. So for non-emergency needs, please use the local non-emergency public safety numbers, or contact your county emergency management agency when possible. You can find contact information, if you don't have it, on TEMA's website, tn.gov/TEMA. There are currently 89 shelters open across Tennessee's 95 counties. Some of those will transition to overnight shelters. These transitions will be reflected on an interactive map you can find on that same webpage, tn.gov/TEMA. Shelters are managed locally by local partners at county emergency management agencies, houses of worship, or local nonprofit organizations. If you are aware of one and it does not show on our map, please contact TEMA to let us know so that we can add it. Transportation to warming centers is available by contacting your county emergency management agencies if you're able or comfortable in getting there. We recommend calling your local non-emergency public safety number or your county emergency management agency for transportation. Crisis Cleanup, our partner for helping to coordinate volunteer response to individual needs, has been activated, and this nonprofit organization is coordinating local volunteers to assist residents with cleanup efforts such as cutting and removing fallen trees. Residents can request assistance by calling 844-965-1386. We encourage you to rely on trusted and official sources for accurate information, including TEMA, your county management agency, Tennessee Department of Transportation, the Tennessee Highway Patrol, and your local utility providers. There have been reports of phishing emails going to folks purporting to be from TVA. We ask that you please ignore those and report those to your email service provider. Please avoid sharing unverified information on social media, and for official updates and resources, you can find them at tn.gov/TEMA, or at TEMA's social media at Tennessee EMA. And I'm honored to be joined today by Governor Bill Lee. And sir, I'll turn it over to you now.
appreciate that report. First, I want to not only thank you, but all of the emergency responders, the utility crews that are out here, CDOT workers that are working 24/7, linemen, volunteers that are out clearing roads. There's a lot of work being done in a very extremely dangerous condition to keep Tennesseans safe, and I'm grateful for that work. As said, it's a very serious winter weather event, usually dangerous in many ways, and we are continuing to see impact all over the state. I do want people to know the state is fully engaged. You just heard from Director Sheehan in his report. There is a lot of coordination happening with local governments, with utilities, with the federal government. We have, and I have personally been in contact with Department of Homeland Security federally and FEMA. Our top priority is life safety. Means that we are working to restore power as quickly and as safely as possible, keeping roads passable for emergency responses, making sure that Tennesseans have access to shelter and to critical services. And the TEMA website is a place for that. I know that this can be very frustrating and difficult, especially for families that do not have power right now or don't have heat. Patience is important as we navigate the work that crews are doing throughout very difficult and dangerous conditions for them. Safety has to come first. If you do not have to travel, please stay off the roads. Staying home helps you, and it allows first responders and to those that do need that help. Check on your neighbors. As Patrick said, we are the volunteer state, especially if you have seniors as neighbors and those with medical needs or anyone who may be without power and heat that you know you can be a help. We will continue to provide updates as conditions change, and we do expect them to change and worsen in some ways. So I encourage everyone to rely on official sources for accurate information as we get the next hours and days of the storm. Tennesseans are resilient. We will get through this together. We're grateful that there have been no reports yet of loss of life. I ask you and encourage you to pray for our state, for our people, for our neighbors, for those men and women that are out there right now on line trucks and highway patrol monitoring crashes and the difficult jobs that are being done by Tennesseans across the state now to keep people safe. Grateful for their work, grateful for your prayers, grateful for Tennesseans stepping up to help one another. Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you, Governor, and I'm certainly joining you today, sir, and praying for Tennesseans.
So we're still very much in this press conference. Oh, no, maybe it is over, guys.
Thank you for joining us. It must be over.
Yeah, it must be over.
Okay.
Okay, so we've been hearing from Patrick Sheehan. He was the first person we heard from. He was is the head of Tennessee Emergency Management. And then we heard from Governor Lee. I found this to be interesting that Governor Lee was saying he's already been in contact with federal agencies, with FEMA and Department of Homeland Security. You were even saying a moment ago, I think it's interesting when we're in disaster coverage like this, will there be a disaster declaration? We don't know yet. It'll be interesting.
And so we are under a level 3 state of emergency. What that means is it's going to allow extra state resources to support local requests for assistance and also activates the emergency plan that we have set in place. Of course, Governor Bill Lee had reached out to the president. He approved that as well. So federal help is on the way. The biggest message, though, if you were watching, this is not over, right? We're not even close to over. This is going to take a long time to clean up, and we're in the thick of it. He also just talked about we are still going to continue seeing those elements come through, right? The rain and 25-mile-per-hour wind gusts, which is going to just blanket it.
Yeah, this is a concern, right? I mean, when the gusts move in, you know how they'll impact the trees that are already, if there's a branch that's weak at all and it's already got 300 to 500 pounds of ice encasing it, well, then you get a strong wind gust and it's coming down. So whether that comes down on a vehicle or a home or a power line, I mean, the power lines are no match for falling limbs. And that's what we're seeing with well over 220,000 people without power just in Nashville. Something else Patrick Sheehan said that I found to be quite interesting is that he was saying there's only a few 100,000 people out of power in the entire state. And by far, the largest number of outages is right here in Nashville. So you're looking at the NES outage map right now, 3,300 different events. We're up to 226,000 people now. So it's just incrementally increasing. But they were saying, NES was saying earlier that 48% of customers in Nashville are currently without power. So if you are in the 52% who still has power, keep your phones charged. Keep them charged because you just don't know. The event is not over.
Yeah, so if you see Lauren and I's eyes dart up, we're looking at the big screen of all of these outages here. So NES, as far as they go, it's about 220,000 customers currently without power. And again, customers, that just means households, businesses, maybe apartments. It's not people. So the number of people who were affected by this far outweighs that 220,000 number. The official number that we had heard from that news conference we just listened to was 250,000 total customers, and of that, Lauren, 160,000 are in Davidson County alone.
Unbelievable. We know that NES is already saying 40 power poles have been broken. So follow me here, because there's a difference between a power line that's stretching across or stretching to a home or a business and the actual pole. And we've seen this through tornado coverage over the years. When a pole is snapped in half, that's going to take a significantly more time to fix. A line being snapped, not as big of a problem, but you're looking at some videos that a viewer sent in for us earlier showing the arcing of a line. When you're standing outside and you start to hear the crackle, whether it's a crackle of a branch or a tree about to fall, or the pop and the explosion that's coming from a transformer or from a wire, I mean, this is a significant event, and it's going to take a long time to dig our way out of this situation.
And the hard thing here, this is one of those things it's a 1-2 punch, right? We have seen crews out there working to get that power back on, some of those lines back up, power poles, so on and so forth. But the thing about this storm is, again, it's not over, right? Some of those lines that they just put up also at risk of coming back down. So again, there's so much happening that crews are now up against as we look ahead to these overnight hours.
So let's talk about warming shelters. We were able to show that to you a little bit just a moment ago. This is important because if you've been wondering, well, why would schools be canceled all week long? Well, if you're using schools as warming shelters because people in your area don't have power, that's why you're not going to have school. So that first entry right there, Franklin High School, it's just been one of the newest entries. Meteorologist Dan Thomas just finally got here. I'm glad you made it, Dan.
Hi, Dan. Good to see you.
Glad you made it safe, Dan. He's just walking behind the cameras. You'll hear from him soon. We were able to speak with him by phone just a little bit ago. Stefano also walking in. Just curious, Stefano, if there's something. Did you learn something new here?
It's not so much new as it is I want to warn people about the wind again, because we just got updated wind numbers, and the wind's gusting over 30 miles per hour in Nashville. So you have all the weight on the trees and the power lines we've been talking about. It's going to sound like a broken record, but these wind gusts between 20 and 30 and even over 30 miles per hour, they're going to shake and rattle the power lines, the trees, the tree limbs, and with all that extra weight, you know, you sway one way or you sway the other way, and those temperatures, those winds are going to really cause more tree limbs to come down, which could cause more power outages. So this is just something I really want to warn everybody about, because the precipitation's moving out. We're done with accumulating ice, but we're not done with the power outage situation. So that is something that will continue because these winds are really picking up right now and should last for the next couple hours.
Thanks so much, Stefano. Appreciate that. Never hesitate to jump in if you get new numbers or just anything that gives us some new information with what's really happening. If we can go back to the warming shelters, though, I find this to be important, because if you've lost power and you're one of the literally hundreds of thousands of people that don't have power right now, at some point you're going to really have to be looking around. If you know, most of the hotels, if not all of them around Nashville, are sold out right now. I mean, you're not going to have a warm place to stay tonight. So what are your other options? Warming shelters are where you can go. Producers, what website are we on so people can look this up themselves? Is this TEMA? Okay, so this is the TEMA website. So what we're doing, what they're showing you right now is the 92 open shelters that are open right now all around the state. You can go to any of these for free. So Franklin High School is the newest addition, Fairview High School, White House First United Methodist Church, and those are just the ones that we're seeing right here. We're going to
scrolling down too. Yeah, Salvation Army, that's out in Clarksville. You have some in Johnson City as well. Lauren, one thing I found interesting as well, we're hearing from so many people who don't want to get out on the roads, which I think is great, right? They're listening to that warning. However, right, oftentimes those are the same people who are without power at their homes. They're wondering, how can they get there? So that was an interesting little tidbit that came from this TEMA news conference we just listened to. They say if you are worried about getting to these warming shelters safely on your own, you can call the emergency management agency in your county. They'll arrange some kind of ride for you to be able to get there. I think that's a really valuable resource for people to have in these coming days, is this transportation to get somewhere safely.
Yeah. Well, and you think about how giving people are in this state. This is why Tennessee's the volunteer state, because whether you're impacted or not, you do have an opportunity to help other people, and I'm sure if you end up being on the receiving end of some of that help, I'm sure there will be a place in your heart that says, I'm going to help people who ended up in the same situation as I did.
And that's kind of how the governor finished that. He said, hey, help your neighbors, and that's so important there. You see even a Church of Christ there open their doors up just to allow people a warm place to stay, and that's going to be critical here in the next couple of days.
So we have our team of reporters, team coverage again today. Our Dryden Quigley is back with us for day 2 of this winter weather event. Dryden, I'm glad you're in the car where you're warm, but how are the roads where you've been driving so far?
I was going to say, Lauren, I'm in a much better place. I'm in a car, nice warm. I have my chai tea latte with me, which is amazing. If you have to be out on the roads, bring some hot liquids with you. Make sure that you have supplies in your car if you get stranded somewhere. The roads right now are looking okay, I would say. We're on one of a main highway where there are no trees, on the side, which is a lot safer. It's really when you get into those back roads and you have the trees hanging over, weighted down by the ice, that you start to hear that crackling sound, and you could be in some really serious danger if one of these falls. But earlier today, we were able to talk with one of the hundreds of thousands of people, as we said, who was without power. They've been without power for a few hours now. They were outside trying to make sure that their driveway could be as clear as possible in case they did need to leave and get more food, because they were worried about the food in their fridge. Take a listen to what some of the people we talked with had to say.
Well, yesterday it snowed pretty good, and then late last night, it kind of stopped, and it looked like everything was going to calm down, and then we got some rain, this morning, and I just was looking at everything melting and started hearing the tree branches come down one by one, and knew we better watch out for safety out here. But then the power cut out.
I think we can last probably the day, really. I think what we're going to see, then you start worrying about the food, the refrigerator, and then the freezer and things like that. That's where it becomes an issue.
Yeah, but unfortunately, as I think a few of the meteorologists said, it might be a multi-day event. So these people we all really have to prepare for that. But I liked what he said about hearing those trees, just the branches coming down. You really can hear it if you step outside and listen. Alan, the man we were talking with earlier too, made a good point. He said that his wife got him a snowblower a year ago for Christmas, and he said, why would you get me this? Like, I can't use it. And he says, even with this, there's a snowstorm, he still can't use it because of the ice that's layered over it. It's just not going to work. So you're going to have to get creative when clearing off your driveways and yards. But hopefully for everyone, you can stay inside during this period and stay warm. That's the most most important thing.
Yeah, Dryden, you'll appreciate this. Earlier this morning, I was going to do live shots for our newscast here, and I was standing under some of the trees, and I started hearing crackle, crackle, crackle. And the photojournalist that I was working with, both of us looked up and we said, we probably shouldn't be doing live shots. We need to move where there's zero things around us that could potentially fall during this. So I'm glad you're in the car, you're moving, you're safe.
Sure, Dryden, while we still have you, I love your perspective because you're one of our crews who's out driving to all of the different places. I know you were at a house fire earlier. Just walk us through. I know you've been on the air for quite some time now. Just the different areas where you've seen some major problem spots.
Yeah, I mean, we've been all over. We started in kind of the West Nashville area. I think we made it to Donaldson, we made it to Whites Creek, and now we're headed back towards Nashville on Briley. But I think it just shows you all sorts of problems that can come up in a storm, which you don't even think of. For me, when it's so cold, maybe your first thing isn't thinking about fire and fire safety, but that can be an issue, especially if it comes to warming your house with a fireplace. And of course, these power lines coming down. I think really where we've seen the heaviest hit places are areas, again, with the most trees. So when you have all that weight just hanging down and the branches are snapping off, it's just taking down power lines. Those can start fires, taking out everyone's electricity, and that's really where it's been difficult for people because you're sitting inside in your home with no electricity and it's freezing outside. The areas where it's a little bit better are kind of the strip mall areas and things like that where there aren't as much trees. It's a bit clearer out and the roads are more clear.
Yeah, okay, Dryden Quigley, interesting stuff. And even watching your live picture, it's clear the lanes in front of you look really good, but every time you pass an exit ramp, then you really start to see the work that TDOT has had to do, or NDOT, depending on where the live drive is happening. But
and to that point, Lauren, I think they did an incredible job preemptively treating these roads, right, mitigating a lot of accidents that we've seen. Lauren and I were just talking. It's amazing we haven't seen more injuries or deaths.
We are
with how
so
significant
lucky.
This storm has been.
So lucky. Dryden, continue to be safe out there as you guys drive around. Don't hesitate to jump in if you see something newsworthy or that people really need to know.
Enjoy that chai tea latte you got too. That sounds nice.
Yeah, finding something open right now, it's its own victory.
Oh yeah.
So we have more crews out and about. Our Stacy Cameron, one of the members of our investigative team, he's been out and around speaking with people in Franklin. Check this out.
Well, if you live in certain neighborhoods all over the metro, like this one in Franklin, that sound that you're hearing right now, get used to it because this is the soundtrack of the cleanup after that winter storm. Chainsaws coming out to get rid of debris left by trees that snapped under the weight of freezing rain, sleet, and ice. Let's get a look at this. You can see the crews climbing up into the trees to take down limbs that fell on 2 apartment buildings here at the Vieira Cool Springs Apartments just off Liberty Pike in Franklin. I counted at least 7 trees that had limbs come down and caused some major damage to this apartment complex. They also at one point had a major entryway into this apartment block, but these crews have gotten out here. They've started to work fast to try to get this debris removed. All up and down Liberty Pike in Mac Hatcher and Franklin, we've seen trees down. We've seen trees down on power lines. Fortunately for a lot of these neighborhoods, the power did stay on, but there's a lot of cleanup to be done in the next couple of days, especially when those temperatures freeze. It's going to be hard traveling. It's going to be hard working for these crews, but we see they're already out here working, trying to clean up from that winter storm that hit Franklin and Williamson County earlier today. Reporting in Williamson County, I'm WSMV4 investigative reporter Stacy Cameron.
Your perspective has been so valuable. Again, that was Stacy Cameron reporting. Lauren, those visuals, they're just wild, and it makes us sad a little bit when you think of how old these trees are. They're big, they're beautiful, and most of them seems like they're just coming to the ground.
I think this is one of the things that's very characteristic of Nashville, right? We've got so many mature, established trees all over this place. I mean, right here, Old Hickory Boulevard. I bet that's one of the things that Dan Thomas sent us in. If you're familiar with Old Hickory Boulevard, right there by Vaughn Road. So this is in between Percy Warner and Edwin Warner, right close to Vaughn, right close to, what else would that be? Some of the, thinking of like Stockett Creek or Laurelbrook or some of those neighborhoods right there, right before, right around that area. Man, it's just up and down. It's very hilly and somewhat terrifying to try to drive in those areas. And our Dan Thomas was saying, like, it's impassable. And you're seeing the trees going across there, so you would understand why. You're not going anywhere. Maybe if you live in that area, try to head south instead, go to Sneed and try to cut over that way if you're trying to get to Highway 100. But man, oh man, it's an issue.
And Lauren, I know you've covered your fair share of weather events here in the mid-state. All I can think about, it really does look like a tornado went through there.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously you can see the snow, so you know not the case, but when you just see all of these downed trees, snapped branches, snapped power poles, down lines, and so many of these roads, they're just impassable, right?
Totally.
It's hard to even navigate around the city right now.
You know, I think too, in events like this, one of the best things we can do is think ahead to, well, what do we have to look forward to? What can we look forward to? And we'll get back to our first alert team very soon, but they've been showing us that maybe by Wednesday, we can look forward to Wednesday. There
Upper
will be
30s.
like maybe mid to upper 30s.
Yeah.
And if you're lucky, if you get a lot of sunshine, maybe some things melt. But Wednesday, my friends, we're going to be sitting with this for quite a while.
Again, it's just that ice, and we have, what do you think, about 2-3 hours left of this daylight. It's going to get even worse out there. Obviously, without that sun, things are going to freeze very fast if they haven't already.
So we're going to continue our team coverage and watching things for you. One of our reporters, Braden Ross, has been out and about again today, day 2 of coverage. She's downtown. Check this out.
Hey everyone, Braden Ross with WSMV here downtown Nashville. This is Church Street, and I thought I would come out, just head out to the grocery store, maybe pick up a few things. I thought maybe I'd hop on one of these scooters to do it. Oh wait, I can't. It's encased in ice. Look at this scooter, completely encased in ice, icicles hanging from it. You can see, I mean, I don't know if you can tell how thick the ice is that's just coating this scooter. I mean, look at the wheels here. Totally not going anywhere on this thing, probably for like a week at least. Look at how thick it is coated on there. That is exactly what is happening to all the trees around town. That's why they're falling down. This is what's happening to the roads and the sidewalks too. I mean, look at this. This is treacherous. So even if you're thinking, hey, I'm not going to drive because driving is, you know, scary and dangerous right now, even walking is scary and dangerous right now outside because of just how much ice is coating everything. It's only going to get worse as everything freezes tonight. So this is your sign to stay at home and not ride a Lime scooter today.
Okay, Braden, thank you so much for that. Of course, our team of reporters is out and about. And again, this is day 2 of our coverage, and we know it's going to continue.
Sure, we want to bring in now our Steve Mailing. Steve, tell us exactly where you are and what you're seeing.
Uh-oh, can't hear you, Steve. Check your audio again. Oh, there we go. Start over, sir. We didn't hear anything you said.
You good?
We're good now.
You're hearing me. I'm about 100 feet. I'm about 100 feet away from you. I'm in the park, just outside the station. But actually, we are so hands on deck right now in this winter storm that our assistant news director Aaron is shooting my shot right now for this live shot. So we're going to show you some things. It's just exactly what you're going to see all across. I thought I'd grab a little bit of a branch off of one of our trees. You could just see how it's kind of beautiful, actually, just how frozen these leaves are. But the reality is it brings them down in droves, right? We have limbs cracking off left and right here on the hill. I heard Hunter talking about it before, how old some of these trees are, just how large they are, which means when they come down, they're going to cause a lot of damage. I think that's the concern, right? When we talk about these power outages, unfortunately, this is not just a one-fix-all situation, right? They have to take the trees off the power lines and reconnect them before they can even talk about assessing, you know, the actual damage that has been left behind as far as the wires and the transformers go. And as this ice continues to weigh down these trees, and these trees tend to sag a little bit further, they're going to drop on more power lines left and right, which we could possibly see more power outages as the night goes by. Now, I spoke with a doctor from TriStar Skyline. He's emergency room. He's actually the chairman of the Department of Emergency Medicine at TriStar Skyline, and he was so gracious. He doesn't even have power right now, but he spoke with me about ways you need to stay warm, right? We've talked about them. Blankets, staying close to kind of the center of the room. Gather the family together. We're a family for a reason, right, folks? We can all stay together and have that collective warmth that we can bring to each other, right? Checking on your neighbors. We have to think about how many of our elderly are out there, checking on kids as well, because sometimes kids won't give you signals right away if they're suffering from any type of early signs of hypothermia, so that's something to keep in mind as well. The elderly, if you have an elderly neighbor, please check on them. If you're able to, get outside safely and do so, because they may need some assistance either getting out into somewhere warm. So obviously the big story of the day is ice. Yesterday it was snow / sleet / kind of freezing rain. The freezing rain came overnight, and it has just created a beautiful scene. Don't get me wrong, looks like it's off a postcard, but a lot of problems here in the mid-state. I'm going to be going out in the fields very, very shortly to go check out all of what's left behind, especially here in Nashville. I have seen plenty of Facebook groups posting about how much power is out. I think my Ring app has gotten dozens of notifications about, hey, power's out here, power's out here. We understand these power outages are going to be a big problem for you guys. We are working to find out that timeline for when these restoration efforts are going to be, you know, maybe coming to your neighborhood. We know that they're going to prioritize the places where they can restore the most people at once. So keep in mind that this could take hours, this could possibly take days, and make sure you're staying inside in the meantime. There's no reason to go outside. It's cold, it's damp, it's soggy. You're seeing it right now. I would not recommend going outside. Stay inside, put a blanket over you, and just enjoy some time together, and we'll all get through this together. For now, guys, I'll send it back to you.
Steve, quick question for you, and this is kind of about your feet and what's around your feet. When I was in the exact same spot that you're standing in 3 hours ago, there were puddles of water. Has it gotten cold enough for that to freeze yet, or is it still water where you're standing?
Right, Lauren. So luckily we actually had one of our plows come up recently, so that might have pushed a little bit of the water off to the side, but I mean, you can still kind of see that down here it still is, I mean, it's starting to ice over a little bit. You can see the water underneath that layer, but a reminder, these freezing cold temperatures are going to continue throughout the night, throughout the next couple days. So places that look like puddles, I was driving on Charlotte Ave coming into work, a place that has a lot of precipitation by the means of puddles on the roadway, that's likely going to freeze over, and it's going to cause our best friend in black ice. So if people do have to get out there right now, some of the main roads look good, but to the naked eye, you could miss black ice, and you could be sliding in no time. So again, safest to just stay home for now, guys.
Okay. Steve Mailing, thanks so much for that live report.
Yeah, the refreeze is going to be huge, and that was one of the biggest concerns that TEMA officials were worried about as we gear up for just this very cold night ahead. We're going to bring in the chief now. Lisa Spencer standing by. Lisa, we see it on the map. Already these temperatures are starting to drop.
That's right. And so, yes, if it's not frozen now, that water that's outside should be freezing very, very quickly, because we are already at 23 degrees. Can you believe that? We have dropped from right around the freezing point all the way down to 23, and it's going to continue to fall as well. We're at 20 in Springfield, 25 in Hohenwald, and look at those teens up there in Hopkinsville, all the way over to Paris. It is cold, and so uncomfortably cold if you lose power, which is the case at our house. 32 degrees right now in Murfreesboro, but you're still above freezing in McMinnville and also right around Tullahoma. This is of concern to us. These are the wind gusts. Do you know, we've been talking about all the weight of ice on these trees and power lines. You get some of these gusts of winds, and it's going to bring down some of those limbs and perhaps even some of those trees. So try to avoid those. We will see breezy conditions like this continuing in this forecast as well. So that's really one of the big concerns we have. That's going to cause more power outages. Look at this. Finally, we are shutting off the ice making machine as it's moving on over into East Tennessee. Now, you're likely to see a little bit of flurry action out here. We've got some of that over in Franklin and then all the way back to Clarksville, but that's pretty coming down and shouldn't amount to much of anything compared to what we've already gotten from all that ice, all that freezing rain that we had a bit earlier. Even our flow of moisture, it's still there. There's definitely a lot of moisture to be frozen, like they're getting over into East Tennessee, but we're not going to see any more of that. We'll just get a little bit of this snow. And so right on cue, we said this precipitation for the most part would be out of Nashville by 3 o'clock, and it looks to be the case as we take a peek at that radar image. And then there again, as everything put back together, we still have a little bit of that rain to the east, and then the freezing precipitation was here, and then this is a little skewed from what I was just showing you, but that's where we're looking at, that little bit of snow that is out there. Now tomorrow morning, very important to us, we are looking at temperatures being very, very cold. 10 degrees in Nashville at 7 a.m., 9 in Clarksville, 14 in Shelbyville, and 9 to 7. I mean, we are talking a bitterly cold start to the day. If you have to be out and about, and hopefully, I know it's a Monday, so you may have to go back to work, you're going to need to bundle up in layers, no doubt about it. Temperature-wise, here's what we're looking at. 27 degrees around 3 o'clock, 20 here at 6, 18 at 9, and then we make it down into the teens by the time we get to 3 o'clock in the morning. But we're not done. You know it's going to continue to fall from there. And just as I was mentioning, just some cloud cover by the time we get into the nighttime, overnight, because we are done with all the precipitation, with the exception of a few light flurries falling from the sky. Now for tonight, Icing is going to be the big story for us, and those winds blowing that could cause some of the ice trees to break. So if you haven't already lost power, we did this yesterday, and I'm so glad we did. We identified where the blankets are in the house, which was we would pull out. What am I feeling tonight? Because we needed them today and this morning. And also check and make sure you've got the flashlights around. Do you have some batteries to go in that flashlight? You're going to need those as well. And be sure to charge up all your mobile devices. If you've got one of those banks that you can go on and charge that up, make sure you're ready to go in case you do lose power. And make sure you also download our WSMV4 weather app, because you can watch us right now if you've got that app right there at home. This again is a look at how that precipitation is moving out. We don't have anything else coming tonight other than maybe just a wraparound snowflake or two, and we will be good to go in terms of precipitation. But in terms of temperatures, that's where we're going to turn our story, because this is what's going to be the big danger for us moving forward. 28 degrees and falling today. So we've got this 80% chance of moisture. We're going to take that out of the forecast now because I think we've shut off that machine. 9 is what we're going to see for that low tonight. And then tomorrow, maybe a few isolated flurries. It's going to be a very cold day at 22. And talk about windy. We think the winds are really going to pick up going into Tuesday morning. So this 2 for our low, that's going to feel more like 10, 11 degrees below zero. It's going to be really cold out there. 29 will be the afternoon high coming up on Tuesday. And then finally, by Wednesday, we get above freezing, but not much. 35 will be that high. We actually could see a few more flurries coming in Wednesday into Thursday as well. 32 the high on Thursday. Notice these morning lows. They're still going to be well below average and in the frigid category. We're looking at 20s to return on Friday and Saturday, and just very cold morning lows. But tonight it's all about the temperatures dropping for a flash freeze tonight, which is basically our temperatures dropping in a short period of time, and they've already been doing that this afternoon. It's going to be a cold one.
Lisa, while we have you, we were kind of laughing a little bit. Wednesday looks like a slight glimmer of hope, seeing temperatures above freezing at 35 degrees. Are we out of the woods on Wednesday, or is this something that we could see last all week in terms of these freezing road conditions and just ice kind of blanketing the mid-state?
Well, the good news is we're going to get some sunshine out. That is going to help. Even though your temperatures are below freezing, sun will definitely help to melt things for us. So that's going to be great for a couple of days there. We're going to enjoy that sunshine, but it will certainly help to get up above freezing, and that will be on Wednesday. But you know, guys, you know how those back roads are.
Oh, yeah.
And the shaded ones that aren't going to get all that sunshine, some of those are probably going to be pretty dicey for several days to come because they're just not getting any sunshine and certainly not enough warmth to help melt all of that kind of just muck off the floor, off the ground, because it's going to look really bad by then. Can you imagine all that slush, all that driving? So it's going to be pretty tough going. And that's one thing we have to remember. Even if it gets slushy during the day, when our temperatures drop down this cold at night, then any of that that's left out there is just going to refreeze once again.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've heard it from NES, from THP. People from both agencies have said, we've never seen anything like this, and it's going to be a while.
It is. I mean, I can remember, I grew up in West Tennessee, so I wasn't in Nashville, but even in West Tennessee, I can remember as a kid having this incredible ice storm that did just what we're seeing out there now. The trees are just bowing down with the weight of all of that ice. So this is a pretty significant event that we have not seen in years. I know many folks may remember the ice storm we had in '94, which, you know, was very significant. So we're kind of going on the heels of that one.
All right, Lisa Spencer, we appreciate you being here. Feel free to hop back in as new information continues to roll in.
Our entire team is working on this story for you because weather is the story in this regard. Our Janier Cooper from our sports team is hopping in. She's reporting right now from the Gulch.
Hey guys, checking in from the Gulch area. This is actually Division Street right behind me. They just came by, cleared it off not that long ago. So the driving conditions for this road, not the worst, but the sidewalk conditions, an absolute mess. It is slushy, it is icy, and it's only going to get more cold and freeze over as the night goes on. I will say, I know the big message, stay out from under trees, under power lines, because you don't know when they're going to come down with all the heavy ice on them. But if you're in the Midtown, downtown Gulch area, keep an eye out for some of these high-rise buildings. I've seen sheets of ice falling from windows on this building, and I've seen sheets of ice falling from windows on this building. And I can only imagine what it feels like to be under that when it's coming from 20-plus floors up. So make sure you guys are staying inside, staying safe, staying warm, and staying up to date with WSMV4.
That's serious.
And I think that's a very valuable tip, actually. I live in one of those high rises as well. And the importance of just looking up wherever it is you go to see, one, what you're driving through, and two, what you're walking underneath.
Right.
Whether it's trees, she mentioned those high rises, all of that ice, part of it is starting to come down. And obviously, right, you do not want one of those smack in your car or worse, right, your body.
Well, I'm thinking about how many hundreds of thousands of people have dogs,
Sure.
you know, and pets that need to get out. And so we recognize that we're saying don't get out, don't get out. But then there's this element where you have furry family members and they do actually have to get out. So
Sure.
practice caution.
And I mean, you were out
careful.
there, Lauren, reporting earlier too, and you had just talked about, you were standing almost under a tree, you had heard that snap and thought, I need to get out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, like when you say this isn't safe, like I'm going to go somewhere where, to your point, look up. If there's nothing above you, great, you're in an okay spot. That's not the case all the time, though.
Sure. All right, we want to continue checking in with our crews scattered throughout the mid-state. We have Dryden back. Dryden, I hope that chai tea latte treated you well. I'm sure you're seeing just...
It did.
Go ahead, Dryden. We'll let you take it from here.
It did, but I am back out of the car now, unfortunately, feeling the elements. Again, hopefully you all are staying warm inside, but we passed a perfect situation of what we've been seeing all day. We're on White Bridge right now, and take a look at these down trees. I mean, 3 here all in a row. One over here, you can see it snapped. I mean, it pretty much almost split the tree in half. Another one next to it, another one next to it. Luckily, they didn't fall into any homes or onto any cars, but that could have been easily a very different story, or onto any people who were walking here. They also didn't take any, well, I don't think they took down any power lines. It looks like one is sagging over there, but they didn't exactly take any down. But that is the situation we've seen a lot and why a lot of people don't have power right now. But I want to show you a firsthand look at how thick this ice is. I mean, ignore my kind of disgusting gloves. I didn't bring my waterproof ones, but this is thick. Like, if this is falling on you, or even as Janier said, some of these icicles sheets coming off of the high rises there from a high height, that is going to be very painful, very dangerous. And so you just have to make sure when you're walking around, taking your dogs out, that you're not under anything. The conditions are out here are not ideal. It is cold, it is windy, there are lots of trees coming down, and we've even seen a few fires too, as you've seen earlier. So if you can, stay indoors. We're here to show you what is like out here, so you don't have to be outside.
All right, Dryden, quickly live for us. Dryden, thank you. It is so interesting to just see the ice on those trees and how thick that is around some of those branches.
Yeah, in some areas, upwards of a ½ inch of ice has now developed, and that's a concern. That's why we have so many power outages all across the area. Jill Bergen is the External Affairs Officer for Williamson County EMA Emergency Management. She joins us by phone right now. Jill, first of all, thanks for being with us. Give us an overview of what's going on in Williamson County right now in terms of what you're seeing with the EMA.
Thanks for having me. So we have had widespread incidents across the county from tons of same story as everywhere, tons of tree branches, trees down, power lines down, and we actually had some high water to deal with. We've had a couple of roads closed, kind of in the usual spots that locals are used to with the water that breaches every once in a while. But the good news is that we've been able to open 2 warming centers for our residents, and those are at Franklin High School and Fairview High School.
Can we just talk about big picture as a whole? I'm really curious just to see what you're up against in terms of the biggest challenges for emergency crews. Is it power outages? Is it medical emergencies? Can you kind of just walk us through what you're seeing there in Williamson County?
Sure. So, I mean, the number one challenge in a situation like this is really always going to be staffing. You know, you've got a certain number of folks who sign up to work in public safety, and then you call everybody in when something like this happens. But then, of course, they are dealing with the same issues everyone else is with frozen roads and power lines, power out, things like that.
Real quick, I want to follow up on that. We've been a little bit surprised here that we haven't heard more injuries, and luckily, to our knowledge here, no deaths here in the mid-state. Can you talk about what you're seeing just in terms of that front there in Williamson County?
Yes, fortunately, that's the same situation that at least that I've seen up to this point. We do advise folks to, like you just said, stay away from the trees. That's really a huge risk. And then, of course, those plunging temperatures are going to be a concern. And that's why we opened the warming centers.
So, Jill, let's talk about the warming centers. I bet there are, you know, a lot of people around the area today who have never been in a situation where they recognize, I mean, this is going to be a significant multi-day event. They might be out of power for a while. So for those people who say, I've never been to a warming shelter or a warming center, what do I need to know before I go? What will they find there?
Sure, of course. It's actually something that we just stood up today. So right now it's going to be a warm place to stay, and we will have cots there for them to rest on, and we'll have water and things like that. And we are working on the food side of it, because if we do need to extend it into a shelter that's overnight, then we'll deal with that as well. But as the days go on, if the situation continues, then the resources will come in, we have no doubt, and we'll be able to serve folks that way. We do have facilities where they can bring cats and dogs. Those are the only pets we can bring at this time. But if they bring them leashed or in a crate, they are welcome.
Jill, that's exactly what I was about to ask. What about pets? Are they welcome? And so to underscore, cats and dogs can come to the warming shelters, at least in Williamson County, correct?
Yes, they need to be. You need to bring your own leash, but if you have them, confined in a way for safety, that's fine. And we advise folks who do have family or friends they can stay with in the area. That should be your first option. But if you have no other options, then please go to Fairview High School or Franklin High School.
Jill, this is one of those situations where it really is neighbors helping neighbors, and I know it's agency helping agency. We had just heard from different TEMA officials who talk about how this is just being coordinated all across different groups. Can you talk about just how you're interacting with other agencies, whether that be, TDOT or THP or even hospitals in the area? What is that looking like in terms of just communication through all of the agencies working as one?
Absolutely. We've got, I like to kind of compare this kind of situation of what EMA does to a potluck dinner. And if nobody was there to help plan it, you might end up with 10 desserts and no entree, which might sound good to some people. But in an emergency like this, you need somebody to sort of be the planner, see who has what and how that all can be pulled together to solve the problem. And that's what we've been doing. We've got all our local public safety, of course, is on scene. Many are represented here in our EOC in Franklin, and everybody, we've had folks spending the night in our public safety center just to be sure they can get to work in 911, EMA, and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's interesting. Our managers here at the TV station put us up in hotels last night, and I was speaking with one of the workers at the hotel this morning, and she said, "Oh, I've been here since Friday. We know," she was saying, in the hotel industry, we already knew we were going to have widespread power outages, and so when that happens, their activation is everyone stays at the hotel, because everyone who's lost power is going to now go to the hotel. So yeah, we get it. We've got cots even here at the station and air mattresses so people can sleep here and continue to bring the news and this kind of information.
Yeah, you just do what you can, and it's part of what we try to teach all year round is, the self-sufficiency. We want you to have your emergency kit, have those supplies so you can sustain yourself for 3 to 4 days, because as you can see, power crews and other responders may not be able to get to you as quickly as they otherwise would.
Jill, it's 3 o'clock right now. We know the sun will go down here in a couple of hours. Walk us through what the night looks like ahead for y'all as this refreeze really becomes one of the most significant impacts that we're going to see.
Yes, it's concerning because the ice and those temperatures, that means we're going to have these conditions for the next several days. And so, with extended power outages, we're concerned that maybe folks may not be able to reach us if they do need help. But we always try to advertise those alternate communication methods. And we've even been in touch with our local AM radio station, WAKM, to help broadcast alerts that way. And also remember, you have a radio in your car and you can get news that way if you need to.
Jill, I've got one more question for you before we let you go and let you do more of your work with the emergency management for Williamson County. I am curious, for people who've lost power in Williamson County, in major events past, regional power crews would come in to help restore power. I'm curious if your agency has any conversations happening with outside help to come in and assist with re-upping power in Williamson County.
At this point, I have not heard any conversations to that end, but I know that we've been in constant contact with the electric companies here, and they were, of course, pre-positioned to help. They knew this was coming, and they knew they would be the number one call. So Middle Tennessee Electric and NES up in the northern part of the county have really stepped up. But of course, as the longer this goes on, those responding teams from across the country will come in.
Yeah, all right. Well, Jill Bergen, thanks so much, External Affairs Officer for Williamson County EMA. Thanks for your work. Thanks for coordinating the potluck, and stay safe.
You stay safe too. Thank you.
That 10 desserts that she mentioned didn't sound like a bad idea to me.
Hey, at this point, I'm okay with it. I'm okay.
We'll take what we can get at this point.
Banana pudding, if I can put my order in.
Isn't that the best? I know.
Yeah.
All right, so as we mentioned, we have teams scattered all throughout the mid-state. Our Braden Ross has been traveling really all across the area. She has a message about what to do to keep your pipes from freezing.
Hey everyone, Braden Ross for WSMV here. If you're sitting at home watching our coverage like I am before I head in to go out and report for y'all, check your faucets. You're gonna wanna go ahead and put those babies on a steady, slow drip. It takes me a second to kind of find the sweet spot here. You wanna leave all those babies on a steady, slow drip in your house, every single faucet, because you don't want your pipes to burst. This will help with that. I'm going around right now and setting all the faucets in my house to a slow drip. You should do the same if you're sitting at home right now. Don't want those pipes to burst. That's just not fun.
Shoot, it doesn't show. All right, so again, that was Braden Ross reporting. Braden, thank you so much. You know, the people who've kind of been the ringleaders of our coverage and helping us understand how to treat this whole event has been our First Alert weather team, not the least of which is our Chief Meteorologist, Lisa Spencer. Lisa, I know you've got somebody joining you now. Yes. Dan Thomas, we've heard from you before. And
welcome in, Dan.
Now he's here.
Thank you so much. I made it. 3 tries.
It's a big deal.
It's a charm, yeah.
Yeah, we're getting work out of him as he is getting to the TV station. Now, that was great information, though. So helpful finding out where there were trouble spots on your drive-in.
Yes, and the interesting thing that I noticed is none of them were marked. So you're going down a road, and then all of a sudden you get to a block where you can't pass. So Chickering Road blocked over by the Harpeth Hills Golf Course. Old Hickory Boulevard, that's a big deal over by Highway 100, not quite to Highway 100, near Percy Warner Park. You can't get by. And over by Percy Warner Park, it's so thickly settled with the trees there, I heard a lot more snapping. Yeah. So the wind's been gusty, that's not helping.
I mean, over there are so many trees there, so we can totally understand why. And, you know, you mentioned it there. We are looking at a couple of things that are going to be problematic tonight. One of those is this dramatic temperature drop. It has already started to happen. We're going to have that. And then we've got these winds that are going to be gusting from time to time. That is also, unfortunately, going to bring down some more of these limbs and trees, and that usually leads to power outages. We've got roads and sidewalks that are going to be quickly icing up, so don't be fooled. If it were slushy earlier, it likely will be freezing very, very shortly if it hasn't already turned into a sheet of ice. And then, of course, those power outages, so problematic for us. Temperature-wise, we're at 22 right now in Nashville. It's 29 in Lebanon. You're sitting on that fine line there of 32 degrees right at the freezing point in Murfreesboro. And then we've got a few communities over here, McMinnville, Tullahoma, and Fayetteville. You are still up above freezing. And that precipitation, of course, moving on out of here. 14 is what we're looking for in Hopkinsville right now. 17 as we look at the thermometer in Clarksville, and 18 over in Camden. Lawrenceburg, you are still at 30 degrees, but you will continue to drop as well. This is what we're seeing when it comes to wind gust. We've had them gust up to around 31 miles per hour in Nashville, 28 right now, 18 in Clarksville, and 21 is the latest over in Murfreesboro. Here is the bigger view. Now, we want to take a look at this smaller view of what's going on, and that's our temperatures again. But unfortunately, I don't think I untagged what we were looking for our radar, but that's okay because most of that precipitation is gone. We have a little bit of snowfall that is left over in the Memphis area, and we have a bit that is left right over here as we look to northern portions of the state and into southern Kentucky, Dan.
All right, Lisa, let's talk about the temperatures this evening. Those are so very important. So Nashville, as Lisa just established, is already below freezing. So tumbling quickly back into the teens, high teens in Nashville at 7 o'clock tonight, holding in the upper teens, but gradually falling back below that in time. You can see for the entire mid-state, the Cumberland Plateau even below freezing then. Temperatures in the mid-20s. That's the mildest area, and the coldest is back to the west. So the cold air is going to settle in from the west. Now, overnight, I think toward morning, the sky is clearing. That will allow more radiational cooling. So temperatures tumble even more. And so first thing tomorrow morning, I think some of you actually have single digits, but about 10 or so in Nashville, 13 in Cookeville, 15 McMinnville. And notice really not much warming tomorrow. So just bitterly cold tomorrow, mid to high teens, north and west, lower 20s in Nashville, and lower 20s south and east. Even colder weather tomorrow night. Now, I stopped the clock at 3 in the morning, and the reason I do that is because that's when the wind will be the most calm. That's when the temperature will be the most low. And then after this point, 3 a.m., we start to see more of a southwest wind. So we'll actually see a little bit of warming towards sunrise on Tuesday, back up to around 10. So again, unbelievably cold. You just need a 5 or 10 mile an hour wind. And with temperatures around 10 or 11 degrees, it feels like sub-zero conditions. So tremendously cold conditions right through Tuesday morning, and then Tuesday afternoon with more of that southwesterly wind, potentially as high as 35. So that makes a big difference. The fact that we have snow and ice out there, that's going to limit some of the warming that we do see. But even if we can get close to freezing, that's going to help the road products do their job and start to melt away some of this that we have out and about. Lisa?
And most everything that was falling from the sky, I wanted to show you that radar has moved out. This is the snow that I was talking about, and we had some reports of a little bit of snow over in Jackson as well. Now, we are seeing almost all of that gone, and just to show you that's going to continue to move on out, we're looking at our futurecast model, and so long, there it goes, with the exception of a little bit of that snow still wrapping around as we go through the rest of the night, and those temperatures continue to drop. Tomorrow morning, if you are already without power, this is not going to be fun. 10 degrees at 7 a.m., 14 and mostly cloudy at 8. 14 degrees around 9. We will get some sunshine out, so good news there. Look for a partly cloudy sky as we go throughout that. But until we get there, we are still going to see some very chilly conditions. This was actually what we're expecting for the rest of this afternoon. So looking ahead, we still have Tuesday and Wednesday. Also, that will be first alert weather days, all temperature driven. 2 degrees, that morning low coming up for Tuesday morning, and windy conditions with that. 29 during the afternoon. It's going to be a cold day, but we will get some sunshine. That's going to help. The combination of that wind, that sunshine, that's going to help tremendously to help dry out some of what we have out there, but it's still going to be a lot of ice sticking around. 15 on Wednesday, 35, so finally getting above freezing by then. We've got that 20% chance of a snowflake there, and also into Thursday, but just flurries for the most part. 32 on Thursday, and then we are going to get another little dip down to 29 on Friday, 25 Saturday, 29 Sunday, and then we've got those morning lows dipping once again to the single digits.
Lisa, really quick on that Thursday, I think for people watching, are we bracing for more snow like we just saw? Like, what does Thursday realistically look like in terms of the elements that are going to come into play middle of next week?
Because I know anytime you say, what? More precipitation coming down, this is going to be a little weak system that's going to ride through. So we're just going to expect a little burst maybe of a few light snow showers and really not looking for any accumulation.
Okay. Lisa, thank you so much.
It's better news. We're going to pray for more sunshine.
Right.
You know, like
all of us. Is there a sun dance? I know there's a rain dance.
I was about to say that exact thing. Instead of a rain dance, maybe there's a sun dance. Let's talk about the warming shelters that are open in Nashville, because we recognize if you have either just lost power or in preparation, anticipation of potentially losing power, you need to know about warming shelters. These are warming locations in Nashville. Okay, so all Nashville Fire Department fire stations. So at any point, you could go to a fire station, bring your cell phone charger, charge your phone, get warm, and sit around with your kids maybe for a moment as a warming place. And there are other options as well.
Yeah, these are just a few of them. For the metro area, of course, all throughout the mid-state, there are different places you can go. We're going to have that all listed on our website. Something interesting, too, I know, again, we've been telling y'all to stay home. So many of you don't even want to get out, but you may need to get to one of these locations on your screen. Lauren, for many of those people, all they have to do is just call their local county emergency management, and they'll start to arrange rides for you, right? Bottom line, they don't want you to sit there and freeze in your home. There's so many resources available. All you've got to do is ask for help.
Yeah, and hopefully you have family or friends around that you can message around with. We know from NES that only 48% of people in Nashville don't have power, and I say only because that does mean that 52% still have power. Right. So maybe you could find somebody that you could bunk up with, you know, essentially find a place that's warm, people you trust, people you love. Otherwise, as we were just hearing from Jill Bergen with Williamson County, with the Emergency Management Agency there, she was saying warming locations are there for anyone, absolutely, but it really is kind of a last resort. They want you to find friends and family first. Here are some of the warming shelters. They've just opened two. Fairview High School, they're on Fairview Boulevard, and Franklin High School on Hillsborough Road. It's worth noting with these, and this, what I'm about to say, only goes for Williamson County. Check your own county. But Williamson County says, yes, you can bring pets. Cats and dogs are allowed as long as they're on leashes or in crates, and you can take them to the warming shelter just with you and get warm.
I do think that's a really good point, Lauren, is reach out to people you know first. I know you may think, I don't want to inconvenience anybody, but that's what it's all about, and that's what we heard in that news conference about an hour ago from our governor, who said it's got to be here, neighbors helping neighbors. We're all going to have to try and get through this together. And again, those warming shelters, a great resource, but they should kind of be last-ditch effort in terms of going there first when there could be somebody just down the street who may take you in.
Yeah, we have seen tree after tree after tree fall, break, and in some cases cause damage. Check out some of this video here. You know what's amazing is that they were rolling. How did the timing on all of this, how did that work? Isn't this incredible? And terrifying, clearly, for the child in that video that's behind the camera.
I know the screams, they're so real, and the sound of those trees, Lauren, we've been talking about that all morning. It is so eerie. If you haven't heard it yet, I'm sure you will at some point this week, but it's just these huge trees, Lauren, and they just split, and it's a sound you kind of don't forget.
No, you don't, and if you live in an area where there are trees around you, old established trees, just go stand on your porch for a minute. I guarantee you, within 10 minutes, you are going to hear the snap and the crackle and the break of some of these limbs. So that one was in Bellevue. Quite frankly, it could be anywhere because we're seeing this happen all over the mid-state, the snap and then the flying of the limbs.
Sure, and I want to point out too, this is viewer video, and we're so thankful for all of this. Keep on sending in your photos, your pictures. Look at this. That is an inch of solid ice at Smyrna.
Jaws on the floor right now.
Holy cow. And we just think about, too, how long this is going to take to melt. So maybe they got lucky a little bit, started to melt away. We're seeing puddles. As we gear up for these overnight hours, the biggest danger is going to be refreeze, right? If you thought it was decent on those roads and you think, oh, it's starting to melt, again, all of that is going to be a sheet of ice come tomorrow morning.
So this is out of Smyrna. I want our first alert team to just look at this. If you guys just look at the TV right now. We had someone in Smyrna send in a picture of an inch of ice. Dan, what are your thoughts when you look at that?
I'm just shocked. I'm curious what that surface is, if that's a concrete block that it's sitting on. It's also interesting that it looks completely flat at the top. Just interesting, unbelievable there.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Okay.
Dan, can you talk about the weight of ice too? When Stefano was in, he was talking about just how significant the weight of ice can be wherever it is, especially for these trees, causing them to snap.
You know, and that's what we don't realize, and that speaks to the density of the water, the volume it takes up. That's why, you know, it only takes a foot of water to float a passenger vehicle, for example, when it's liquid. So when it's a solid, it's just a different story. And it covers everything. It's not just covering one surface. And if you have a tree that has so many little branches, because some of them do, then you get into the trouble. And the trees that grow upright typically do the best. But it's the ones that are flimsy, like the evergreens, and they have all those needles, are the ones that grow outright. They're more shooting out to the sides. Those are the ones that get traumatized because the weight is just too much for those to be sustained, essentially.
Yeah. It's like they have more surface area.
That's right.
Interesting. All right, Dan Thomas moonlights as an arborist.
Sure.
He actually loves his yard, that man. All right, thanks, Dan. Let's talk about some of these power outages here. We got a photo here of NES crews working to try to restore the power. This is going to be the scene. We know 40 power poles are broken, which is not great because the power poles, trying to get those replaced, that's a lot of work. The lines are easier to replace, but we've got well over 220,000 NES customers without power right now.
Sure, and in total, when we think of the other utilities as well, it ends up being something like 250,000 customers. So we're looking at, Lauren, 250,000. That's not even people. Again, it's going to be much more than that. When we talk about customer, that's a single unit, whether that's an apartment complex or a house or a building and so on and so forth. But so many people dealing with this, and we had heard earlier that in Davidson County alone, we're looking at 160,000.
That's a lot. So that's businesses, that's homes. In some of those cases, you might be talking about an apartment building. So you think about how many hundreds of people would be in just one, in their count, NES count is reflected as one customer, but if you've got a multifamily building, you're talking about more than one customer. So if you are going days without power, just know this is a possibility here, and you need to know that the line workers are working 14 to 16-hour shifts. they're working. They're trying to restore power to everybody. So you got to be patient. And you are asked not to call 911 about your power outage. But if you see a downed power line, something that's maybe draped across a road, that is something that you can call 911 about. And just always assume that they're live and they're dangerous.
Exactly. And that's the biggest thing, too, when you see those lines out there. There's so much that can happen. Electrocution, you can get burned. And still, we're in that sweet spot here of the day where some of that is looking more watery, right? It hasn't iced over yet, but with that, right, that current can travel through the water, causing an even greater issues. So that's huge. Lauren, you talked about that 911 there. We had heard earlier in the day, it's been a while since we have talked to them, but just our dispatch center here, who was just a huge message to everyone watching. Save those 911 calls for things that are life or death, right? Because there are those situations out there, whether it's car accidents or people having some kind of medical emergency. Right. Those are the people who need to be able to get through to dispatch. So those downed trees, I know they're super inconvenient, right? Report that to NES, report it once, and then just give them time to get there.
You know, you think about the weekend is the time that we see blood donations increase because a lot of people aren't working on the weekend, but the winter weather is really hurting blood donations. So several blood drives have been canceled across Middle Tennessee from Monday through Saturday. Blood Assurance is actually going to be offering an incentive to you because they want you to come in and give blood. They're going to offer a $40 e-gift card to anybody who donates blood.
That's huge. Yeah, Blood Assurance, it's the primary blood supplier for most hospitals all across Middle Tennessee. So I know, again, many of you are hunkered down. You can't leave yet, but people's donations are going to be just critical once we get out of this storm, possibly middle of next week, to go in and donate, right? They are already depleted. And we know, too, with these winter roads, we're going to see more accidents, right? And therefore, the need for blood is only going to keep growing the next few days.
I think even last week we were reporting that they had less than 1 day supply. So the need is there for sure.
It's huge. It's huge. So as we've mentioned, we still continue to have crews scattered all throughout the mid-state. We've got our Jordan James. He's been out in Nashville all day today, and he actually talked with people who were just out and about moseying around. Watch.
It's insane. I did not expect all these trees to be down right now. I just moved here from Wisconsin, so this storm did not seem like anything to me, but this is crazy.
It absolutely is. You mentioned you just moved from Wisconsin. Reflect on how this compares to a typical ice storm in Wisconsin to what you're experiencing right now. This
is pretty normal for us, but I guess our trees are used to it because we would not have trees falling down and I'd be going to school, but my school got canceled, thankfully.
Yeah, and I see you out walking a dog. How do you feel right now as you walk through this neighborhood?
It's crazy. It's so sad to see. Like, we did not expect this, and he does not like going potty in the cold.
I totally understand, and one of the biggest concerns now is that over the next few days, the temperatures are going to continue to drop. There could be possible power outages. Are you concerned about that?
A little bit. I do live here by myself, so just figuring out how, if the power goes out, I'm gonna, I guess, live and eat.
And the reality is, us from the South, we're not used to snow, we're not used to ice. So for those folks who do find themselves out in the conditions, any advice, like should they be driving, should they stay at home? What do you recommend people do?
I would stay at home, but if you have to drive, remember, do not slam on the brakes. I learned how to drive in the snow. You have to gradually push on the brakes. If you slam on the brakes, you're gonna spin out and go in that ditch.
All right, and that was Jordan James just out there talking to people. Lauren, I love hearing from people who are Northerners. Dan was talking about how he's from Boston, and even then, it is still super surprising what we're seeing to people who would be used to this, right?
You say that as if you aren't also familiar with this as a Colorado guy.
I'm a Colorado guy, and I'm even kind of baffled at what we're seeing. I mean, Lauren, I don't even remember getting out for snow days. We always went to school and it wasn't an issue driving in it. Not the case down here. One, we don't have the infrastructure like other places do. And two, we don't have the ice in Colorado like we do here. That's the biggest component and the reason it becomes so difficult out there to travel.
And you would also have a lot highway patrol too. You wouldn't have days of gray.
No, it makes it impossible to melt.
It's crazy. NES has told us this, Highway Patrol has told us this, where they're saying, look, in decades of service to this county, to this state, we've never seen anything like this. So this is going to be one of those events that you talk about, or maybe your children talk about. Hey, do you remember that? Do you remember that time back in January 2026 when we lost power for days? Because we are in a days kind of event here. Yes, the snowstorm was yesterday, but today is the day people started losing their power. And because of the significant amount of power outages, it could be quite a while before we see really anybody get their power back on.
You're so right, though. I think that perspective is so interesting when you talk to all the different people we have today who say they haven't seen a storm like this in 20 years. When we checked in with the chief a little bit ago, Lisa was saying, referenced an ice storm back in, I believe it was 94, right? So when you think about how long it has been since we have seen an ice storm like this, it speaks volumes.
You know, the kids might be saying, well, we got out of school all week. There are some school districts that have already canceled school for the entire week. We know Metro Nashville Public Schools has canceled for Monday and Tuesday. But look, I mean, that could increase. We could see an increase of that timeout. You're clearly looking at icicles on power lines right now. Honestly, name a surface. Name a surface. It could be your car, it could be your scooter, it could be a bicycle, it could just be a fence. We're seeing even upwards of an inch of ice accumulation. And when you're talking about the trees and the weight of that frozen water on those surfaces, that's why they're all coming down.
That looks to be maybe, I'm just speculating here, possibly an apartment complex. I'm seeing reports as well in the downtown and midtown area. Those apartments are starting to lose power. So folks there are having to shift as well, go to other apartment complexes, even just their leasing office area, lobbies, trying to stay warm, as so many people who live in these apartments, Lauren, are without power in the dark.
100%. And so you can always go to our website, WSMV.com, and you'll see some of the places you can go. I know something we've just put on social media, on WSMV, also on our app, is about people escaping some high floodwaters through Rutherford County. You're actually looking at the image right here. This is a still image that Rutherford County, I believe Emergency Management has put out, but please correct me, producers, if I'm wrong on that. But there was a car that actually people had to be rescued. They drove into rushing waters on East County Farm Road, and essentially a deputy was able to help them, I believe. So don't drive into high water. We were hearing from Jill Bergen, Williamson County EMA. She said there's been a lot of high water, and when she said that, I remember thinking, high water, where? Well, now you're looking at it. This is what people are driving into. Don't do it. Don't drive into high water. It only takes 12 inches of standing water to move a vehicle. And so people are having to be rescued too in Rutherford County because of it.
And you may think you may be able to get through it. Not the case. And I want to point out too, if you see barriers, right, there's a reason
don't
that
drive around the barriers.
We were watching, I believe it was Stacy who was out in Franklin earlier, and we had seen a driver roll just right around those cones. There's a reason they're there. There's obviously something dangerous. Emergency crews are just asking you clearly to stay away from those spots so they don't have to now take care of you in addition to whatever it is that's up ahead.
Okay, live picture here, Smartway TDOT camera, I-40 at I-65. This is the West Loop, got a jackknife semi. It looks like one of those TDOT help trucks maybe just pulled up. That's the yellow vehicle kind of behind him.
Looks like the driver's starting to climb out, possibly.
And I'm thinking I'm seeing two people. One person has one of those neon vests on, which would suggest that it is probably the helper. But this is what we're talking about. You know, people are trying to drive very slowly, which is great news. But at any point, if you hit a patch of black ice, you could lose control of your vehicle. And, you know, we're going to stay on top of this one. We're going to keep watching it because this is not the only thing like this. I think people get that false sense of security. You see really beautifully cleared roads and you're thinking, oh, look at that. TDOT did such a great job on these interstates. I can go fast. I'll be fine. But at any point, you can come across another one of those slick spots.
It takes no time at all. And I want to point out this accident too. Again, I'm just looking up at the bigger screen. It's easier for us to see. I think this is similar too with emergency vehicles, right? When you see them, it's always important, just get a lane over, right? Especially for these guys, it's going to take a second for them to be able to even figure out what to do.
Oh, look, they're trying to pull them out.
Get some movement. But again, if you can get over even further, just give those guys plenty of work, whether it's an accident out there, possible police response, anything, Lauren. They need the space.
I can't wait to see how can we just hang out with this? I mean, I'm almost transfixed here. I want to see.
Let's get a live commentator on the scene. Oh, there we go, maybe.
Oh, let's see what happens. Okay, so now it looks like the TDOT truck's trying to move around him here, try to help him a little bit. I mean, I don't know, man. Once you're jackknifed, how much movement can you actually get? So we'll just keep watching this one here.
It takes a while. On my way in yesterday as I was getting off the highway onto White Bridge. I'd seen a situation just like this. So I came in, I think it was yesterday. I don't know, it all blurs together. I believe it was around 1 o'clock, right? We took live shots of that same thing, I believe, like an hour and a half later. So it's a lengthy process when something like this does happen. Again, we don't know how long that semi has been there. Maybe they're on the tail end of getting out of there or just getting started.
He looks like he just got straightened up right there. Well, you know, it'd be nice to see if he's able to, if he's able to drive away.
He's got some movement. There we go.
That's like the best possible scenario in a situation like this. Can you imagine being a semi driver and going, oh no, I'm jackknifed now. I don't know that I can get out of this by myself. And so it looks like maybe he'll be able to reconcile the issue. I do wonder if he was even intending to be on that that ramp at all. But
just
again, this is
great. Now I got to reverse it on the same ice patch that just sent me here.
Yeah, best of luck, sir.
Looks like he's okay if he's driving, so that's good news to report there.
Oh, look, okay, it looked like look, here's some of this backup. Is this guys, is this the same picture? Okay, different spot. This is I-65 at I-24, the junction there. You see all of this. Could we take this full even so that will help us see it too, what's going on? It looks like people are trying to be, thanks guys. It looks like they're trying to get people over to the left-hand side.
Oh, Lauren, look, even in the median, there's people out of their cars. Yikes. It looks like some car in the wrong direction. It's hard to see from our vantage point, just given that it looks like snowy conditions out there, but what a backup. So north of town is what you're seeing here. Again, just massive backup. We don't know if it was an accident or you know, it's reducing to single lane, what's going on. But clearly, Lauren, there's issues with traffic out there.
It's been happening long enough that they were able to get the blinking arrow sign out. You know, I mean, this has been going on for at least a little bit, or they wouldn't already be out there. But to your point, yeah, one of these cars is already turned around, got some people out. It looks like they're at the back of that vehicle, trying to figure out, can we get this car out of here or not? You know, look, we can all be hopeful, send positive vibes to these people trying to get out of the median of the interstate. But even when you're driving slow, let's just say hypothetically they were driving 25 miles per hour. Even when you're driving slow, if you hit a patch of ice on a road like this and you start to slide, you're not going to be in total control of where you end up. So in these situations, people end up in the median. You can try to correct, but otherwise you might end up in the median, turned a completely different way, just hoping that you're able to get out safe.
You know, and ahead of this storm, we had talked about the importance of having an emergency kit in your car. I know that can sound corny.
Oh, look,
Go ahead. What are you saying?
Look, they're moving the car. They're moving the car. They were able to get, it looked like maybe somebody was, look at all these people running to them now.
10 people trying to push that thing out?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't even know if that's the car that originally caused the backup that we're seeing.
I do get concerned, though, about all those people on the front. What if the car starts to slide forward again?
I know, it looks like they're headed right for the car behind it.
Yikes.
Oh, they're going back forward.
Oh, let's just see. You know, this is all of us together. Maybe everybody in Nashville watching right now, maybe we can all just cheer these people on, because this is a hard thing. You know, if you can avoid calling the tow truck and waiting, I mean, that's always going to be preferred, because now you're free, right? Like you're doing a free service instead of having a tow truck come, and
you just need everyone else to put their back in it to push you out. But again, back to that emergency kit. You don't know how long you'll be in traffic with something like this, so we are seeing it move a little bit. What happens, though, if there is something like a standstill? And again, as I was talking about earlier, it can sound corny. You think, oh, you know, this isn't going to happen to me. I'm just out for a quick drive. You never know, right, how long you could be stuck in something like this, where you do need an extra blanket or an extra jacket or that extra snack or water, whatever it is to get you through. So if you do, for whatever reason, right, have to get out in these elements and on those roads, it is important to think ahead of time of what you might need in the case that something like this does happen and you're at a standstill.
I read my kids the Riot Act yesterday on the way into work.
Fill me in.
Oh yeah, no, I told them, I said, you got to learn now, if there are hazardous conditions like this, ice on the road or snow on the road, you have to dress in preparation for getting stuck. So, you know, I'm wondering if these people who are out helping right now, helping that white car that's kind of in the center of your screen, I wonder if any of them thought, I'm going to be helping a car try to get out of a median today, so I better have my gloves, I better have on my snow boots, my scarf, all of my layers. But to your point, you know, it does make me wonder if these people have given up, or if what they're trying to do is just come back around to, how are we going to do this? Like, what's our strategy for getting this car out of the median here?
And when we first hopped on this shot, traffic was moving. I want to point out, we've been with this for a little bit. It is at a standstill now, so this is exactly what we're talking about. These semi-trucks, Lauren, these 18-wheelers, cars, trucks, you name it, they are not moving in this direction. So again, this is I-65 at the 24 junction area, and it's a standstill traffic. We don't know how long that backup is from this vantage point at this point, but very real likelihood these drivers are going to be in this mess for a hot minute.
Yeah, so this is north of town. If you're wondering, if you're thinking, I want to get on I-65, I feel confident, I'm going to head north. No, you're probably not.
You're probably not.
You're probably not going anywhere. And we see this always when things like this happen. We see that the interstates are generally in the best shape because TDOT controls those and has only a few to work through. And then NDOT has those primary routes around Nashville. But here's I-65 south of Bethel Road. This is mile marker 103. Can you see what's across the road there?
Your eyes are so much better than mine. I probably look so lame looking up at the
I paid
ceiling
for that.
the whole time. Yeah.
I paid for that. So there's a semi across the lanes of that road. And then it looks like, is this a still image, you guys, or is this a live picture? Okay, it does look like it's maybe it's supposed to be a live picture is what I'll tell you, but it looks like the shot is frozen, where you've got one semi facing one direction. You've got another semi that's kind of draped across the interstate. So we'll see once this connects. Now remember, I was saying, like some of these live cameras, some of them might be on cell towers, the cell service. So look, now we're back to our original camera. What you need to know as you take in these live pictures is that it ain't great.
Nope.
There's a reason why we say don't get out on the roads. It's because, you know, look, may you get to where you're going? Maybe.
Maybe.
May you get stuck? Maybe. And no one wants that, right? Like if you can avoid loss of life, certainly. If you can avoid hazardous conditions, if you can avoid a crash, if you can avoid property damage to your vehicle, we want you to avoid those things. You don't want the headache. Just stay home.
And it takes everyone so much longer. I mean, we're looking at that white car there, still stranded in the median. Again, I don't even know if this car was to blame for any of this backup that we're seeing, but it looks to be upwards of, I don't know, what, 5 to 10 people out there who were trying to push that car. They
from the nose. Right. They were pushing from the nose of it,
they
pushing it
backward. Get anywhere. So it inconveniences everybody. And again, it takes a huge response and time from emergency crews who need to be out doing other things when there are situations like this. Of course, we hope nobody was hurt in this situation. We have a team working to figure out exactly what is going on in terms of this camera shot that we're seeing.
It does make me wonder, though, to your point, why did they shut down the interstate? Because when we first started looking at this probably 8 minutes ago or so, the interstate was moving. Oh, now looks like maybe we'll have a little bit of movement again. But that looks again like one of those smart way, like the helper trucks. That's what that one looks like. That's reversing right now.
Almost a barrier so cars don't go around that. So we're going to continue to monitor the situation as we have crews in our newsroom working to figure out exactly what is going on. But we do want to show you other areas where we have reporters scattered all throughout the mid-state. I believe we have Dryden quickly now with us live. There
Dryden,
she is.
You made it to Music Row. It looks beautiful behind you, actually.
Oh, well, I can tell you it's not beautiful to be out here. It's so painful. The wind has really picked up since we got out, and we've been out of the car for, I don't know, 5 minutes, and it is like, you really can feel your face. It's almost hard to talk. But what I really want to show you here are these trees. I mean, take a look at how many have cracked. I was just telling that couple there that they made the smart decision going around them. Do not walk under trees that look like that because, oh, I'll tell you, excuse me? Be careful under the trees, okay? Because if they can come down, we've seen them all, cracking and coming down. You don't want to be under that when it happens. So if you can go walk around them safely, then that is probably your best option. But it was crazy just driving up here. We were sent over here and we were told by someone that it looks, quote, like a war zone. And we were like, oh, what could they possibly mean? And then, ooh, she is sliding over there. We got here and you could see, all of these trees just cracked in half. I think what Hunter said earlier is really true. If there wasn't snow, it looks like a tornado happened here. So if you don't have to be out and about walking, it is slick. Even if a tree doesn't fall on you, you're not under anything, you still could slip. Or if you're near a building, these icicles are huge out here. It's slippery even just standing here. And definitely being in a car too. I mean, there's all sorts of dangers when it comes with that. I know y'all were just looking at the different views, and so it is slick over here. I think yesterday was kind of a day to have fun and be out. Today is more a day about safety. If you can stay inside, I think you should do so.
I am curious, there's so many people walking around and behind you. I'm curious if you've been able to speak with anybody, and if so, what are they saying?
Well, they were saying there is 2 locations open here. I think it's 2 bars. I haven't been able to talk with anyone just yet because we just got here like 2 minutes ago. But they're braving it, I believe, to get to a bar or a friend's house. I kind of assume that's where they're walking towards. Hopefully walking home. But I can tell you, just take a look. It's pretty slippery.
Wait, are you
How
on
you guys?
Demumbrian? It does look like Demumbrian.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we are.
That's so
Who needs a warming
Even though I know
shelter
it
when you have
doesn't-
tin roof?
Doesn't even look like
You
it.
know, all roads lead to tin roof, Dryden.
All right, Dryden.
Yes, but all the trees are crossing them, so you can't make it into tin roof right now.
Oh my
Got it.
gosh.
All right.
Okay, thank you so much for your live report. I can tell you're cold. I can like hear it in your voice. So go back into the warm car. Get warm, Dryden. Thank you.
All right, we want to bring in now our team of First Alert meteorologists standing by who are watching these conditions unfold in real time. We have Chief Lisa Spencer and Dan Thomas joining us. Guys, what are we seeing as we gear up for what's going to be a really long night for most people out there?
You know, Hunter and Lauren, one of the things that Dryden just said, she felt so cold because the wind was really picking up. And that is going to be key to tonight to, unfortunately, more power outages.
That's right. And so the refreeze is taking place. The Cumberland Plateau right now is the exception. Lower 40s there, but the cold front is quickly approaching. So even there, I think we quickly tumble into the 20s this evening.
It is going to be a cold one ahead, definitely causing some issues here. So we want to make sure that you are first alerted to this high impact event as we are looking at dangerous ice tonight, as we've got this terrible cold that is moving in along with the wind out there, bringing power outages to us, downed trees, and of course we're also going to see these temperatures continue to fall into the beginning of next week down to single digits. And speaking of power outages, we get definitely an identification today that we really don't want, and that is the state in the U.S. with the most power outages. When this data came into the computer and was processed, 300,000 in our state. A few, states around us have a lot, but nothing compared to what we have. And look at what we're seeing here. Over 200,000 people without power in Davidson County, and that's a lot more as compared to Williamson and also up here to folks in Sumner County. And then you can see still some other counties have power outages, but definitely Davidson has the big number tonight. We have got winds gusting out there, 27 miles per hour out at the airport, 16 in Clarksville, 24 there in Murfreesboro. So it is continuing to come down there, and those temperatures are coming down as well. We've got the teens up here and then still above freezing in some of these locations across the deep southeast. And as far as precipitation, not a lot left out there. We still have a little bit of light snow that is wrapping around there into Dover and also Oak Grove, but most of anything falling from the sky is gone. Just a little bit of snow still left out there. Dan?
All right, Lisa, the winter storm warning looks like it's been canceled for most, if not all, of the area. I'm just taking a look here and reading all the counties, but my guess is it is gone. Let's see if Cumberland, yes, it's been canceled for the entire area. So at least that just essentially substantiates or backs up what Lisa was just saying, is the significant precip is done. Now, what we see for live cameras, this downtown Franklin, and it shows some city streets that have been treated. So we had temperatures there today in the mid-30s. We had some melting taking place, but now the refreeze is in progress. Notice downtown Nashville, it's pretty looking. But again, it's just pretty treacherous to be out and about right now, so please stay home and let the road crews do their thing and just be safe tonight. Now, this is the satellite and radar composite, shows precipitation, and it also shows some cloud cover. But the clouds are just, for whatever reason, I guess it's the cold, not really showing up. So the back edge of the clouds is back in Arkansas and eastern Missouri. And so we'll see some clearing as we get toward morning. Once we clear out, we'll actually get a little sunshine tomorrow, but we'll also see low temperatures by first thing tomorrow morning because of that mainly clear sky. Temperatures in the teens this evening. And then notice as we track the entire area overnight, we tumble back to around 12, 10, 13, depending on where you are. First thing tomorrow morning, about 10 should do it in Nashville, but 5 with sunshine early tomorrow morning in Murray, Kentucky. And then we head through the rest of tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon, upper teens, lower 20s, about 22 in Nashville. And then tomorrow night, we get coldest toward about 3 in the morning. So that time there, the wind is calm, and then a southwest wind takes over after that, and we start to warm towards sunrise on Tuesday. I expect more sun on Tuesday. I think we have sun on Wednesday. We'll need every drop we can get to just make it feel a little more tolerable outdoors. But these start temperatures Tuesday morning around 10, and then finally warming back to freezing or just above freezing for a good many of you as we get to Tuesday afternoon. Lisa?
Oh, that's good news there. We're looking at our forecast. Dan showed you just how cold it's going to be in the morning. Look how cold it will be through the day. 16 at 10, 20 at 1, and we are just looking at a really cold forecast tomorrow, quickly dropping back off into the teens. And you know, this is one time I've got to say we've really got to live up to the volunteer status we have here in Tennessee. If you have any elderly neighbors with these kinds of temperatures and the fact that they're having to stay in, please be sure to check on them. Make sure they got plenty of food, plenty of heat, because we don't want them to get out, and certainly we want to make sure they're protected during this really, really cold time. So just a nice little neighborly thing that you can do to help out those that are in your neighborhood. Our 7-day forecast looks like this. You know, Dan was showing you just how cold it's going to be. 9 again tomorrow morning, 22 as we look ahead to the afternoon. That is not very warm at all, but at least we'll have the sunshine helping to melt away what we can. But once the sun goes down, you know it's going to drop again to 6 degrees on Tuesday. And some of you in these outlying communities could very well get to 0, but it's going to feel colder because of the breeze. We're looking at it to feel 10, 15, or maybe not that much, I hope, but 10, 12 degrees below 0. 32 will be that afternoon high on Tuesday. Still hanging on to the dry picture with 35 degrees on Wednesday. We'll see these teens. We just updated this forecast. This sounds just a little bit different. We did adjust a few numbers here, and we also took out that chance of flurries coming in on Wednesday and Thursday. So that's why we like to evaluate this several times a day to give you the latest. And then we get to Friday and Saturday, and that's when our temperatures again will drop back down into the 20s. Very cold conditions coming up. But here's another little glimmer of hope, back up to 35 degrees for Sunday. But these are all really cold temperatures. These morning lows, even in the teens, that is very cold.
You know, we want to look at Wednesday and say, okay, this will be the day that we are waiting for. But the truth is, Lisa, I'm looking at your 7-day forecast and I'm thinking, we're in it for so long.
I know. It is a long time, and we don't know how long the power is going to be off. So there may be more people that have to utilize those warming stations that you've been telling us about.
And we look ahead to Wednesday where things might start to get sunny, but then you see those overnight temperatures. So yes, a lot of that will melt, but then when we look at the very, very cold temperatures overnight, a lot of it will just refreeze once again.
No doubt. Anything that is out there is going to turn to a sheet of ice, even if it gets slushy during the day. And the best we can hope for is this sunshine that's going to help melt it as much as it can during the day with these temperatures so cold, like tomorrow, 22. I mean, we're not even going to be above freezing tomorrow.
Yeah, what'd you say, Lisa? 1994 was the last time you remember something like this?
Yes, that was the big ice storm that we had here. I was living in Atlanta at the time, and that was a tremendous ice storm there as well. So it was quite the storm that was pretty far-reaching, but this is going to be the one we're going to be talking about for a while.
Oh, unfortunately. Okay, Lisa, our chief meteorologist, thank you.
Okay, if you were just joining us, it is 3:40, so here in about 20 minutes, we are expecting a news conference from the city of Nashville, just all-encompassing update in terms of what we're seeing. Likely the mayor will join us. He did that yesterday, so I know many people, Lauren, who are without power in Davidson County, looking ahead here to 20 minutes to see really what the state, the situation is.
And if you have friends that don't have power right now, I'd say suggest to them that they get the WSMV4 app on their phone, because at 4 o'clock when that briefing takes place, we're going to take it in its entirety. Want to talk about those highway patrol numbers that they just released, though. Sorry we weren't able to speak over them. Okay, so we know based on these new reports from Highway Patrol, there's been 1 deadly crash, 36 crashes with injuries, 114 crashes with property damage. And when they say property damage, that could be a damage to the vehicle, that could be a vehicle into something else that damaged that thing. And then also, they so far have helped 562 drivers. So this is a statewide total across the state, Tennessee Highway Patrol. But think about that. Those are 562 people that were told to stay home.
And got out on the roads.
And they were still out, and they had to be helped by Highway Patrol. Now, that does not include local units or cities or counties. That is state officials right there, Highway Patrol. So think about how big the numbers would be if you were starting to take into account all of the counties and the local forces.
And so much of this, I think, when we're talking about these roads, it's not a matter of if but when these accidents happen. I mean, almost 600 drivers who were in some way, shape, or form had an accident. It's a very real threat out there. And when we talk about calling 911. This is the reason why, right? Those are instances where if you're in a car crash, you'll need to call 911. Similar situation, okay? If you're just joining us, about 20 minutes ago, we watched this unfold. They were trickling slowly, this backup here on I-65. Traffic now at a standstill on the interstate, Lauren.
There was a vehicle that was in the center of that picture, actually where you see some of the dark spots in that median in between the two interstates. It looks like they were successful. They finally got out. There were probably 8 to 10 people pushing from the nose, the hood of the vehicle, trying to help it reverse back onto the interstate. And they were not successful as we watched that live picture. I think we left that picture 12, 13 minutes ago. The car was still there, but now it looks like the car has made it out of the median. Don't know which direction they went and if it was the way they wanted to, but they're at least out of the median. Looks like a couple of police officers are there now. We still don't know why this is closed, but this is I-64 at I-65, excuse me, at I-24.
And these cars, Lauren, since the last time we touched on this 15 minutes ago, they have not moved, and why that's significant here is they may need resources that they didn't have prior to. And so that is the reason, right? If you were going to get out, you do need to gas your car up ahead of time. You may think, I don't have a long distance to go. I'm just going down the street. You have zero idea if you're going to encounter something like this and how long you could just be sitting in standstill traffic.
And can you tell there's a little whip to this camera here? Our team of meteorologists have been saying that the wind is starting to really whip up, gusts upwards of 30 miles per hour. That just started. See, that man's going through, or I shouldn't say that man, that vehicle is going through that median.
You saw a truck and you thought masculine.
But you know what? There's so many amazing women that drive big rigs, and I'm proud of it. So here's the thing, though. That median where that person just went through was where a vehicle was stuck. You know, maybe the size of the tires can help you in a situation like this.
You got to wonder, too, if that vehicle that we saw that was stuck in the median tried to do that same thing we just saw the truck do and realized, I don't have a car that's able to do that. Okay. Traffic is starting to move a little bit, so that's great news there. It looks like maybe down to 1 or 2 lanes on the interstate. So again, this all happened about 20, 30 minutes ago. These cars were just stuck in standstill traffic, slowly starting to reopen there.
So one of the other big stories that we're covering constantly are the falling limbs. We've learned from Murray County, from the fire department there, they've just put out this photo, a Pulaski Highway south of Moore Lane. People are, there's at least one person stuck underneath a tree. This is north side of the county. We know it's very, very dangerous. There have been so many wind gusts. We were just talking about that. And so it's a kind of a deadly combination, truly, when you start to think about it. So you've got all of the surface area of a tree coated by ½ inch, some cases up to 1 inch of ice. So you've got this added weight of the ice on the limbs. And then when you add in the force of the wind that's coming through now. I mean, this is just a recipe for limbs to fall left and right and for people to really get hurt by it. So again, Pulaski Highway south of Moore Lane, Murray County, somebody is trapped under a falling limb. So we're going to stay on top of that one for you.
It's a scary situation too, and you could easily think when you look out on those roads, things are clear, right? There's nothing that's blocking, right? There's no tree in the middle of the road. That doesn't mean you can't be driving through that area and one just fall instantly on top of you where it possibly crushes your car or again gets stuck. So that's a situation we're going to continue to monitor. As soon as we learn any more about that person and their condition, we'll be sure to bring it to you.
Some of the crazy video that we've gotten from you guys, you've been so helpful in covering this storm. Look at this. This is actually new video for me. I've not seen this yet. This is power line sparking from the ice storm. You know, almost feels like that would have been a transformer. I'm not exactly sure though, but look, either way, this is why this is a dangerous situation and why people might be out of power for quite a while.
Lauren, we truly had people write in asking if there was a lightning storm overnight, right? It looks like there's lightning out there. These are just transformers bursting, different power lines going down, and obviously, right, that huge threat of any kind of electrocution. That's what we're looking at now. And again, there's so many different things that can happen if you accidentally cross one of those lines that are just in the middle of the street or possibly your yard.
Yeah, that's scary. Here's some video out of Bellevue. People just trying to clean up, you know. Look, if you've got the axe, use the axe.
Put their back in it.
You've got the handsaw, use the handsaw. Oh man, this is going to be the scene all across the city, though, all across the mid-state. There are trees down everywhere, and if you can't break apart a tree, you're not going to get through.
No.
You know, you're just going to be stuck.
And you think, too, it's like, oh, you better save that for emergency crews. Hey, they're focused on these main thoroughfares, trying to get the biggest areas cleared first. So some of these apartment complex or smaller side streets, it's going to take days for some of those crews to get there. So if you have tools like this and you can do it yourself, that is super helpful for all of those people trying to travel through.
Here's what the neighbors had to say about doing this kind of work. Listen up.
To get out there and help, there's people who still have to leave. Not everyone's stocked up on food or water, so if this tree's blocking the way, they can't get out. So, I mean, natural to just hop in and try to get what you can before someone comes with, better equipment.
I mean, there's so many cars around the corner of our apartment complex that just simply can't leave. So, like I said, we have no power, so you can't go anywhere else to power because we're black. So, might as well try, sun's up, and just work together.
The concern is when the sun goes down.
I know. They mentioned that while that sun is still up. We're 3:45 right now, so that sun will set right after 5 o'clock. And again, that's going to be the biggest concern tonight. It's something that Lisa and Dan have been talking about all day long, is that dangerous refreeze that we will see once the sun goes down. Lauren, it's going to be an ice skating rink, and so many of these areas is, yes, some of it started to melt. It looks slushy now. It's not going to be the case later tonight.
It's a real concern, but we understand too, if you have a furry family member as part of your family, gotta let them get up and get out. They still love it. They're
Beautiful dog.
Like, what's the problem, Mom? This is great. What's the problem? But when they've got that thicker coat, they're like, this feels incredible.
And then you try and peel off all the ice on the paws, and that's a nightmare when they come in. But just look at her.
Yeah,
She's
I know.
a cute
So
one.
this is Bella. Bella's rolling around, really enjoying life right now. I just absolutely love that.
All right, our Stacy Cameron now, he spent the day down in Franklin seeing all kinds of things, right? Falling trees, people without power. We're going to check in with him now and see what he's seeing.
All right, Stacy Cameron again, giving you the latest of what we're seeing over here in Franklin. This is the Vieira Cool Spring Apartments. It's just a little bit south of Centennial High School, and we see a tree. A tree has fallen here, and unfortunately, it caught this person's car right here, doing some damage to that pretty nice SUV. And it's all up and down this area of Franklin where we've seen a lot of trees going down. Most of them evergreens. Here you see a little bit more of it right here. But in this area over by Centennial, we've seen a lot of trees coming down on power lines. At this apartment complex, one of the entrances is actually blocked from a big tree that's down there. But right here, this is what's people aren't wanting to see happen. You can see where that tree just completely snapped in half, coming down on that poor person's car. Rain continues to fall here now, probably turning into sleet or freezing rain at this point. I'm not a meteorologist, so I'm not really sure which it is. I can just tell you it's cold. It's not good. Driving conditions are getting worse, and as you can see, it's doing a number. It's doing a number on the cars here where these things fall. And hopefully, if you're at home, you're staying warm, you're not dealing with situations like this. We'll be out through this in the rest of the day. Hope you're staying safe and staying warm.
All right, thanks so much, Stacy. Want to show you a live picture from one of our units driving around on I-40.
Yeah, I-40 near the downtown loop. Things looking okay enough, I guess, out there. And Lauren, so many people, you can look at this and think, oh, they don't look super bad. Black ice, right? You can't see it at all, and you never know when you might just encounter that out on the roadways.
That's why it's tricky. So watch here, watch the road specifically. Look at the sheen that you see on the road. You never really know. Am I driving over some ponding water, some puddled water, just some wet stuff, or am I driving over ice? That's why this is so incredibly dangerous. And you really are kind of taking a gamble when you step out onto any roads, even when they look as clean as the interstates do, thanks to the work of TDOT in a situation like this.
And again, you can clearly see from these photos how wet these roads are right now. That is all going to be that refreeze that Dan and Lisa keep talking about tonight. These interstates come tomorrow. They are going to be so icy, right? Once the sun goes down, all of this puddle stuff that you're seeing on the left corner, right? It's all going to just turn into ice.
Well, and you see this is the kind of that Germantown exit. So they're on I-40 heading toward the downtown loop. This is the Roselle Parks exit. So if you were needing to go out for any reason, that's what you're going to be seeing. Only go out if it's an emergency. If you can stay home, stay home. You want to avoid the accident. You want to avoid the potentiality of an issue. As we look live now, I-65 at 24. This is that picture we've kept showing you, which was dead stop, standstill. We still don't know why it was at a standstill. We haven't learned, but it is moving again now. I'm wondering if it's just some slick roadways in that area and that people are coming up on it and they needed to clear some of it before they could reopen the interstate.
Moving slowly, and again, if you have to get out on those roads, these accidents, it's not a matter of if but when. We had just shared that statistic there. It was upwards of 500, almost 600 drivers who have called for help, whether they were in an accident, they were stranded, they were stuck, right? Hundreds of people. There it is there on your screen, 562.
That's just on the interstate. So this is Highway Patrol. That's just on the interstates. Right. Imagine if you were adding in the county numbers or the city numbers from different agencies around the state. Even still, though, one deadly crash, not in our viewing area. It was in another part of the state. This is why we say stay home if you can stay home. Now, if you've lost power, there are warming shelters that are open all over the place. You can look at our website, WSMV.com, or our WSMV app. We have the list for you. There are 92 warming shelters. It's where you can go to get warm, charge your phone, get some water. They even have cots to sleep overnight, because we know it can be dangerous to try to, especially for you and your kids, to try to go without power tonight.
And you may be sitting there saying, Lauren and Hunter, well, we can't even get out. You're telling us to stay home. How do we get there? What's really cool, and we had talked to the emergency crews out there who say, just call your local emergency management group, depending on what county you're in, and they'll try and arrange some kind of ride to get you there.
Yeah,
right?
They're like the ones who are arranging the potluck dinner, as they explained it to us. So you're looking now live at I-65. This is a north and south right there at Bethel Road. Anywhere between 98 to 104, completely shut down right now. So you're looking at a live picture, and you can see exactly why. There's some pretty bad road conditions.
Yeah, due to these icy conditions, TDOT is on the way, we're told, with more salt and plows, trying to get this road passable. You don't know when that's going to happen, and especially, again, I know we sound like this broken record. The sun is about to go down. If it's not already off the roads, it's not going anywhere anytime soon. It's going to all start to refreeze over. And Lauren, you just see those semi trucks there pulled over to the side of the road. There's no telling how long they'll be there. We
were really close to freezing. Like, we were around 30 degrees, 31 degrees earlier today. Well, just in the last few hours, we've dropped another 10 degrees. Plus now there's a wind. So it's not going anywhere. I mean, things are already refreezing. When the sun goes down, it's going to be even worse. And so thankfully, TDOT's going to be out in that section. Again, that's I-65 south of Bethel Road.
And again, closed for those icy conditions. I know it's not snowing anymore. I know we're not seeing rain, sleet, any of it. But again, it's the ice that's going to be the biggest concern as we look ahead to the rest of the week.
Yeah, so our Steve Mailing is in the passenger seat right now of this live shot. He's giving it to us. Now, Steve, are we speaking with Steve, or are we just looking at his picture, guys? Oh, we are speaking with Steve. Hey, Steve, tell us where you are. I'm pretty sure it's I-40, but or no, actually, it does look like you're heading north now. Tell us where you are, sir.
Yes. Yeah, Lauren, we're on 65 north. Things are slowing down a little bit. As you can see, we got a couple emergency vehicles up ahead. People are taking things slow, which is great. I know that everybody that probably works with road crews would like to see less cars on the road, but you know, the cars that are on the road right now, it's a mix, man. It's a mix of slow. Some are trying to pick up the speed a little bit, and I know it's something you guys talking about a couple minutes back. We can't really see what these conditions are truly like. It looks great right now, right? We're looking at it and we're like, wow, these roads look clear, but truly, you cannot tell until your tires hit a slick spot, and then your car could be going out of control. So it's dangerous to be out here right now. I mean, this is really kind of a historic ice storm we're dealing with right now. And these road crews, they're doing everything they can, and I applaud the work that they have been doing overnight, yesterday, and into today. And I know they're still out there running those 14, 18, maybe 24-hour shifts, and they are really rotating to get these roads salted. But we talk about that dangerous refreeze, and man, it could be dangerous. As you can see, we got a trooper here on the side of the road. I imagine that's probably going to be some type of stranded vehicle, possibly, where they got their four-ways on. Another reminder for you guys, if you are in some need out on the road, you see those flashing lights, just get over. We already have a move over law in place, but man, is it more important than ever that you are moving a lane over to give them extra space, because if your car does start to lose a little bit of control, that's when we could be causing some multi-vehicle accidents, and you could end up with some more injuries. And at the end of the day, we have to make sure that these first responders are able to get the resources to where they are really, really needed. And the last thing we need is obviously them it causing a little bit more trouble. I'm taking a look right now on our left side. I know it's a little bit harder to see. We're going to be driving up on it shortly. It looks like a semi that is off on the side of the road, as well as a minivan. I don't know if that was an accident situation from here, but it looks like the THP officer or Metro Police officer is out on the side of the road with those people who are stranded. It is Metro Police, it looks like. So they got people all over the city right now responding to calls that I can only imagine how many vehicles we got out this way. It looks like a semi that might have possibly broken down on the side of the road, the hood's up. So we're on our way to Madison. Speaking with Jackson, who's one of our directors, he tells me Madison's pretty bad right now. I know things are bad all across the mid-state, right? We got lines down, we got trees down on wires. It's just really dangerous situation here.
Steve.
But it looks like people helping people. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to ask you, what speed are you guys going? Because it does look like you're going slower, but then some people still pass you. So I'm just curious.
We are going a really, really calm 32 miles per hour, Lauren. It's just the safest way to get on these roads right now. We're in all-wheel drive. I'm telling you the truth here. We're in all-wheel drive. We're doing 32 miles per hour on what's usually a 55-mile-per-hour road. And it's because when we hit these spots, we are not sure. So the slower you go, obviously, the more time you're going to have to be able to react if your car slides. But at the end of the day, what's the use? I know that most places are closed right now, right? I mean, the main places that are open are going to be maybe like a couple restaurants and your hospitals and the places where people need to go to get emergency medical care. So there's not really much open right now. If you are in walkable areas, I suggest using the legs, getting a little exercise. You'll warm up by the amount of walking that you're probably going to be doing outside. I know I was warming up yesterday. We're going to be warming up in Madison when we're out there getting down on the ground. So, it's just safer to be inside. And these drivers are going slow. It's great. But we can't stress it enough, man. And I know, like Hunter said, we sound like a broken record. You know what? At this point, I don't care if I sound like a broken record. I'm going to say it as many times as we need to say it. Please, please, please stay off the roads. It's just the safest place to be is home, inside. I know that you might be out of power, but that's also going to be a warmer place to be because you have more blankets probably in your home than you do in your car. But if you packed your car right, you'll have blankets in there. But just heed the warnings of first responders. I know we're going to hear from the mayor very shortly about that, and he'll probably stress the same things we're doing. So, just stay off the roads.
All right, Steve Mailing live for us. Steve, thank you. I can't help but just think about the impact this is having for travel conditions everywhere. Not just the roads, but the air as well, right? We saw, I think it was every flight that was canceled today at BNA. Nobody's flying out. Just into the newsroom, we did just hear that Johnson Toon Airport, they're shut down through tomorrow. Of course, it's a private airport here in Nashville, but nobody's getting anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah, so up at least through 9 a.m. tomorrow. So if you thought you were going to fly out of Nashville for some business trip, it's not happening. Nope. So whether you're flying commercial or private, you're not going anywhere. Right. Also, it's worth noting, Steve started to say this, we're waiting for a news conference to begin at 4 p.m. We're going to hear from the city. So that most likely will be Nashville's Emergency Management Agency, also likely the mayor. We'll get some new updates on power outages. It's being said around the newsroom that Nashville has more power outages than any other city in the country right now.
Wow.
And so when you think about this being a 36-state event, we're not the only place that's having these issues. However, we are the only place that is having this many power outages.
It is significant. So you're looking at departures here out of BNA. My eyes are darting up. It's just a bigger screen for us to see. Red all down the board. You see a few that say scheduled. Those will likely be flipped to red here soon.
Do you really think they're going to get out? I just highly doubt that people are going to get out. Now, if you do, more power to you.
No. I have a buddy out there. He's working to clear some of those tarmacs. And again, similar situation. It is an ice rink out there as well. So it's going to be very difficult for people to fly out anytime soon.
If you are out on the interstate, it was interesting watching Steve Mailing's picture, his driving picture. There were some of those digital boards, while you're on the interstate that they'll have emergency messages. There was an emergency message on one of those boards that said, if you get stuck, call star 847. That's actually how you're able to get in touch with Highway Patrol and emergency personnel while you're on the interstate. So if you do actually have to get out and you're out there and you get stuck or you get in some kind of an emergency while you're out there, star 847 is what you're going to do, what you're going to call to get help.
So again, we are awaiting a press conference from the city of Nashville, working to figure out what the status is here in Davidson County. It is interesting, Lauren, when you talked about how Nashville's one of the worst that we're seeing. Say that one more time for us.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah, still waiting for him, but Lauren, 160,000 customers in Davidson County alone without power. So the majority of what we're seeing,
that's just the customer, not the whole household.
Exactly.
So you could have, we're in the hundreds of thousands of people without. Yeah, it's a concerning thing. When we were watching that live picture just a moment ago, is that exit ramp was not looking so clear. So yeah, you might have roads that are nice and clear, but then you get to the exit ramp, and the exit ramp is dicey,
just look at this. Yeah, and I mean, that's all just ice, and if it's not right now, again, it's going to with this dangerous refreeze that we're going to see here in just a little bit once that sun starts to go down.
Okay, so let's reset here now at 4 o'clock as we wait to hear from the mayor, to hear from Nashville Emergency Management personnel. We know we're in the hundreds of thousands of people without power right now. We know that there's not been any deadly accidents around Nashville, but there has been one around the state. We know that Highway Patrol has responded to 562 drivers who've needed help. 114 crashes with property damage, 36 crashes with injuries, and that's just from Highway Patrol. When we're talking about broader numbers, NES told us earlier this morning, one of the officials with NES said, we haven't seen anything like this in 20 years. And quite frankly, when people are thinking back to this time, when you think back, when your kids think back, people will remember the ice storm of January 2026. Sure. Because not just from the one-day event or the two-day event, it's because we're going to be out of power for multiple days. There are 40 power poles that have been snapped and will have to be replaced. It's not simple like a line replacement. It's a whole pole. And so there's going to be a lot of people dealing with this for a very long time.
Yeah, Lisa had referenced she hadn't seen something like this since 1994 with the ice storm that happened back in the 90s. So it's been a significant impact that we've seen here. And again, it's not the snow that we're talking about that's so significant, right? That was something, yes, we did experience yesterday, but as we look ahead to what's to come, right, we're talking about this dangerous ice. Again, hundreds of thousands of people without power. We don't even have a firm number on that. Again, this customers that you're seeing here, so this is an NES map. We're seeing just shy of 220,000 customers without power. So what that means is households, buildings, apartments, those are singular units. So when you think of all the people who are in those apartments, in those homes, in those buildings, there is no telling truly the impact that we are seeing in terms of the number of people who are in the dark today and tonight.
Yeah, you want to be nice if this is the turning point. So the number now is 219,665,000. So if you are just joining us and you're saying, wow, Hunter, Lauren, that's a lot of people without power. It is. However, it is lower than what it was even just an hour ago. I think we were at 226, might have been. I believe
you're right.
So if 226 was the apex, if we're now starting to come down from that, that would be a significant turning point. That means that some people are starting to get their power back on. So I'd like to say it's looking up. It's still going to be a multi-day event, though.
And you look at like they're making progress, and they are, right? That's 5,000 less than we had a couple hours ago. But one of the things I thought that was interesting when we had one of the utilities on, I believe it was NES, yes, they are making progress with some of this. That doesn't mean just because they put this new line up that's not going to snap again, right? We're seeing ice out there, a dangerous refreeze. There's a real likelihood that some of these lines that they just put up when we wake up tomorrow are going to have fallen again.
Yeah, it would be upsetting, certainly, but
it can happen.
They're going to go to those high value places first. And here's what I mean by that. It's the places that they know are going to supply the most people. Right? So if you know that a significant number of businesses are affected by one particular outage, because remember when we were looking at that outage map, it shows you how many events. See that on the top left, that number where it says active events?
Sure.
That's 3,244 active events. That's if they can fix 3,244 of these, then everybody gets their power back on. But they're going to go to the place that, you know, maybe has 4,000 customers impacted, or 6,000 customers, or 2,000. They're going to hit those bigger ones first because it's the bang for the buck, you know? All right, so at this point, we've been waiting for a 4 o'clock news conference to begin.
We were expecting Mayor Freddie O'Connell to come out and address what we're seeing. I believe he is ready to go, so let's listen in.
That text message, just OUT to 637.
It's a virtual thing right now. Let's continue to listen in.
615-234-0000. The NES phone system is also very busy right now, so if you do have internet, please use nespower.com to quickly report that outage. Given the current level of power outages, we're activating warming sites to support our residents. All Metro Nashville fire stations are available as safe warming spots. The NFD operates 39 fire stations across Davidson County, close by to most neighborhoods. The Metro Nashville Police Department precinct community rooms are also available to the public for warming without overnight accommodation. These will include North, West, Hermitage, Madison, South, Midtown Hills, and Southeast Precinct. Central Precinct and the East Precinct are not available tonight as warming locations. The other locations will be open 24/7 until further notice. Anyone can go, whether it's for the night or just to warm up, get some electricity. So please do be aware of these important resources. The Metro Nashville Parks Department is also opening community centers for people needing to get out of the cold. Those are at the Fairgrounds, the Madison Community Center, and the Southeast Community Center in Antioch. Pets are allowed to be brought to all the warming locations. We do ask that you have a pet carrier with you when possible. The Tennessee Emergency Management Center has a list of available shelters across the state. You can visit tn.gov/TEMA for a full list of locations. Our NDOT crews are continuing to work to keep roadways clear of ice and down trees, but we're continuing to ask people to stay where you are unless you absolutely need to travel. This helps first responders and it helps responding crews. If you do need to travel to a shelter or an essential job, we're advising people to use roadways on or near NDOT's primary snow removal routes. You can find those at nashville.gov/snow. We'll hear more from NDOT in just a moment on their efforts today and preparations for overnight into tomorrow. WeGo Public Transit was able to resume limited operations between noon and 3 p.m. today. They are closed until morning for the safety of their riders and operators. For people experiencing homelessness, our emergency weather shelters that are overflow continue to provide around-the-clock shelter and services. We do have capacity at the Nashville Rescue Mission and our overflow shelter currently. We are encouraging people to first seek shelter at the Nashville Rescue Mission. If they're approaching capacity, they will work with our Office of Homeless Services to secure transport to the overflow shelter. If you or someone needs transportation to a local shelter, Mobility Solutions is providing support while WeGo buses are not operating. You can reach them by calling 615-844-3399. Metro Nashville Public Schools will be closed Monday and Tuesday. Most Metro Nashville government offices and courts are also impacted by the winter weather and will either be closed or have employees working remote tomorrow. For instance, City Hall and the Metro Courthouse are closed tomorrow. If you had an appointment or need to visit a Metro office in person, please do check directly with that agency to confirm before attempting to travel. Now, I do want to turn things over to OEM Director Chief Will Swan for additional updates from the Office of Emergency Management. Director Chief Swan.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And you did an excellent job of doing a quick overview, but on behalf of the Nashville Fire Department and Office of Emergency Management and also the Police Department, we realize the challenges that we face as far as communities getting out in and out of their neighborhoods. So we opened up all the fire stations and the 7 precincts that is listed on all of our social media outlets where individuals can come and get out of the code. They will not have accommodations as far as sleeping accommodations, but you are welcome to stay there as long as you like. But we do have the 3 shelters that we have established there at Southeast Region Community Center. We have the Madison Community Center, and then we have the Nashville Fairgrounds where individuals can actually consider that a shelter. But again, we're trying to accommodate all that we can. Also, we understand that with all the hard work that's been done by our NES partners, as well as our NDOT partners, we've got challenges because of the temperature dropping to frigid numbers. And then with the 650 reported trees down, the good news is, and I'm not going to steal NES's thunder here, but both NES and NDOT have activated their contract vendors to come in to assist in this matter. So this will get us a head start for tomorrow. We're just asking everybody for their patience. We know we do have a lot of pending calls, but our emergency services are running as fast as they can in the safest manner possible. So again, we ask that, as we always message, check on your neighbors, make sure that trying to stay warm, out of the code. Again, we open up our precincts, we open up our fire stations. We're welcome to come in and to get out of the code, and to the other 3 places if you would like to spend the night and have a place to get out of the code. So I'm going to turn it over to our NES partners now, let him give you a little bit more in the weeds of where we stand.
Thank you very much. We are making some progress today, and that progress is more in the lines of knowing what we're dealing with. You see our numbers today went up to 230,000. We're now down to 215. We suspect overnight some of the high winds and cold weather might help us bounce around that number and not make a lot of progress overnight. We do have nearly 300 line workers in the city working. Some of that includes around 50 vegetation management crews, which we will end up having more come in overnight to help us tomorrow. Vegetation trees are one of our biggest issues that we're working with right now. We do have most every line that we have out on our system has some tree issue on that. Additionally, we will begin messaging about how you can become prepared. We know that your service line to your home might become an issue, and when we restore the main line, you still may have work to do. So watch for our information in the coming days about how to call your electrician and what part is your responsibility once that service line is restored. As we make progress in the next day, you'll see our crews out all around town. There are no single pockets of devastation. It is widespread. We have over 35 circuits with more than 2,000 customers out. That is a significant impact in our community. And like we said, 215,000 customers right now. One slightly positive note so far is that it is 56 poles that are down. That is something that is maybe a little bit of a bright light, even though it is a significant number. The trees will be our biggest issue, so we'll start working diligently there. And with that, a lot of our communication that we're doing together, we will continue and watch all of our different ways that we're getting information out. We want to make sure to communicate regularly on our social media and all of the different places we can get that information.
Yeah, thank you. I think I also want to mention that our training center, the Nashville Fire Department Training Center, 2601 Buena Vista Pike, is also there and operational for a 24-hour service if anybody wants to go there to get out of the code. Now we have Philip Jones with NDOT.
Yep, I'll start off with where you left off. Thank you for the partnership. We're going to continue to work closely with NES and their partners, getting the vegetation. We've got a lot of plans in place for first thing in the morning. As of right now, we have about 650 calls out for trees in the roadway that we're monitoring outside of what NES has. So we'll be working closely on those through the night and through the day tomorrow. What we done on the front end of this, really, we had a good handle on the primary routes. They were in good shape. As of about 2 hours ago, as the temperatures dropped, we started getting some freezing issues. So we've now pulled our resources back to our primaries. We're getting a glaze, and it's a little more treacherous than what we had earlier, just because you can't see it. It looks like the road may be clear, but it'll be a solid sheet of ice. So as temperatures drop tonight, we want to be very careful if you have to be out on the roadway, because you won't see exactly how slick those roads are, but we will be out and we'll continue to treat those through the night and work through the night to get what trees we can up. Please be very careful if you see hanging trees and limbs through the night. As we get some of these winds through and as temperatures drop, we will have some tree limbs that will drop. I've been out today myself multiple times and had to avoid trees falling on our vehicles. So we want to be very careful of that.
Great. Well, thank you, Philip. And the most important message I want people to hear tonight is that this group of leaders all represent entities where people are working 24/7 to keep Nashvillians safe and get the city restored to full operational capacity. So know that you've got great teams of hardworking crews of all kinds, first responders, crews responding to roadway conditions, crews responding to electric conditions, working around the clock for you. Grateful for our dedicated Metro employees, all of our first responders, all of these crews out there in the bitter cold, ensuring critical infrastructure remains operational, serving our most valuable community members, and staffing medical facilities across the city. So my words to all of them, thank you. If you are having an emergency, call 911. Please be patient for everything that is happening right now. 911 is also having very high call volume. And then for all of this, request your patience as all of these people are working to get services restored. If you need a warming center, our fire stations and police community stations are open and available. And you just heard about the additional locations at the fairgrounds, Madison Community Center, Southeast Community Center, and Nashville Fire Training Academy. If you're able to check on a neighbor safely, especially if they're older or living with a disability and ideally within walking distance, please do so. If there is one thing I know about Nashvillians, it is that we always take good care of one another in an emergency, and I know this one is no different. Above all, though, please prioritize your safety and the safety of your household. We have a long way to go before this is over. The weather is going to continue to worsen over the next 24 hours, and most of all, we want people to be safe. With that, we will take questions. Again, as noted earlier, if you are on this call as a member of the media, please put your questions in the chat, and we will try to take those in the order that we get them after remarks. Thank you. Joseph, we'll hand back to you.
First question is from Nate Rao from Mayor O'Connell at NES. This seems like an unprecedented level of power outages. Can you provide historical context for this event? Has the department ever seen so many outages?
I'll turn it over to NES, but Nate, I will say, having grown up in Nashville, I can't remember an ice event of this magnitude in terms of impact, or even tornado or windstorm events of this impact. We've seen up over 100,000 outages a few times, but it go back to the mid-90s. Brent, you may have more context.
Yeah, the El Derecho a few years ago in May was a roughly 200,000 customer outage. We hit 230,000 today, so this is significant. In 1994, on record, we had an ice storm that was significant. The numbers weren't this high. Population was different as well, but this was another one in people's memory in 1994, an ice storm. So this will be one that is significant.
And I think that should not be lost on anybody right now, that this is an extraordinary winter weather event.
Next question. TVA said that they have some outages on their side. That is part of the situation in Nashville, or is Nashville not affected by TVA's outage? Or is it just NES outage and NES storage team that can fix all these things?
We did have a TVA call this afternoon, and Brent, I'll talk to you about resiliency there, but it seems like TVA is reporting they're in good shape.
Yeah, we are not impacted by any TVA outage at this time. Most of all of the outages are distribution related in the Nashville area on our side.
Great. And then I know some information also about the airport that I wanted to share with people, because that's also a key. Over at Nashville International Airport, the airport is open and working around the clock to maintain operations despite, again, all of these difficult circumstances. For them, like almost everybody here, ice remains the greatest challenge. Airport is continuing to de-ice, salt and clear runways. As always, the safety of their employees and those traveling remains their top priority. Airlines have taken precautionary measures to prioritize safety, managing flight schedules. Cancellations and delays are occurring there as well. So passengers are strongly encouraged to check status of flights with respective airlines before traveling to BNA. For the latest travel tips and updates, flynashville.com/winter. Joseph, back to questions.
Roger Swan, can you provide any more detail on the nature of the calls OEM has received? For example, cold control, DDoT, fire, exposure, etc.
Yes, well, basically, it's just been a collage of all those that you see. With most of the calls that we've had were tree downs or power lines that there wasn't sure if they were hot or not. We advise everybody, if they see a power line that they suspect to be a power line, to stay indoors. We've sending our crews out. We're using different, not just all of our heavy equipment, but sometimes we use our squad trucks to go out and respond. So we're seeing everything from our medical calls to trees down to assisting individuals that stuck. Our OEM teams have been doing that. So it's been very challenging. Again, we're holding several hundred calls. But again, we're trying to ask for everybody's patience, and we're doing everything we can do to make a response as expedient as possible.
Next question. Could we get some clarification again on which warming centers are open overnight and which have sleeping accommodation? A general look at what supplies will be available at those.
Yes. So as stated, and I want to thank Chief Drake again, him and I getting together to try to open up these precincts and the fire stations. You're welcome to be there. We just don't have the accommodations as far as, sleeping accommodations, but we'll make arrangements. We'll do whatever we can do at those stations. But as far as the fairgrounds would probably be the first location that you can go, because we got cots set up and We got Red Cross members there. We'll have the ability to feed. We're also working on all of the community centers, the one at Southeast and the Madison. Those will be more of the places that you can go and have accommodations to spend the night. Also, we have the Buena Vista Training Center, where we'll make accommodations there. The difficult thing is at this point, we don't know exactly what to expect. So as the number or as the situation occur, we will make adjustments to it. We just want people to be able to get out of the code and get to a safe environment, and we will make adjustments.
And then just following up, it was central and east precincts that are not MMPD warming locations. And then for all of this information and more, we are trying to keep things up to date on Nashville.gov. Joseph and the NFD OEM teams are keeping releases coming to media, and we are making sure that information is up. Every page on Nashville.gov is going to have the latest for conditions and operational response.
And if I can add to that, if you're at a warming station and you feel you're going to have to stay overnight, then we'll try to transition you to the fairgrounds or somewhere where you can have a meal, you can have a place to sleep. But we're not going to put anyone out, but we want to make sure that if you need accommodations overnight, we will help you.
Excellent point. We'll make those adjustments.
Araceli, thankful for crews that are out working 24/7. For families that have been without power, realistically, how long should they be prepared to be without power?
Turn that to Brent.
Yep. So this will be a significant event. We are still making assessments. It's a bit early for us to make a determination of just how many days, but this will be multiple day event. As we get assessments in, we are committed to getting information out as quickly as we can to let people know, but this will be prolonged, and these regular communications will be the important part for us to get that information out.
And Araceli, this is a, kind of a combined effect event. One of the things that has been so important today with the NDOT crews is they are supporting the availability of NES line crews and first responders to get to incidents like crashes or people in crisis. And I can share from personal experience dating back to the March 2020 tornado. We at our house wound up losing power for 5 days, but appreciated the way that NES and other partners were keeping us up to date with progress toward restoration. And we knew we wound up on a circuit that was just tougher to repair, but got lots of good information about the equipment involved and the response effort. So NES, I know under Brent's leadership, has really improved their communication and response. And so please do stay tuned. It is going to be, though, a circuit by circuit and neighborhood by neighborhood basis, because as Brent shared earlier, this is not concentrated in one part of the city. The entirety of Nashville and Davidson County really woke up to just a full glazing of ice.
Is there a general timeline when the majority of outages are expected to be restored? Are you expecting for the number of outages to climb against them?
Yeah, so customers definitely expect to get good information, which is what the mayor and I both talked about, is we want to get that information out. We're working hard to get good information. We're early in the event to be providing real details on when we're going to get through the bulk of these outages. Tonight, we do suspect this cold weather, and there will be some winds that will increase the risk of power outages. So as much as that is frustrating for everybody, our crews are going to continue to work to make progress, try to hold the line through this evening's event in the next couple of days. As soon as we get information about restoration times and when that would be, we will begin communicating that out.
And Director Chief Swan, do you mind giving a little bit of follow-up information about what we know about the forecast for the next 24 hours?
Yeah, well, basically at this point in time, we know that the temperatures are going to drop, and we're getting close to the single digit number. And that's where the fear is, as far as even with our NDOT partners, and Philip can concur this, but once that temperature drops down below that 13 degrees, it just sort of stops everything from happening. So we know the temperature is going to drop, and then we're hoping that in the coming hours that at least we can get people in place to these shelters or these warming stations, so that if they haven't had power all day, they'll be there and they're safe there. And as Chief Drake mentioned, whatever adjustments we need to make, we'll make it. But we can't make this a pretty picture. It's going to get cold. We've been warned about this throughout the week. Now reality is set in. So again, just know that temperatures are going to drop. We've got some stations and places for you to go. And we're making assessments tomorrow morning. It'll be a fresh new day for our NDOT partners and also for NES to go ahead and start back into repairing and clearing the roadways.
Yep.
Last question. Realizing that restoring outages comes first, but do you have any guidance for customers who still have power but have damaged trees or land staying near power lines that look to have the potential?
Yeah, so safety is extremely important. If there's a downline, stay 30 feet away. If there is a line and a tree tangled, do not take any effort of your own to make that safe. We will make sure we take care of that. We will be getting through with vegetation crews. More and more of those are coming in tonight to be able to hit the ground tomorrow. So please don't take any action of your own to clear up any trees. We will be doing that.
And just by way of example, again, at our own house, we had a tree fall across a sidewalk and another one that completely blocked an alley and part of a sidewalk. And so I reported both of those through Hub Nashville. They were not threatening events. Neither one of them impacted a power line. So if you've got those non-urgent scenarios like that, if you just got debris from the winter weather nearby, please do submit that to Hub Nashville. And then Patrice, might be worth talking about response and what to call and when to call.
So definitely, as the mayor has stated, the 911 system is overwhelmed or receiving a lot of calls right now. So for those calls that you can report online via Hub Nashville, report those calls via Hub. It's really important, and I reiterate, to keep the 911 lines clear for emergencies involving health-related incident, power lines, or other emergencies that require an emergency response. For non-emergency calls, dial 311 or report it online at hub.nashville.
Yeah, and I would like to add, just remember as neighbors, and the mayor spoke about it, but just helping each other out. So if you've got power and you can, again, help your neighbor out, then please, let's just reach out and do what we always do when we run into crisis mode. We all work together. We just ask everybody to be safe and take in consideration the situation that we're in. It takes all of us. All of us can play a part to make this situation as best as it can. So thank you.
And just want to emphasize Nashville.gov as an authoritative source of information for conditions and operational response. And one other reason why that resource is so important is it's easy for us to offer some multilingual availability on Nashville.gov. So all the resources we are putting up there can be translated with the built-in translation options. And we're going to continue to work on expanding language access, but continue to refer to Nashville.gov for information about our winter weather response. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, you are listening now to a live press conference that just ended, really a joint press conference. We just saw the mayor of Nashville speak, Metro Police Chief John Drake, the Office of Emergency Management. You have fire crews. Bottom line here is we are nowhere close to being out of this.
But interesting to see the meeting of the minds, right? Making sure that everybody is informed. Oh, by the way, hi, it is great to be with you all.
Good to have you here. Yes.
Yeah, some fresh legs into the studio.
We need them.
And I know that just driving down Charlotte Avenue, I mean, just as they were saying, when that glaze kicks in, and it is, you think you're going to be able to stop at a light and you're going to skid right on through. So one of those situations where this, as I think the resonating message that came from this meeting of the minds was just that this is going to be a multi-day event. We're nowhere near over. And with the number of trees down, interesting that they're calling in all their contractors, the city, to get these trees removed and repaired and get these lines back up because of the numbers. And it bears repeating, and feel free to, you've been reporting this all day. I mean, the highest number of outages we have had since and ever, actually.
That was the biggest thing that stuck out to me in that news conference we just listened to, right? When you think of the nasty weather that the mid-state can get, whether it was snowstorms or ice storms in the past, even tornadoes, the mayor just saying he has not seen a power outage this significant in his entire time living here, and he grew up here. So this is a very significant weather event that we have. Right now, you're looking at the number of power outages. We are seeing just under 215,000 customers who are without power. So just huge numbers. And I want to kind of bring up those numbers that we heard from NES. 56 poles down, 650 trees that are down, right? And just teams working around the clock trying to restore this power for over 250,000 people who are in the dark tonight, Tracy.
And of course, as Nashville's gotten more populated, we're seeing those numbers rising because there's more people who can be affected in this kind of storm. The other big striking note that we want to reiterate is that ice storm warnings have been canceled. Ice storm warnings canceled. So what does that mean? I know we had to look it up and we're going to toss it to you for the official word, but it's really just the bottom line that freezing rain is no longer expected to cause any more problems, or any more freezing rain will not be, because we're going to deal in the aftermath of this freezing rain for a long time.
Right. So basically, when you've got a winter storm warning or an ice warning, which we had both of those in different locations, the reason they've been canceled is because we're not looking for the freezing rain or the snow or any of that to continue to the magnitude we had. Maybe a little bit of snow, but we're done with that part. Now it's the big cold story.
That's right. The heavy precipitation is moving away. The storm system is moving away. And now on the backside, temperatures are tumbling. Now, we do want to mention, as Lisa takes over in just a moment, the wind is gusty as the cold front comes on through. It's probably hitting the Cumberland Plateau or just east of there now. And visibility drops temporarily. You get some fog. You might have freezing fog and freezing drizzle. So please, again, just to stay indoors if you can and let this thing pass on by. And in time, sunshine will come out and eventually temperatures will climb once again. Lisa?
We do have a dramatic temperature drop taking place tonight, and that means these roads, these sidewalks are going to freeze very, very quickly. That's going to be that sheet of ice all over again where we had some slush today. And this could contribute to more power outages. Not that we haven't had enough across the area, but we are going to look for the possibility of more as some of these trees come down. We did have a little earlier around Crossville some reports there of some freezing fog that was taking place. It's kind of what Dan was alluding to there, and that will be moving on out probably pretty quickly if it's not already gone at this point. And then we've got a little bit of snow. Yes, we had some snow that was falling in Nashville. You may have seen it there. And we've got snow up to the north. But this is going to be short-lived. This is moving out. We all along thought we could have a little blast of snow on the back side of this. But there's not much more to come down here. There has been a little bit of snow over around Memphis as well. In Jackson, we had some observations there of snow too. But our moisture machine has moved on to the east. Now it is turning to a cold air story, and it is going to be very cold. Already we have dropped to 20 degrees in Nashville. It is 15 in Clarksville, 15 in Camden, and then here we are still right at freezing, but you are still slowly going the other direction now, where we were so much more warmer here today, but now we are starting to cool back down once again. Now let's talk about those winds. They were pretty high at one time. Late this afternoon, we had winds that were up to around 31 miles per hour as the gusts came through out at the airport. It's 20 now, so that was the front that moved on, kicked up those winds, but we've still got breezy conditions, which is not going to help with these trees loaded in ice. It's going to make those branches just snap that much more. So do be aware of that, and hopefully you're in for the night, but we're just concerned about folks being out and about, and I know that we've got cars out, but it's hard to protect everything, right? Our wind chills, wow, already it feels like 6 degrees in Nashville, 14 in Dixon, 27 is our latest wind chill here in Tullahoma. So it is a very, very cold night out there and getting even colder, Dan.
All right, Lisa, let's talk about ice totals so far. This is freezing rain, and so what we have for official reports is Bellevue, Dixon, Santa Fe, all at a 1/4 inch. About the same, almost a 1/3 in Gallatin. Notice Franklin, a measurement of a 1/2 inch and more than 1/2 inch in Beersheba Springs. So you know the damage it has done. You've heard the cracking of the trees and the tree limbs outdoors. The ice storm warning is done. The winter storm warning is done. And now we have a brand new cold weather advisory. This starts at midnight tonight. The focus with this is for the bitter cold. This means all the light blue essentially means the wind chill will be around 0 at times. So starting at midnight, going till 6 o'clock tomorrow evening, and then from 6 o'clock tomorrow evening until midday on Tuesday, we have an extreme cold warning. Just essentially everybody in Middle Tennessee, and that means the wind chill will be as low as 10 degrees below 0. So even colder as we get into tomorrow night and first thing Tuesday morning. Live view outdoors. Look at this, Vietnam vets east of Gallatin Pike. The entire camera lens is almost completely obstructed with big icicles. And this shows the view in downtown Nashville with low clouds out there. So watch out on some of the hills, some of the mountains in Middle Tennessee. There could be some low-hanging clouds, and that would be in the form of freezing fog tonight. Temperatures tumbling this evening back into the teens, upper teens by 1 in the morning. You can see the temperature trend through the overnight for the entire mid-state on the Sunday evening. Early tomorrow morning, we're back around 9 or so for the low in Nashville. We get to 22. That's all we can do tomorrow afternoon. Upper teens for many of you. So the sun's going to come out, but because of the ice, because of the snow, it will reflect a lot of the sun's energy back to outer space and really not do much in terms of warming. The lowest temperature we'll see is 6 degrees in Nashville, and that's around 2 in the morning on Tuesday. The wind pretty much calm. And then a southwest wind takes over by sunrise Tuesday, and temperatures start their climb. I think we're back around freezing as we get into Tuesday afternoon. Here is the wind chill story. And notice 3 o'clock on Tuesday, you can see the temperature. Here's the wind chill. And so this is this evening, and then very late tonight into tomorrow morning, some sub-zero wind chills. Again, this is when we have the cold weather advisory. On average, the wind chill around 0. Not much better tomorrow afternoon. And then once we get to Tuesday morning, the lowest wind chill in Nashville, 4 below. That should be it at 4 o'clock in the morning. And then with that southwest breeze, we're starting to warm, so that wind chill is backing off just a touch. Lisa?
And just to kind of put those temperatures again in another form to do a little comparison, we're talking 9 degrees by tomorrow morning, 6 on Tuesday, and then we'll get up to the teens, and I think, oh, it's going up. But this is really cold even at 19 degrees, and then we will see 14, 10, and 14 again. So really cold all the way through next weekend, but at least it will be dry, and we're not looking at any more of the precipitation like we had for this weekend, which is definitely some good news. Hey, I know you've got to get out and walk your dog, or at least get them out for a little bit. Well, tomorrow morning it's going to be brutally cold. So Snowy Sam has the right idea. Need that jacket on. 15 at 8, 16 at 9, and don't forget about their paws. We've had so many chemicals put out on all this stuff, lots of salt. That's not good for their feet. So either put some booties on them or make sure that you really clean their feet when they come back in the house to get all that stuff off of them. It's going to be a bitterly cold day tomorrow, only in the low 20s for the high. We've got a partly cloudy sky at 10 and then sunshine at 1. Here we are with these temperatures quickly falling off again by 7 o'clock. To 12 degrees. Our first alert forecast for the next 7 days. We've got our first alert weather day on Monday and Tuesday. We will try to sneak up there to 35 by Wednesday, but still cold. These morning lows, as I was showing you, 32 on Thursday. Then we dip back down to the teens, not teens for highs, but teens in the morning, and then we'll be in the 20s in the afternoon. Just a really cold week over the next several days.
Okay, Lisa, and while we still have you, I think it's worth re-mentioning here because we get new viewers hour by hour. You had talked about you haven't seen something like this since the ice storm back in 1994. When we listened to that news conference, there was one of the officials out there who echoed similar things to what you saw back then. So walk us through just the perspective here in terms of what we're seeing right now in comparison to other weather events that we've had in the past.
That has been the benchmark for a big snow event, was 1994 here in Nashville. I was in Atlanta at the time, but was still very familiar with what was happening here. And really, it was a good portion of the southeast that we're experiencing just brutal icing. And again, that's what we're having here. But even the mayor saying that he was born and raised here, and he's not remembering anything quite like this. I mean, the power outages is a really big thing, and we have so many gorgeous, mature trees here, and we're seeing a lot of those, unfortunately, heavily damaged by the icing.
Certainly familiar, though, for those of us who lived through that 94 storm. I know I was in Lexington, Kentucky. I just started this job on my first day almost of work.
Really?
And slipped and slid all the way in with the start of that ice storm.
Rethinking your career
it's
in
wild.
those moments.
Yeah, really. But it's also a point that we're going to go out to Steve in just a second,
Sure.
but I think another thing from the press conference is I have never heard of the police precincts opening their doors, the fire stations opening their doors to the public to have a warm place to stay. That's a first for me, at least.
They said there's no time limit, either stay as long as you want. So we're looking at all fire stations. I believe it was in 7 different precincts. So 39 fire stations. They are open to the public. If you need a warm place to go along with those different police spots as well, that is yours to use.
Isn't that wild? We'll see if people overstay their welcome in that capacity. We'll certainly follow up on how things go, but hopefully everyone behaves themselves and it turns out to be a really communal, wonderful experience for people. That's the bright side, right?
And that's what we need. And I know a lot of that information was for folks here in Davidson County. I know there's so many other areas that we cover. So if you are out there in those surrounding areas and you don't have power, you know somebody who needs a warm place to go, you can go to tn.gov/TEMA. Again, that's tn.gov/TEMA. They're going to have a full list of shelters for people to go to tonight.
Yeah, those leaders, though, assuring that nobody needs to be left out in the cold. Okay, Steve Manling, I think we were watching you help somebody. Steve, we're going to toss it out to you. It looks like he's directing traffic. We saw him like helping some. Were you pulling somebody out of the ice and snow a few minutes ago?
Yeah, we were. I'm directing traffic now, and I'm trying to make sure people get through safe because we got a whole lot going on here. We're in Madison on Neely's Bend Road right now, and I'm going to try to get this Nashville fire ambulance through because they got stuff to do. We know that. So they're going to go by. It's going to sound a little bit loud, and we're going to wave to them, say hi. So anyways, there they go. You can see, probably heading off to another emergency. They're doing great work today. So we're in Madison, and the power outages are pretty significant here, as are much of Metro Nashville, but the damage around here is also pretty significant. I want to show you, if Sam can pivot to our left, that's the tree that's down on the power line as to why I'm directing traffic of cars going around here, right? This is a whole community effort, and we're trying to be our best stewards to be a part of this because we're all going to get through this together. As for the car, it was a man trying to get home. He had brought some groceries back home, it looks like, and he was having some trouble. His driveway was super slick, as this car's already sliding. Hold, please, hold. Okay, as his driveway was sliding, we were actually holding his car back from sliding into the carport. We had to clear some things out from his carport just so he could park the car safely because his driveway's on a bit of an incline. Guys, the ice is no joke. I swear, this ice is no joke. We're standing in it. There are mountains of it, and it is not fun on those tires, even if you got snow tires. I know, I've heard the things. We all got all-weather tires. Super cool. Doesn't matter when it comes to ice. Even chains tough in the ice. So it's just another reminder that we got to stay safe out here. And if you see trees down, like this one, right off to our left, again, please be careful around them. It's a very limited view for drivers coming around these obstacles, and I just want to make sure that you guys, if you are on the roads, you're being as safe as possible. Another thing I did want to mention before we send it back to you in the studio is that with these power outages, lights are going to be out all across the city, right? So when we have lights out, you got to treat it as a four-way stop. I've seen people blowing through there, and we've almost seen a couple of different accidents, and it's just really dangerous. I'm going to join you back on the other side of the road now, Sam, because we could talk about these trees at the house over here, because this is really another part of this danger, right? These trees dangling down and then possibly falling on homes. I mean, the danger from this entire storm, you heard it from the mayor. I mean, this is just levels we have not seen before. So if you are staying inside, you know, I know that anything could happen at any moment, but just be careful when you're inside too. Right now, really, there's not a great safe place to be. But if you are with your family and you're keeping them as safe and as warm as possible, we're all going to get through this together. You just need us to roll with us here. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right. Steve Manling, thank you so very much. Please be careful out there on those roads.
All right. We continue to check in with our crews scattered all throughout the mid-state. They're in every corner just checking out the conditions so you don't have to. We're going to go now to Chief Investigative Reporter Jeremy Finley.
Okay, I am still at the condo complex in West Nashville called Post Place, and you can see just how close up, how those limbs are just snapping. And this is what it's just leaving behind, these beautiful trees that have been here for quite some time. You can see over here, I'm walking over here to this pine tree. And you see it's now just laying on the side of the road. This is what's happening all over Middle Tennessee. We're just waiting and watching as these limbs just keep falling from these trees that have just sometimes snapped in half.
Jeremy Finley, thank you so much for sharing where you are, what you are seeing. This has been the scene, and I know, Hunter, you followed this for quite a while. I-65 south at Bethel Road now closed.
Closed, and it's because of those icy conditions. And I know for so many of you, you think it doesn't look that bad right now. But again, that sun is going down. Things are only going to keep refreezing, making this even more dangerous. So this was the situation Lauren and I were looking at about an hour ago. Nothing has moved. Those semis, they're just stuck there on I-65 south. That's near Millersville. We are told TDOT's on the way. They're working to salt and brine some of those areas with hopes of getting more traction out there. But just a concerning situation, and that's nothing new, right? Lauren said this so much throughout the day. This could virtually be anywhere across our state. All of these roads, Tracy, they look like this.
But it's so frustrating, and we're such a thoroughfare for so many different states that when these semis are on the road, and they are going out to Memphis, I know you're familiar with Arkansas on that stretch of I-40, and when something stops on the way from Nashville toward there, it just wreaks havoc for hours. Okay, want to go now to the outages, the big story here, but this time we're checking with Middle Tennessee Electric. Outages reported all over their service area as well, looking at 1,300, more than 1,300 customers there.
I believe that might be 13,000 even.
Excuse me, 13,000, yes.
There's so many, and it's tough to see. So this is all over. This is Middle Tennessee Electric. We're seeing NES as well. Tennessee is one of the worst that we're seeing all across the U.S., and that is so significant here because you look at upwards of 30 states, Tracy, that have been dealing with this. We are getting the brunt of it here, and it's largely because of this ice, right? It's blanketed the majority of our states, bringing down those power lines, making so many of these roads impassable, and it is difficult, right? And to the mayor's point that he talked about in this news conference, this is a multi-day event. It wasn't just the snow yesterday. It wasn't just the ice today. This is going to be something that we're in it through likely, right, the large majority of next week.
Because of this cold. And I don't know if you have gotten the text messages and phone calls that we have with friends from all around the state, because Nashville's making national news right now.
It is.
So everyone's talking about us and checking in. And I know that Mayor Freddie O'Connell has been on the national airwaves speaking on behalf of our city and what we're doing here in Davidson County. As far as Williamson County, though, let's talk about the warming shelters there. There are 2 warming shelters open. You see them here, one at Fairview High School. It's now been moved to Fairview Elementary, then the other shelter at Franklin High School. And just as the mayor was saying, for pets, only cats and dogs must be on a leash or in a crate. I know in Davidson County they're asking that you come in with a crate. It's not mandatory. And then just bring what you need. Bring your snacks, bring your drinks.
And there's so many just different areas, churches, police precincts, fire stations opening their doors. They don't want anyone to be left in the cold tonight. So rest assured there is something out there for you. And 2, there's a way for you to get there. I know we've been saying all day long, stay off the roads. If you're worried about getting out there, and I don't blame you, there's no reason to risk it. You can call the Office of Emergency Management, different local fixtures there in your county, and they will arrange a ride for you to get to some of these places.
Because there are publicly funded mobility services that are able to take you, even though the WEGO system here in Davidson County has stopped as of 3 o'clock this afternoon. It just ran for a few hours in the same situation. We'll reopen tomorrow for you. Okay, trees down all over the place. This is a view from Centennial Park. This is near the 31st Avenue North route in. Oh, we've got a dog in the vehicle with us.
Tracy, I'd be curious to see what your drive was like on the way in. I know a lot of us, we were here earlier. You got in, what was it, a couple hours ago that you came in, or what was your timeline?
Yeah, let's see. I was going, I stopped in. I don't know if you guys had a chance to air it, but I put something out on social media too, because the churches are still open. The Catholic churches are still open and running masses all day long. So I stopped at the 2 o'clock service on St. Anne's on Charlotte. But there are so many tall trees to everybody's, and they are just down all the way around the building, all the way in the middle of the building. It's amazing how many businesses have not been hit themselves, probably because the trees have been trimmed, so they're falling outward away from these spots, all down Charlotte, but nothing is open. There are very few lights on. Most of the apartment buildings have called in, and there's outages, power outages, all the way down that swath. But as far as the roads, it looks okay until you hit your brakes, and then sure enough, you slide a couple feet. So you just have to stop and really pay attention and go slowly.
And that's what's spooky about black ice too. You can think those roads look okay, you can drive right over it, and then boom, it's hit, and now you're sliding all over the place. And so if it was bad earlier, it is going to be even worse tonight as that sun, it's really about to go down any moment now. So this is drone video of snow and ice in northern Williamson County, definitely an area that's getting hit hard by power outages. And Tracy too, just those tall trees, mature trees, so many of them just going down. I was in Antioch earlier and they were just going down left and right. I was passing a car dealership.
You were there today in Antioch?
I was picking up one of our producers who were in Antioch, and you look at these car dealerships, I mean, just cars tumbled by these trees that just smashed them. And so this is everywhere that we're seeing, and that's a huge threat. When we had heard that news conference a little bit ago, 650 trees down. Those are just the ones that's been reported, right, with the brunt of this storm. So those numbers will only continue to grow, and with these large trees too, it takes forever to clean up.
It's interesting. Our topography is such that, and there's so many newcomers here. So all these Californians who have come and relocated here to Tennessee, this is quite a show and quite an experience, I know, for folks. And it's going to be an interesting sight to see the clearance and the changes once all this is cleared out, and then we go into spring, and the views that are going to be reveal themselves now that we've got so many massive trees down.
So many massive trees, and we are starting to hear more injuries being reported. This is from the Murray County Fire Department and Pulaski Highway just south of Moore Lane. So this was a situation we were monitoring earlier. Units are on the scene there after a person, it looks like, got hit by a tree and possibly trapped underneath it. This is on the north side of the county. So really just due to extremely dangerous wind gusts out there, and you just never know when one of these trees could possibly fall out in the middle of the road. So yes, it may look clear before you drive into that. You just have no idea what could come tumbling right on top of your car as you pass through.
And Lisa was saying it was up to 31 miles per hour, the wind gusts, and those are calming a little bit, but we just don't know. This is one of those things, stay inside, and imagine the cold if you are trapped in something like that. If a tree falls on you, there's another image of,
oh my goodness, right in half.
I mean, splits right out there, and look how unfazed that person looks, but the fear and the sound of that falling, those are huge splits, huge tree branches.
It really is such an eerie sound. If you haven't heard it, I'm sure you will in the next couple of days, but just the oddest sound when these trees just rip. And look at that right down the middle there. I'm so glad he was up on the sidewalk there and not shoveling further down, because again, it could just happen so quickly. Look at this, we'll show it again. That
Ring camera, and I know a lot of you have this kind of thing, so if you want to send it in to us, we certainly will watch it and get it on the news for warnings.
His back was turned. He heard that sound and
holy cow, moved out of the way, but
turned right around. Okay, we're going to bring in our team of First Alert meteorologists. They've been doing hard work all day long, monitoring the conditions for us. We have Dan and Lisa standing by. Dan, Lisa, what can we expect as we look ahead to the rest of the night now?
It is going to be so cold. I mean, temperatures are going to really drop quickly tonight. So that's going to be one of our biggest concerns, because that's going to just refreeze everything that is out there.
Into a solid block of ice. So sometimes you have a little refreeze and you can feel that still you have a little traction, but everything will be a solid block of ice. And I do want to say this. Thank God that we got to 34 degrees or 33 degrees. If we ever stayed at or below freezing the whole time, we would have had more than an inch of this stuff. It would have been even more devastating.
Absolutely. So we did at least get some slushiness there for a little while today with those temperatures on the rise. We're looking at a high impact event still, even though nothing is falling from the sky and we're not expecting anything other than just a few little innocent snowflakes. It shouldn't cause any problems at all. Just look a little pretty when you look out the window. We are going to see dangerous ice and terrible cold temperatures coming our way. Power outages, yes, we're going to see some more, unfortunately, because I'm afraid we're going to see more trees like the one we just saw in that video that was splitting. And dangerous cold, it's going to get even colder than what we've already experienced. Here is just the tiny little innocent snowflakes I was talking about. This is really all that is left out there. Most of the active weather has pushed well onto the east, and you can see even Cookeville maybe getting a few spits out here, but for the most part, all of that has moved on out of here, thankfully. But we are going to turn our sights to the temperatures, which are quickly dropping. Earlier this afternoon, we were at 32 degrees, and now we're at 20 degrees, 20 over in Lebanon, 31 still in Tullahoma. That cold air is coming your way too. 13 in Hopkinsville and 14 in Paris. And then we get to the temperature of how it feels out there. This is what you have to dress for, especially when we've got this bit of a breeze out there right now. 7. That's it, 7, there's no more. 7 is what it feels like. 10 is what it feels like in Murfreesboro, and 10 in Clarksville. It's really important if you have to get out, and I hope you don't, put the lid on, have a hat of some sort, get your gloves on, and layer up. Layers help more than anything. And you know what? If you have ski pants and you're out there, that is always very, very helpful. May not be skiing, but it does help keep you warm. Now, our winds, they are still a little breezy. It's a 23-mile-per-hour wind gust in Dixon, 18 in Nashville, so they are coming down. That also is helpful to us. But road temperatures, they are quite cold tonight. Anything else that is out there, it's just all going to refreeze. The road is cold, the air is cold, so we're looking at an icy story overnight tonight. And if you have to get out there, be so careful. And Dan, the penguin walk, there you go. I loved your penguin walk that you were talking about the other day.
Yeah, that's so important, just to sort of waddle your way around, and it's a much safer thing because you're not sort of taking big lurching strides. What we see for roads tonight, and this really impacts the crews out there as opposed to you and me, because most of us aren't traveling tonight, thank goodness for that. Interstates, the impact of the storm still quite high. I tell you this, it's very good also that we got a couple inches of snow in Nashville before the freezing rain. If this was dry road to start and then we got a ½ inch of freezing rain, it would have been a lot worse. But we got a little traction because of that 2 inches out there. Overpasses, watch out for those, especially back roads, just super treacherous. And it's not just the road conditions, it's what's hanging over the roads. This typically is not an issue, so it's new to really all of us, but these trees are low hanging. I actually, the top of my SUV clipped a bunch of trees on the way in here. So again, just stay home. The main road's in terrible shape as well, although the road crews have done a fantastic job just doing their best. Now, we've also watched the wind. It was very gusty before. The wind is still with us. It's settled down some, so we gusted to around 30 miles an hour in Nashville. I think for most of tonight, we're gusting to around 20, and that gives us the wind chill problem. So notice we have a cold weather advisory starting at midnight. The ice storm warning is done. The winter storm warning is done. Both have been canceled ahead of time. And now we have the cold weather advisory for the overnight through all day tomorrow, right until 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. And then after that, it's an extreme cold warning. So the cold weather advisory means the wind chill gets down to 0. And then the extreme cold warning means the wind chill could get down to 10 below 0. That's how cold it could feel outdoors from 6 p.m. tomorrow until midday on Tuesday. Let's walk you through that. We have the single-digit wind chills this evening at 7 o'clock. And then we stop the clock at midnight when that cold weather advisory begins. And then notice first thing tomorrow morning, the wind chill in Nashville, 4 degrees below 0. So keep the kids indoors. If they want another round of sledding, everything is a solid block of ice. Keep them indoors. It's just too cold for them outdoors. 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, not much improvement. And then tomorrow evening, again, just frigid out there, feeling like 8 below in Franklin, Kentucky. And as we get towards 7 o'clock Tuesday morning, we're starting to warm on more of a southwesterly wind. Outdoors right now, live in Jordonia. This is Briley Parkway at Ashland City Highway in downtown Nashville. The sun goes down at 5:06. It's really not helping us with warming right now. The current time is 4:57. Lisa?
All right, so when we look to just one of the key things that you might want to add to your list of things to be thinking about tonight with these temperatures so low, this is going to be one of those that you're really going to think about those pipes and let that water drip. Our temperatures are so low that any of these pipes that are on outside walls, once you get the water dipping this low and it freezes, that water is going to expand, and that's when we run into leaks. My son this morning woke up with little drops coming out of the ceiling in his apartment because more than likely that is a burst water pipe that he had just above him. So the best thing you can do is to go on at this point and just leave that water dripping overnight tonight and open up those cupboards. Now we're going to show you more about our temperatures and which way they're going coming up with our full first alert forecast.
Thanks so much, Lisa and Dan. Right now, we want to give you a quick update here with power outages in the hundreds of thousands. We're talking 215,000 power outages right now.
Yeah, it's really intense out there. The majority of them here in Davidson County, where we had heard that update earlier from the mayor. 160,000 customers in Davidson County alone without any power.
The winter storm warning is expired, but trees are still crumbling under the pressure of ice, and even colder temperatures are almost here.
And these videos now pouring in from all across the mid-state. Let this be your warning tonight. Stay away from the power lines. Our team coverage on this winter storm continues right now.
WSMV 4 News at 5 starts now with First Alert Weather.
Our team has been on the air since 6 a.m. We really appreciate all of you staying with us during this winter storm. I'm Hunter Hoagland here with Tracy Cornett and Lauren Lowry.
Yeah, TEMA has declared a level 3 state of emergency. Things are going to get even colder and more dangerous as the sun goes down tonight.
So we want to get right to First Alert meteorologist Lisa Spencer and Dan Thomas in the Weather Center. This cold is the story now.
It is, and that's going to contribute to more icing that's already kind of melted in some places. It's just going to refreeze tonight as our temperatures are going to be some of the coldest we've had this year.
And we're also tracking the danger left behind with a lot of the ice building up in the trees, and a lot of these trees are at their limits. If they haven't snapped yet, they still could.
Well, let's go over what's happening right now, and then we'll get into what's going to be happening moving forward. Our temperatures have continued to steadily drop since this afternoon. We are now at 19 degrees, 16 in Springfield, and 22 here in Lawrenceburg. You're slipping below freezing here across the southeast. You were above for a time this afternoon as we had just plain rain falling from the sky. One of the things that we're going to be watching as we go through the rest of the evening is going to be the winds. The winds are going to make it feel even colder than it is right now. 7 is our wind chill in Nashville, 11 in Franklin, and 9 up here in Hopkinsville. We will see these winds stay pretty high tonight, but definitely down from where they were a bit earlier this afternoon. Dan?
All right, Lisa, we now have a cold weather advisory for tonight. So notice it goes into effect at midnight until 6 o'clock tomorrow. So what we're seeing is the big shift of this weather event is not falling precipitation. It's the cold building in on the backside. We have an extreme cold warning that starts at 6 p.m. tomorrow and goes until midday on Tuesday. So what we see for the wind chill, 7 o'clock tonight, single digits. And then notice midnight tonight back around 0 for some. First thing tomorrow morning, feeling like 4 below 0 in Nashville. Another great day to just stay indoors and stay home. And then notice tomorrow afternoon, more of this problem tomorrow evening with the extreme cold warning, feeling like 4 to maybe even 10 below 0. A little moderation as we head through the day on Tuesday with a high temperature forecast on Tuesday with some sun. 32 degrees. Hunter?
That's it. All right, Dan, bitterly cold temperatures. Thanks so much. Now, like we said here at 5 o'clock, thousands are without power. This is significant here. Tennessee has the most reported outages in the entire U.S., right? So when we look at 30 plus states dealing with what we are, Tennessee is getting the worst of it. So we want to take a closer look at what we're seeing all across Nashville. Right now, we are looking at about just under 220,000 customers without power here in Davidson County. This map is from NES. So earlier this afternoon, NES said that half of its customers were entirely in the dark. Most of those were because of downed trees.
Do not report an outage to 911. The line should be kept open from serious emergencies. That's what our leaders were just telling us in this live news conference here just less than an hour ago. If you do need a call, there might be spotty service. Now, this ice is affecting power lines, but also phone towers. Something to think about. The state is working with providers to fix that service ASAP. Use 911, again, for emergencies only. Like if you're stranded, your life is in jeopardy here, or if there's a medical emergency.
Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell declared a state of emergency this afternoon. We brought that announcement live at 4. The mayor said it's all hands on deck right now. This many outages is pretty rare for Nashville, and he acknowledged it's dangerous when it's this cold as well. NES did make some progress today. Nearly 300 line workers are in the city doing their work, and they've gotten more than 600 calls for trees in the road. B&A is de-icing runways and is still open, incredibly, right now. I want to go to our Braden Ross. Braden has been out alive for the last couple of days for us. Braden, where are you and how are things looking there?
My eyes are watering so much because it's so cold outside. We are in the Midtown area. We are on Blakemore Avenue, which has, I mean, hopefully you can see behind me some of these trees that are falling. This is really dramatic video here, a scene that we've been driving through.
I mean, this entire half of the street you can't drive on because the trees are so like falling over, and you can see the branches on the ground. It happened on the other side too. You can see we've seen people kind of driving by. If you can see where our car is parked here, we parked it specifically here so that we're not underneath these trees, because that is very dangerous. As you can tell, they're just falling all over the place. Now, we did just come from a hotel down the road, the Holiday Inn, where we went to talk to people who have lost power, because this street has lost power, and we found some people who actually live here on Blakemore Avenue. They told us about their experience losing power this morning. Take a listen.
I was actually up on my computer and I heard a big, like, it just actually sounded like an explosion, like boom, right? It was not too far from the back of our condo. And yeah, and then all the power went out.
I ventured down in the yard and looked over at the magnolia tree that she was referencing to, and there was limbs off of it. And it looked like it had been pruned finally by the ice.
Now, they are back at that Holiday Inn. They were not able to get a room. It's actually sold out right now. They did say the one down the road on Broadway was at like 50% capacity, but that was a few hours ago. So not sure if you go down there, that might be full as well now with so many people losing power. But we're going to stay out here. We'll keep you updated on what happens throughout the rest of the night. And those people said they're prepared to be out of power for days now. So I think that's a lot of people are in that boat here in Nashville.
Yeah, stay out, but stay warm. Braden, thank you. Our team has been at it again today, all day, braving the cold to keep you informed. Our Steve Mailing on day 2 of coverage out of Madison right now. Steve, what are you seeing there?
Yeah, right now, Lauren, I actually got an email from someone who called in and said, hey, can you take a look at Jasperson Drive in Madison, because it's a little bit of a war field. If I want to show you off to our side here, it's just a lot of the same, right? We're talking about these trees that are being pulled down by the ice that's accumulated on the branches, and it's leading to them attaching to power lines and pulling them down with them, and then it's knocking out neighborhoods with the power, as to why we're seeing over 200,000 NES customers without power right now. And take another side, it's all over the neighborhood. You got trees down all over the place, but it looks like people are staying inside. If they're not staying inside, the person reached out to me. She said she has a safe, warm place to be in Midtown, so she's staying there. It's just a good idea to stay indoors right now because stuff is really bad. The road conditions are getting worse, and we're getting into the nighttime hours, so that means that things are going to be a lot more treacherous, especially if you're trying to be out on the roads, guys.
Would you just look at that, the screams and then the sound of that tree falling. This is video of the tree falling onto a home in Bellevue, branches and sticks flying everywhere. And Tracy, this is a scene we watched play out really all day long here in the air, these trees just collapsing. So we're now checking in with our Dryden Quigley. She's been out all day. She's in Germantown now. Dryden, tell us what you're seeing in terms of just the road conditions and then just everywhere else.
Hunter, I mean, today we were talking about it, we've literally been north, south, east, and west. Right now we're in Germantown, but conditions look pretty similar all over. All of the trees that we've seen look like this. I think some people call these kind of exploding trees because they look like they truly just exploded. They are split in half. They start at the top and just splinter off. If you take a look over here, unfortunately, we caught one of these people, someone's car is under here. That is not going to be a fun thing to come get possibly tomorrow or Tuesday. Luckily, it looks like it doesn't have too much damage, but if you do have a car that might be sitting under a tree, think about where it is and maybe go move it. Also, if you're doing anything tonight, like walking a dog, letting your dog out, take a look at this sidewalk. We also had another branch come down here. Luckily, that doesn't seem to have hit anyone or anything, but let that pass, but it easily could have. And so if you're going to be outside walking or on the road, you're going to want to be really, really careful and just honestly avoid it if you can. Now, we've talked to a lot of people today who don't have power. That's the biggest thing. People are trying to stay warm. They're trying to have enough food to last for a few days. Take a listen to what some people had to say.
Well, yesterday it snowed pretty good, and then late last night, it kind of stopped, and it looked like everything was going to calm down, and then we got some rain, this morning, and I just was looking at everything melting and started hearing the tree branches come down one by one, and knew we better watch out for safety out here. But then the power cut out.
I think we can last probably the day, really. I think what we're going to see, then you start worrying about the food, the refrigerator, and then the freezer and things like that. That's where it becomes an issue.
And he's exactly right. We know that food in the fridge after 4 hours is unsafe according to the FDA, and after the freezer, it's 48 hours. I just want to show you also how thick the ice is out here. You can see this, and I kind of zoom in, but that is, I mean, hold on, I'm trying to break it with one hand, but that is pretty, it's thick. And so you're going to want to be really, really careful about stuff like this. We want you to stay safe and stay warm, and don't be out here like me if you don't have to be.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you so much for reporting, you and your photojournalist, Dryden Quigley. Another live look outside. Let's take one. Ice still covering the roads. Thousands still without power tonight. Just an ominous sight. I-40 at Columbia. Thankfully, we see no cars, and that makes us happy. This, though, does not, as this is still blocking traffic. This turned jackknife semi-truck, right?
Hours worth of shutdown right there, I-65 south of Bethel Road. We've been hearing it's several miles that TDOT is going to try to address with some extra road salt, trying to get some of that cleared and get it back open. We'll take a break. When we come back, more coverage.